Important update about YouTube playlists. Hey everyone. We've received many messages asking why our YouTube playlists aren't showing up. Do we create YouTube playlists? Yes, we absolutely do. So why can't you see them? Honestly, we're not sure. We've been in contact with YouTube support for several months now, but we still haven't received a clear answer or solution. After much discussion, our team has decided to take matters into our own hands. We believe the issue might be related to the number of playlists we've created on a single channel, possibly too many. Our solution? We're launching 2 additional YouTube channels, giving us a total of 3. This way, we can organize our audiobooks better and avoid the playlist visibility issue in the future. This change only affects our YouTube audience. If you're a patron supporter, you can still access all our audiobooks by visiting the collection menu on Patreon. Thanks so much for your time and continued support. Happy listening. Rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Link collapsed to one knee, gasping for air, his trembling hand retrieving a soldier pill to pop into his mouth. Using the stand's ability had drained him. Forcibly extracting iron from the Jonin-level opponent's body to form a weapon had been a massive strain. The Hidden Rain Village shinobi's enhanced physique and chakra interference had severely hampered the stand's operations. The curse mark's sudden power boost only compounded the difficulty. In short, his stamina had been depleted to less than 5%. Only years of rigorous training had kept him from passing out on the spot. Thud. Thud. Iris and Ami landed on either side of him, abandoning the merchant to guard their leader. Nara Inshui, breathing heavily, swallowed his own soldier pill. Confirming that the Land of Fire merchant was alive and the mission still intact, he looked at his 3 subordinates with relief. As shinobi, they were tools, meant to sacrifice for the mission. But as a Hidden Leaf Village ninja and their mentor, he couldn't help but feel heartened by the bond and camaraderie between them. He gripped his kunai and turned to face the approaching figure, the Hidden Sand Village Kanoyachi, holding her signature iron fan. Chapter 51, Aftermath. Link felt his heart and lungs working hard, his body quickly converting energy into stamina as the soldier pill dissolved rapidly in his stomach. In just one breath, he was back on his feet. Though he still looked fatigued, it wasn't as severe as one might expect. The exhaustion he felt earlier was akin to lifting something heavy to the point of muscle failure. But with plenty of energy reserves from his earlier meal, and without significant activity since then, he could easily endure another battle. More importantly, his shadow clones became more advantageous the less chakra he had, and he still hadn't played his final card. Nara Inshui swallowed a soldier pill as well, standing resolutely in front of the merchant. His silent stance made it clear where his allegiance lay as the Hidden Sand Village shinobi approached. Their leader, clad in tan Jonin armor and black combat attire, with his head wrapped in cloth and red war paint across his right cheek, appeared in the clearing with a grim expression. "Our nation's merchant was killed," he said, locking eyes with Nara Inshui. "The official overseeing the auction and all other participating merchants have been slaughtered." Turning slightly, his gaze shifted to the Land of Fire merchant cowering behind the cart, his backside exposed. His expression seemed to ask, "Why is it that your Land of Fire people are still alive?" 40 seconds left. Link mentally calculated how much time remained for his stand, Metallica, to remain active. His previous battles had all been quick kills, leaving him with plenty of time to spare. Even Jonin-level opponents hadn't been able to withstand his ability to extract iron from their blood. Had it not been for the Jonin's enhanced physical constitution, chakra reinforcement, and his own need to manipulate iron into solid blades for extra damage, Link wouldn't have burned through so much stamina in the earlier fight. In the current situation, if he acted immediately, splitting the Jonin's shadow and revealing his trump card, he could likely eliminate all nearby Hidden Sand Village shinobi. As for Temari, the future wife of Shikamaru, she's an enemy. Enemies die. But it wasn't his decision to make. He turned to his superior, awaiting orders. Nara Inshui gave him a calm look, signaling patience before speaking sternly. "Baki, are you suggesting that this attack is connected to us?" Baki. Link recognized the name. So that's who he is. He hadn't expected Inshui to take such a firm stance. Link's muscles tensed as he prepared to form seals at a moment's notice. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense, teetering on the edge of conflict. But before a fight could break out, Baki gestured for his subordinates to stand down. He gave Link a peculiar look, said nothing, and disappeared with a body flicker jutsu. The Hidden Sand Village shinobi withdrew. Temari was the last to leave, her gaze lingering on the 3 Hidden Leaf Village shinobi as though committing them to memory. "Inshui-sensei?" Link approached with his teammates, his voice laced with curiosity. Why had they retreated after pushing things to the point of confrontation? Before Inshui could answer, the Land of Fire merchant, now emboldened by the absence of immediate danger, began wailing. "Hey, ninja! Come protect me!" Inshui gave his team a helpless look. He's been like this for a while. Do you hear me? I'm hurt. I'm hurt. The merchant cried, raising a hand to show a minor scrape. He completely ignored the two gravely injured samurai leaning against the cart, barely conscious. Thanks to you, we survived this. Inshui said to Link. You three will temporarily guard him while I request reinforcements. By him. He meant the still panicked merchant. Link nodded, accepting the responsibility. Dragging his tired body, Inshui went to soothe the merchant with a few words before organizing the surviving attendants. Under his direction, they moved the injured samurai to the first floor of the adjacent hotel. The open street offered no cover, making them easy targets for any further large-scale jutsu attacks. The neighboring hotel had been completely cleared out during the previous night's massacre. Using its lobby as a temporary shelter and resting area wouldn't be an issue. Despite being trained as an assassin, a jonin like Inshui displayed remarkable efficiency in coordinating a group. After finishing his tasks, he leaped onto the rooftop and disappeared into the distance. Not a body flicker jutsu. Inshui-sensei must be running low on chakra, as Link mulled this over. Boss? Iris asked hesitantly, still shaken from seeing Link collapse to one knee earlier. I'm fine. Link said, his breathing now steady. He glanced at his two exhausted teammates, both carrying visible injuries. His tone softened slightly. You two, check the upper floors for any hidden enemies. Though he wouldn't risk their safety in such a confined and dangerous environment, he sent his shadow to accompany them, ensuring their protection. Once his teammates began their sweep, Link mimicked Nara Inshui's earlier behavior, staying within 5 meters of the merchant. He silently refined his chakra, ready to form seals at any moment. His stand, Metallica, had long since dissipated, and there was no need to maintain shadow clones or transformation jutsu unnecessarily. With his trained speed at forming seals, even a simple jutsu like the shadow clone jutsu could be executed instantly if needed. About 5 minutes later, as his stamina began to drain slightly, he sensed a disturbance upstairs. There were enemies, definitely not allies or civilians. Before long, Iris and Ami returned with his shadow in tow. A heavily injured samurai lying in the lobby suddenly gasped for air before succumbing to his wounds. Link didn't waste chakra attempting to save him. The samurai's injuries were too severe, and death came swiftly. Ami hesitated, glancing at the other injured samurai. Boss, I'd like to. Her gaze lingered on the wounded men, torn between her duty and her desire to help. As an aspiring medical nin, Ami had been studying medicine and practicing chakra-based healing techniques. While chakra control for healing wasn't overly demanding, the decision to expend her resources in this scenario weighed heavily on her. Chapter 52, Support arrives. Go ahead. Link didn't harshly reprimand Ami for her compassion. To put it bluntly, if they were to face an opponent beyond his ability to handle, both of his teammates, still slightly below Chunin level combat power, would likely become liabilities. Letting them do what they could was better than expecting miracles. Ami exhaled in relief and nodded firmly. She knew her request was somewhat unreasonable, but she felt a hint of kindness and gentleness in her leader's decision. She stepped forward to aid the most critically injured samurai. She worked diligently, removing embedded weapons, using chakra to staunch bleeding, and bandaging wounds. While she fought to save lives, the Land of Fire merchant lounged on the only sofa in the lobby, a look of irritation on his face. The noise of the wounded samurai and the gruesome sight of the bleeding disgusted him. Why didn't they just die outside? Though selfish and indifferent, he wasn't entirely foolish. He wouldn't dare provoke the shinobi protecting him. So, he kept his thoughts to himself, closing his eyes to contemplate his next moves. With the other merchants and officials dead, he now had a renewed chance at claiming the gold mine. If he could secure ownership, everything he endured would be worth it. A smile crept onto his face. Meanwhile, Ami returned, pale and drenched in sweat. Despite her efforts, another samurai had succumbed to his injuries. The remaining samurai were unconscious, teetering on the edge of life and death. Their survival depended on their own fortitude. Link patted Ami's shoulder in reassurance. She had done her best, and there was no need to demand more from an 11-year-old child. At the door, Iris kept watch, occasionally glancing back at Ami, now slumped against the wall, quickly drifting into sleep from sheer exhaustion. His eyes carried a complicated, unspoken emotion. Time passed slowly. Over an hour later, Nara Inshui returned. Upon entering, he confirmed that his 3 subordinates were unharmed, glanced at the snoring merchant, and then observed the treated but injured samurai on the floor. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Late night, a new inn, a mark that instantly boosts chakra reserves and physical prowess. If I'm not mistaken, that was likely Orochimaru's cursed seal. Rested and full after a meal, Link leaned against the wall, keeping watch. His mind kept replaying the scene from earlier that day. The black markings spreading from the middle-aged shinobi's neck, transforming someone on the brink of collapse into a terrifying force, were unforgettable. Link had initially suspected the attackers were Akatsuki. After all, the organization's conflict with Hanzo the Salamander was irreconcilable. The prolonged civil strife within the Land of Rain only supported this theory. In the manga, Akatsuki's leader, Pain, had openly stated the need for vast amounts of money. While the exact purpose was unclear, the cyberpunk-style infrastructure of the Hidden Rain village during Pain's rule suggested substantial investment into development. When Jiraiya infiltrated the village, newly built bars and other structures barely drew notice, likely because such developments were common. Given Pain's destructive capabilities, it was likely the Hidden Rain village suffered significant damage during Hanzo's downfall. Reconstruction would have been inevitable. Even Hidden Leaf Village, the wealthiest village, required significant funding from the Land of Fire to rebuild after Pain's Shinra Tensei. It was no surprise that the Hidden Rain village, and Akatsuki, might be strapped for cash. For Link, Akatsuki targeting the gold mine made perfect sense. The motive was clear, whether for money or to weaken Hanzo's influence. However, seeing the cursed seal in action brought another potential perpetrator to mind, Orochimaru. The Hidden Sand Village had its own reasons for launching the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan. Poverty had weakened the village, while their ally, Hidden Leaf Village, grew stronger, forcing them to take a desperate gamble. Whether by defeating Hidden Leaf Village to gain substantial benefits or conquering the Land of Fire outright, the Hidden Sand Village stood to gain a great deal. But such risks required heavy sacrifices, evident in the fourth Kazekage personally leading the operation, even though his gold dust represented the village's last fallback plan. Reaching such a desperate state wasn't a result of one or two isolated events. It required being pushed to the brink of collapse. In this context, Orochimaru had every reason to undermine the Hidden Sand Village, forcing them into a position where they'd collaborate on his plan. If Orochimaru sought to weaken the Hidden Sand Village's ability to acquire the gold mine and jeopardize their gold dust trade, wouldn't the Land of Fire also pursue the mine? Link's brow furrowed deeply. This was a clear strategy, one rooted in inevitable conflict. Even if Orochimaru's involvement were exposed, the Land of Fire and Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't abandon the gold mine. The Hidden Sand Village could send more representatives to negotiate, but destruction was always easier than construction. If sabotaged once, they could be sabotaged again. Purely a matter of conflicting interests, this was sure to push the frustrated Hidden Sand Village into outright hostility, paving the way for the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan next year. Someone's approaching. Link's thoughts were cut short as he detected movement. He swiftly created a shadow clone and readied himself for battle. Relax. A woman's voice called out. Moments later, the female Jonin from his first B-rank mission appeared before him, followed by two green-vested shinobi landing nearby. Red, you're here. Nara Inshui greeted, arriving just slightly later and casually addressing her. The Kunoichi smiled warmly at Link. Jonin, Kurenai Yui. She introduced herself. So, it's her, the Ganjutsu master. Or more specifically, Asuma's girlfriend who later gets pregnant. Chapter 53, A Rank Mission Chunin Digi. Chunin Simon. The other two Chunin introduced themselves one after the other. Chunin Link. Link's expression was calm, but internally, he was lamenting that he hadn't brought his special height-boosting shoes on this mission. Though he was rapidly growing due to proper nutrition, he was still only 9 years old and hadn't even reached 140 centimeters. In the village, he could wear his secret shoes to fake a taller height, but for missions, open-toe sandals were far more practical. Inshui-sensei was nearly 180 centimeters tall. The other two Chunin were around 170 centimeters, and Kurenai Yui was 169 centimeters. While none of the adults paid attention to his height concerns, Digi marveled at the talent of today's youth. Becoming a Geinin was easy, but advancing to Chunin required both skill and intellect. He himself had struggled for years to achieve the rank. The client has upgraded the mission to a Ni rank. Nara Inshui announced bluntly, dropping a bombshell. Protect the client while he completes the gold mine purchase. The two supporting Chunin didn't react visibly, while Link remained silent. As expected, the situation was taking a troubling turn. Chunin didn't have the authority to speak during mission discussions between Jonin. Does he have confidence? Kurenai Yui asked. How long will it take? He does. Inshui confirmed. With the Land of Rain merchant dead and the Hidden Sand Village having bribed Land of Rivers officials for priority, the Land of Fire merchant expects to secure the purchase within a week, before any additional merchants from the Land of Wind arrive. Kurenai nodded, acknowledging the feasibility of the mission. Link, any thoughts? To everyone's surprise, Nara Inshui specifically sought his subordinate's opinion. Simon's expression turned slightly odd, though he remained silent. A Jonin's choice of whom to consult was not something he could question. Link hesitated briefly, realizing that Inshuai's inquiry stemmed from his earlier demonstration of being able to instantly incapacitate or kill a Jonin. It was a sign that Inshuai valued his input. After a moment of deliberation, he asked, "What about the Hidden Sand Village? Would they take issue with this?" He paused before adding, "I've heard their economy relies heavily on gold dust sales. Losing the gold mine could destabilize their economy." Economic issues often operated on expectations rather than actual outcomes. Even if the gold mine hadn't yet been fully exploited, the Hidden Sand Village's inability to secure it would likely impact their ability to sell gold dust at competitive prices. Kurenai and the two Chunin appeared puzzled, unable to understand why Link had connected the gold mine to gold dust sales. Nara Inshuai, however, gave Link an unexpected look. He had already thought highly of his talented subordinate, but this level of foresight and understanding of larger geopolitical implications was rare even among many special Jonin and Jonin. Inshuai shook his head. Even among allies, such concerns are not ours to address. In fact, weakening an ally in a controlled manner can sometimes benefit us. What ally? When war begins, everyone becomes an enemy. So, they're not worried about pushing the Hidden Sand Village into desperation? Link didn't press further. He had already said more than enough to make his case. Explaining the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan, which relied on Orochimaru's manipulation, would sound like pure fantasy to anyone else. Under normal circumstances, the weakened Hidden Sand Village wouldn't dare act recklessly, but with Orochimaru involved, everything changed. That's all. Inshuai concluded sternly. For the next week, I'll be counting on all of you. 5 days later, outside the Land of Rivers official's residence in a rank mission. Iris exclaimed, still in disbelief. He had never imagined that in his first year as a Gainian, he'd participate in an A-rank mission, and they were close to completing it. Emi toyed absent-mindedly with her kunai, seemingly lost in thought. One Jonin stayed openly by the Land of Fire merchant's side, while the other acted as a hidden guard. 2 Chunin patrolled the area, leaving Link's team to wait with the convoy, ready to provide support if needed. Since Iris and Emi, as Gainian, weren't eligible for B-rank missions, let alone E-rank ones, and Link was a newly promoted Chunin, their team had essentially become a backup force. We probably won't see much of the A-rank mission payout either. I've already proven enough during this mission. No need to overexpose my abilities, Link thought to himself, convinced that if Orochimaru was behind all this, the Land of Fire merchant's acquisition of the gold mine would proceed suspiciously smoothly. Still, even if they failed to secure the mine, it wouldn't change the underlying causes of the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan, years of dissatisfaction and the Hidden Sand Village's weakened state. Without a way to eliminate Orochimaru, next year's plan was inevitable. Yet, chaos could also be a ladder for progress. Link exhaled slowly, his thoughts drifting to the jutsu he had requested from the third Hokage. I wonder how many of them will be approved? Hopefully, a good number. The convoy had dwindled to just a handful of surviving members capable of driving the carts. Most of the samurai had perished, and the few who survived were recuperating in the hotel. Though the Land of Fire merchant was cold-blooded, he had hired physicians to treat the injured samurai once the situation stabilized. Most had survived. Boss. Emi spoke hesitantly, as though she had made a decision. I have a friend who's always been harsh to a classmate back at the academy. This friend, huh? If she feels she was wrong, she should apologize. Link replied plainly. Emi hesitated briefly, then nodded. I understand. Want us to go with you? Link offered, sensing her discomfort. Admitting mistakes was a significant step forward, and she shouldn't have to face it alone. Iris, realizing late what was happening, turned to Emi. Wait, this friend you mentioned, shut up. Emi snapped, her face hardening. No way. Oh, I remember now. Back in school, you used to bully, shut up. Emi lunged at him, hands around his neck, shaking him furiously. Chapter 54, My Summoning Jutsu is a bit off. 10 days later, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage Office. Chunin Link, regarding your request for ninjutsu training scrolls, even the elderly third Hokage couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling the stack of requests Link had submitted. Some of them have been approved. He pulled 2 scrolls from his desk drawer and slid them across the table, adding with a note of praise, you did an excellent job on the mission in the Land of Rivers. Only 2? Link felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly consoled himself. Something was better than nothing. He accepted the scrolls with genuine enthusiasm and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Third. His gratitude was sincere. Without connections, he doubted he would have gotten even a single scroll. Typically, acquiring ninjutsu scrolls required purchasing them, and receiving them for free was akin to being handed a significant amount of money. Hidden Leaf Village was a military organization, not a charity. Handing out free resources without reason was unthinkable. The third Hokage chuckled softly, offering no further explanation, and said wistfully, "The future of the village rests with young talents like you, Link-chan. He's really getting old." "I'll do my best," Link replied, bowing slightly. "If you'll excuse me, Lord Third." With that, he turned and left. As soon as he exited the Hokage's office, he could no longer contain his excitement and immediately unrolled one of the scrolls. Inside was not a code but a diagram of interconnected black runes of varying lengths encircling a central symbol that read, Shinobi. A summoning scroll for objects. After a moment of confusion, excitement surged through him. He quickly opened the second scroll, which indeed contained the encoded instructions for the summoning jutsu. Note: summoning isn't limited to animals or people. It also includes objects, such as Tenten's weapon summoning from scrolls. The fact that it required storage in scrolls meant it wasn't just one or two techniques, it was likely a significant collection. "Thank you, Lord Third. I promise I'll save your life someday." Beaming, Link carefully closed the scrolls and hurried out of the Hokage building. He used his custom Flying Thunder God technique to zip home. "Hidden Leaf Village kids, Mom, there's another head flying through the air again. As for whether he should train later or if basic drills were important, who cares about training when I've got a whole treasure trove of jutsu to study?" Link was practically giddy as he arrived home, immediately diving into the summoning scroll. The summoning jutsu was incredibly versatile. Whether it was summoning sealed objects, contracted beasts, specialized tools like the Rashomon Gate, or even summoning people or the deceased, it had endless applications. However, learning it wasn't difficult. It was classified as a C-rank jutsu with straightforward hand seals. C-rank? Like fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu? The process for that jutsu was, refine chakra, form hand seals, gather chakra in the mouth, and release it. That was it. Even the Uchiha clan, known for their fire techniques, taught it to their children with just those steps. The rest was practice until the fireball's size was sufficient. For Link, a jutsu of this difficulty was child's play. After casually studying the scroll for a little over an hour, he had a rough understanding of how to perform the technique. Acting on impulse, he refined his chakra, formed the seals, and activated the jutsu. Placing his hand on the storage scroll, he felt the chakra drain from his body. Only then did his overexcited mind cool down, realizing there might be something off about his version of the technique. What the heck did I summon? The thought had barely formed when he sensed countless faint presences surrounding him. A familiar voice echoed in his head, "Huh? Is that son? Dad?" Link froze, covering his face as he felt a distant consciousness link to his own. Somehow, he had managed to summon his deceased father. Wow, a technique that can connect with the dead. His father's voice sounded lively, likely because he had died young, in his 20s. Our Link-chan mastered something like this? Link, the connection abruptly cut out, leaving only static as the sensation of linked consciousness faded. While the ability to communicate with the dead was undeniably impressive, Link hadn't been aiming for that. He wanted the scroll's other jutsu. Frustrated, he took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves. Maybe I should ask Inshui-sensei for help, he muttered to himself. At this point, he was out of better options. Involving his less experienced teammates wouldn't work, and going back to the third Hokage to complain seemed out of the question. Nara Inshui's residence ding-dong carrying an empty bag and a box of wagashi sweets. Link rang the doorbell. Click. Inshui opened the door, raising an eyebrow at his subordinate. "What brings you here, Link?" Knowing his diligent student's usual habits, Inshui found it unusual for Link to drop by unannounced. Surely this wasn't a casual visit. "Come in." Inshui stepped aside. "What do you want to drink? Tea, juice, or beer?" "Oh, right, you can't drink beer." He caught himself, forgetting that despite Link's maturity, he was still a child. "Thank you for having me," Link replied, stepping inside and removing his shoes. "Water is fine." It wasn't his first visit, he had stopped by after his Chunin promotion, but he still felt a bit formal. Once they were seated in the living room, Inshui sipped his hot green tea and asked casually, "So, what's this about?" "Well," Link chuckled awkwardly, pushing a scroll across the table. "I need your help retrieving the jutsu scrolls from this." "Didn't they give you a summoning scroll?" Inshui asked, unrolling the scroll and skillfully forming the seals. Pressing his hand on the central character, a puff of smoke appeared. Bang! Over 20 scrolls tumbled onto the table. "Wow, that's quite a haul. How many did you request?" Inshui asked, raising an eyebrow. "Not that many." Link quickly opened his bag, gathering up the scrolls. "The third did give me a summoning scroll, but, I think I might have done something slightly wrong, so I thought of asking you for help." Chapter 55, My Earth-style jutsu is a bit off. Board dog bird monkey ram, clap. Walking home, Link couldn't resist forming seals and slapping his hands together. That strange sensation arose again as countless energies flowed, and a voice grew louder, coming from a great distance. "Son, you're back again." His father's familiar voice greeted him warmly. Link had added a bit more chakra this time, and the voice felt noticeably closer. He couldn't help but think that if he kept increasing the chakra, he might actually summon his father to the living world. "Dad," Link thought, addressing him mentally. "Can you sense me reaching out to you? What does it feel like? And what's the Pure Land like? Have you seen Mom?" With limited time, Link fired off a series of questions. "Sense you? Isn't it you reaching out to me?" His father replied, surprised. "It's like you called out over a radio. I recognized your voice and responded instinctively. As for the Pure Land, you mean the afterlife?" "I wouldn't know. I feel like I was unconscious until just now, when you reached out. It's like I just woke you, ZZT. And just like that, the connection cut off again." Link sighed inwardly, summarizing the characteristics of his altered summoning technique. Deciding to conserve his chakra for other jutsu practice, he refrained from trying again. "Whether this summoning is incredible or not, I'll master it later. For now, focus on other ninjutsu." Based on the patterns of his previous jutsu mutations, most of the scrolls he'd requested likely wouldn't undergo dramatic changes. For instance, Earth Style, Underground Projection Fish, Earth Style, Subterranean Voyage, or Earth Style, Earth Flow Divide. These were straightforward techniques unlikely to evolve into something significantly more valuable. After all, every ninjutsu required chakra, and what suited Link best were techniques with unique mechanisms, like the utility of Shadow Clone Jutsu or the versatility of the Transformation Jutsu. Special effects would be acceptable, but minor upgrades wouldn't mean much given my limited chakra reserves. The results might just fall short. Back home, Link emptied his bag of ninjutsu scrolls onto the floor and began unrolling them one by one. As expected, most were Earth-style techniques, likely chosen because of his prior purchase of Earth-style, hiding like a mole jutsu, signaling a proficiency in Earth-style. While Link had applied for techniques spanning wind, fire, earth, and lightning natures, the Hokage's office had only approved Earth-style scrolls. They probably assume there's no way a 9-year-old could master a second chakra nature transformation yet. Well, they're not wrong. For most people, mastering the first chakra nature transformation could take years. Thanks to his strong chakra control, Link had managed to complete it in just over a year at the academy, reaching near Jonin level chakra control. But the second transformation required both talent and time he simply didn't have. Earth Style, Earth Style, Earth Style. Medical ninjutsu? Link pulled out a medical scroll and opened it. It contained B rank, Delicate Illness Extraction Jutsu. Judging by the name, he immediately set it aside, feeling it lacked potential. Earth Style, Earth Style, Earth Style. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon. Ganjutsu. The highest rank is only B rank? He flipped through the scrolls, finding a chaotic assortment. None of the A rank techniques he'd applied for, such as Mystical Palm Jutsu or Sealing Jutsus, were included. Unsurprisingly, such high-level jutsu weren't easily granted to a mere chunin. Even B-rank jutsu corresponded to Jonin-level skills. A-rank techniques were exceedingly difficult, often bordering on forbidden jutsu, and S-rank jutsu were completely out of reach. No matter how much trust the third Hokage had in him, handing over such powerful techniques to a 9-year-old was unthinkable. If I sold all these scrolls, they'd probably fetch a few million ryo. But selling them? Yeah, no. Laughing at his own foolish thought, Link dismissed the idea of risking his life by betraying the village. Let's start with the Ganjutsu then. He decided, curious whether Ganjutsu might mutate like his ninjutsu. Training Ground 7 guess not. Ganjutsu doesn't mutate? Link shook his head. Like medical ninjutsu, Ganjutsu required extremely precise chakra control. The same went for breaking Ganjutsu, stronger chakra control meant faster casting or dispelling. With his advanced control, Link had no trouble learning D-rank and C-rank Ganjutsu like Demonic Illusion, Hell Viewing Jutsu, Demonic Illusion, False Surroundings Jutsu, or Demonic Illusion, Fox Mind Disturbance. They were excellent for dealing with weaker opponents, consuming little chakra and proving easy to master. Unfortunately, they were entirely unaltered, just like the originals. Non-Dojutsu-based Ganjutsu was effectively useless against stronger opponents, who could break free in less than a second. High-level opponents wouldn't even be momentarily disoriented. Alright, onto Earth Style. Refining his chakra, Link formed the seals and activated Earth Style, Subterranean Voyage. His body sank seamlessly into the ground, descending over 10 meters as if swimming. Blub blub blub. Air bubbles emerged from his nose and mouth, leaving muddy traces behind. It feels like underwater swimming. My movement speed isn't significantly affected, and I can still observe the surface. The chakra cost is low, and the effect lasts for a long time. Link remained underground for 5 full minutes before the technique naturally ended, and he was ejected back to the surface. The jutsu was almost identical to the original but surprisingly practical. This could be a game changer for reconnaissance, just need to avoid running into other Earth-style users. If it's just my head sticking out, I can't exactly outrun them. Noticing he still had ample energy, Link decided to test another Earth-style jutsu. Earth-style, underground projection fish. Placing his hands on the ground, he channeled chakra into the earth. The soil within a 5-meter radius turned transparent, revealing shimmering red and pink fish swimming gracefully through the dirt. The sight was surreal, fish in the soil, moving as if they were underwater. Startled by his presence, the fish darted away, vanishing once they left the jutsu's radius. Other fish soon swam in, their colors and types just as vibrant and varied. What an odd effect. Intrigued, Link used Subterranean Voyage to dive underground and examine the fish up close. Startling a few, he tried to catch one but came up empty-handed. Chapter 56, Attack, Recruitment. 1 week later. Refine chakra, form seals, release, Earth-style wall. Boom. A puff of white smoke rose, but nothing happened. Figures, it won't work. Link muttered, sitting down with a sigh. He popped a soldier pill into his mouth, trying to restore his strength. Every ninjutsu had a standard for successful activation. For example, even Sasuke, during his first attempts at the Great Fireball Jutsu, managed to produce a small puff of flames. But for Link, things were different. If he couldn't meet the required chakra threshold, the technique would fail outright. The chakra would dissipate in a puff of smoke, and nothing would happen. The reason was simple: his chakra reserves were insufficient. He had been trying to modify the mutated jutsu to lower its chakra consumption. However, B-rank jutsu like Earth-style wall, Earth Flow River, or Earth Flow Divide consumed nearly 80 to 90% of his chakra. Without using any trump cards, their practicality was effectively zero. Using such a jutsu once would leave him needing food and rest. After sleeping to recover his energy, he could attempt it again the next day. For days, Link had been trying to reduce the chakra consumption, but the mutated jutsu seemed to have a will of its own. If the chakra provided didn't meet the standard threshold, the jutsu simply wouldn't activate. While standard jutsu could sometimes be cast at lower power with less chakra, Link's mutations required a strict minimum. Any amount below the threshold would result in failure, any amount above, and the technique would activate at full power with no further effort or adjustment on his part. So, this is what it means to fight as a ninja using chakra as the ultimate currency. He sighed inwardly but wasn't upset. Gains always came with trade-offs. Perfection was a fantasy. Boss. Link heard Iris's loud voice from a distance. Strange, where's Ami? He glanced up casually, though his heart was already wary. For days, the two of them had been inseparable, yet now Iris was here alone. Something felt off. The chakra is wrong. Reacting instantly, Link formed seals with both hands. Whoosh. The approaching Iris suddenly sped up, moving almost faster than the eye could see. As they charged, a blue-white glow of chakra erupted from their palm. Smack. The glowing hand struck Link's raised arm, causing his muscles to go numb instantly. Chakra scalpel. Who is this guy? Without hesitation, Link grabbed his own head with his left hand and flung it backward while raising his leg to kick the attacker. Bang. The transformation technique was undone, revealing a cloaked ninja wearing a fox mask. They crossed their arms to block Link's kick. My legs numb too. Even as his head flew backward, Link realized that his leg muscles had been severed by the chakra scalpel as well. This medical ninjutsu was devastating in close combat. Just a touch was enough to sever muscles and tendons. A few hits could render most opponents completely incapacitated unless they had extensive medical knowledge. Poof. Link dispelled his shadow clone midair, and his body reassembled. His arms and legs were instantly restored. Before hitting the ground, he rapidly formed seals, shadow clone jutsu. Such an intriguing KK Genkai. The fox-masked ninja commented, observing Link. Does it adapt to different jutsu? No wonder you're called Hidden Leaf Village's most surprising prodigy. That outfit. And that chakra scalpel, Link's mind raced. Why not join us? The fox-masked ninja's voice turned enticing. We can provide you with any jutsu you wish to learn, even forbidden techniques. Refine chakra, form seals, release, shadow clone. Without letting the enemy finish, Link glanced down. The shadow beneath the fox-masked ninja began to writhe and rise at an unnatural angle, aiming directly for their lower body. Thunk. The ninja, seemingly prepared, flinched slightly. They endured the sudden loss of stamina, leaping away while fending off the shadow's strike, sending it flying backward. If it's him, one shadow isn't enough. Link's expression grew grim. It was time to reveal his trump card. Refined Chakra, Form Seals, Release, Transformation Jutsu, Super Link Mode, Level 1. Pouring over 90% of his stamina into the jutsu, Link's body began to swell, almost like it was being inflated. Rip, crack. His clothes tore as his body expanded, except for his disproportionately small head, which remained unchanged. He now stood over 2 meters tall, though his proportions remained short-limbed and stout. Huff. Link exhaled deeply. This wasn't just about size, his transformed body generated significantly more chakra. Had he used a bit more chakra, he could have expanded his clothes too, but facing a formidable enemy, practicality outweighed modesty. Slash. Meanwhile, the shadow and the fox-masked ninja clashed fiercely. The ninja's chakra scalpel tore through the shadow like butter. Within moments, the shadow had lost 2 arms and a leg. Yet even with only 1 leg remaining, it continued to resist fiercely, showcasing Link's impressive taijutsu capabilities. Refined Chakra, Form Seals, Release, Rumble. The ground trembled as countless glowing yellow fragments coalesced into a massive, 10-meter-long mountain drake. It rose beneath Link, carrying him skyward. Whoosh! The dragon's wings beat furiously, kicking up a fierce windstorm as it ascended. Slash! The fox-masked ninja decapitated the shadow, but their breathing grew labored. Looking up at the massive beast and its hulking rider, their eyes narrowed behind the mask. Truly a troublesome brat. Roar! The mountain drake let out a deafening bellow, its voice filled with delight at finally unleashing some of its potential. At Link's command, its massive maw opened wide. Buzz! A colossal boulder materialized and hurtled downward, covering a radius of over 10 meters around the fox-masked ninja. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, upturning earth and filling the air with dust and debris. The fox-masked ninja escaped just before being struck, disappearing into the chaos. Sitting atop the dragon, Link refrained from wasting any more chakra on attacks. Instead, he waited silently for Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu and other to arrive. Chapter 57, Talks. I still have 3 minutes. Link thought, sensing the abundant chakra coursing through him. He felt a tempting urge to unleash more jutsu on the field below. Jutsus like the Earth-style wall, which could create a fluid-like earthen barrier, or Earth Flow Divide, which caused the ground to move with razor-sharp characteristics, were perfect options for large-scale attacks. The mutated versions were even more potent, with the Earth Flow Divide having significantly enhanced destructive power. While their chakra cost was immense in his normal state, in his current powered-up form, he could cast 3 or 4 without exhausting himself. If he poured all his chakra into Earth Flow Divide, he estimated he could shred the entire 20-kilometer radius of the Forest of Death in an instant. This is power, he thought, restraining his excitement. Link looked down at the now quiet Training Ground 7, where the only new addition was an irregular boulder. There was no sign of movement, but he remained vigilant, wary of the fox-masked assailant's potential return. Even though his size and strength had increased significantly, engaging in close combat against the chakra scalpel was too risky. It was safer to stay airborne on the mountain drake, maintaining his advantage. As for the dragon's sudden appearance causing trouble, summoning techniques were unpredictable. Even Jiraiya summoned a horde of giant toads unexpectedly. The village wouldn't hold him accountable for such occurrences. Shortly after, Hidden Leaf Village's ninja arrived. The village's response was lightning fast. The moment the mountain drake had taken flight, the barrier team had issued a warning. Hidden Leaf Village's barrier system, encompassing both ground and sky, had instantly detected the disturbance. Green-vested ninjas swarmed the area, leaping in like fleas. Most of them appeared to be Jonin. Hidden Leaf Village hadn't seen an incident of this scale in a long time. The last time was also his doing. Link reluctantly patted the mountain drake before dismissing his transformed state. The transition from overwhelming strength to extreme exhaustion was instantaneous. Amid the gathered ninjas' watchful eyes, he descended lightly to the ground and dispelled the dragon, panting heavily. "Chunin Link." A voice called out. Link turned to see a familiar figure approaching. With 2 scars across his right cheek, a goatee, and a pineapple-shaped hairstyle, the man's outfit was a quintessential Nara ensemble. "I'm Jonin Nara Shikaku," he said sternly. "Come with me to see the 3rd Hokage." It wasn't a request, it was an order. Using large-scale jutsu and summoning a massive creature within the village was a serious breach of protocol. Being escorted to the Hokage was a form of protection. Normally, he'd be taken to the Anbu or Torture and Interrogation Division for processing. But as a prodigy, Link was granted special privileges. Nara Inshuai, arriving late, sighed at the sight of his subordinate surrounded by special Jonin and Jonin. Scratching his cheek in exasperation, he shrugged helplessly. Inshui, you're coming too. Shikaku said, his tone softening slightly as he glanced at his younger clanmate. Understood. Inshui replied with a sigh. The other ninjas present remained silent, watching as the trio walked away. Once outside Training Ground 7, Link's stamina recovered slightly, though the exhaustion from using his transformed chakra lingered. The abundant energy and chakra from his transformation couldn't carry over after it ended. With Shikaku walking ahead and Inshui trailing behind, the group moved swiftly. After a brief silence, Shikaku spoke, the Anbu assigned to protect you were found dead. I was attacked during training. Link replied concisely. After a pause, he added, using a secret technique, I identified the assailant as Kabuto Yakushi, who employed medical ninjutsu and the chakra scalpel. It didn't matter if it was true, pinning the blame on Kabuto was the safest move. A spy couldn't withstand deep scrutiny. Understood. Shikaku acknowledged. It wasn't far-fetched for Hidden Lee Village's most promising Chunin to make such an accusation. Even if it were false, they would investigate thoroughly. At the Hokage's office, Link entered to find Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Yui, and other familiar Jonin. Shikaku delivered his report to the third Hokage with a nod before departing. Yo. Kakashi greeted lazily, raising a hand in a nonchalant manner. Kurenai smiled and nodded. The atmosphere in the office was relaxed, despite the earlier incident. The third Hokage, a smile on his face, addressed Link warmly. Young Link, would you mind explaining what happened? Repeating his earlier account, Link laid the blame squarely on Kabuto. Even if they couldn't apprehend or kill him, it was worth forcing the spy into hiding. The Hokage pondered briefly before speaking lightly. If that's the case, the planned punishment of having you repair Training Ground 7 will be waived. His tone was almost playful. Rest assured, the village will not tolerate such actions. He continued kindly. Kakashi, I'll leave this matter to you. Understood. Kakashi replied, his demeanor turning more serious. Turning back to Link, the Hokage asked, how has your training been going recently? Fairly smooth. Link admitted. Though my chakra reserves remain an issue. Judging by the fox-masked man's earlier remarks, the village was likely already aware of his mutated jutsu and the associated chakra problems. Hearing this, Inshui displayed a resigned expression, Kakashi sighed silently, and Kurenai nodded in agreement. This room was filled with the low chakra clan, even the aging Hokage wasn't exempt. If solving chakra limitations were easy, everyone would have done it by now. Link's complaint hung heavy in the air, leaving the room in awkward silence. The Hokage, initially intending to offer advice, instead coughed lightly and said, recently, Anbu will be assigned to protect you openly. And if you encounter any challenges in your training, feel free to consult me. He added warmly. Link bowed his head gratefully. Thank you, Lord Third. I'll take my leave now. He left the office, leaving the Hokage and Jonin to discuss the incident further. Chapter 58, Team Link. I wonder how Iris and Ami are doing. As Link exited the Hokage's office, he found himself worrying about his two teammates. While their bond had been more practical at first, time had fostered genuine camaraderie between them. He checked on their homes and learned that both had left early in the morning for training. Feeling uneasy, he searched the usual places they frequented. After a while, he finally got word from the Anbu. They were in the hospital. Click. When Link opened the hospital room door, his heart felt heavy. But then he saw, I was just telling her, Iris, his arm suspended in a sling, was enthusiastically recounting something to Ami. He looked a bit battered but otherwise fine. Boss. Iris greeted him energetically. Ami turned toward him, standing up. Boss, are you alright? Link shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the two. Both seemed okay. Walking in, he asked, how are you two holding up? I'm fine. Ami replied, glancing briefly at Iris, as if holding back something. Iris grinned. It's nothing. Just a broken arm. I'll be good in a few days. For a ninja with enhanced physical resilience and chakra, it truly wasn't a big deal. Then, with Ami rolling her eyes in exasperation, he eagerly recounted his ordeal, encountering the fox-masked assailant, getting into a brief scuffle, and having his arm snapped. Ami had arrived in time, fired a jutsu into the sky to attract attention, and then taken him to the hospital after the attacker fled. That was reckless. Link said after listening. The opponent was likely Kabuto Yakushi, a skilled ninja on par with an elite Jonin. He added, if they were serious, it wouldn't have taken much effort to kill you. It's fine. Iris waved it off. It's not fine. Ami suddenly shouted, her voice trembling. You almost died. Do you realize that? The room fell silent. If I hadn't been there at the right time. Tears streamed down her face. You might not be alive right now. Ah. Iris scratched the back of his head, unsure how to respond. Emmy wiped her tears and stormed out of the room. Link placed a hand on Iris's shoulder. Rest up. Then he followed her into the hallway. Emmy was sitting on a bench outside the room, her elbows resting on her thighs and her hands covering her face. Link sat down beside her without saying a word, simply waiting. Boss. Why did you become a ninja? She asked after a while, her voice muffled. Why did I become a ninja? Link repeated her question, then turned it back on her. What about you? Why did you become a ninja? I don't know. Emmy's voice was tinged with uncertainty. Why can you so easily accept killing, harsh missions, and the fact that we could die at any time? Link remained calm, his gaze fixed on the wall ahead. It's just a choice. I chose to become a ninja. And once I made that choice, I decided to move forward without hesitation. A choice. Emmy murmured softly. Are you thinking of becoming a medical ninja? Link asked. I think your chakra control should be good enough by now. If it doesn't suit you, you can always make a different choice. But what about you and Iris? Emmy hesitated. Click. The hospital room door opened. Iris stood barefoot in the doorway. Don't worry about me, Emmy. Just do what you want to do. Sorry for eavesdropping, he said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Ah, I've stumbled upon something juicy. Their teacher, Nara Inshui, appeared from around the corner, his usual wry grin in place. So, are we breaking up this team? Link glanced at his teacher, who had clearly been standing there for a while, openly eavesdropping without even bothering to suppress his chakra signature. You're not even officially our supervising Jonin anymore. Emmy took a deep breath, looking at Iris, Link, and their teacher. Sorry, everyone. She said, standing up. I think. I've been dragging the boss down, haven't I? Iris interrupted, scratching his head awkwardly. I feel like I can't keep up with him at all. That guy who came after you was way beyond me. And during the battles in the Land of Rivers, I couldn't really do much either. Boss. He said, giving Link a thumbs up and a wide grin. Just let me, idiot. Emmy cut him off, tears streaming as she laughed. Even if I become a medical ninja, I'm doing it as a Chunin. I've already made my choice, and I'll see it through. She looked at Link with determination. There's no way this team is breaking up prematurely. For most ninja, Chunin was the realistic ceiling. Becoming a Jonin required talent, something Emmy knew she lacked. Iris looked sheepish, scratching his head. Inshui smiled at his 3 students. Link glanced between his teammates. It was obvious these two were growing closer, with Iris clumsily trying to shoulder responsibility and Emmy firmly standing her ground. I've worked so hard to train you too. At least stick around until the Chunin exams and the Hidden Leaf Village rush. You meet Shields. But his lips curved into a slight smile, easing the tension. His teammates visibly relaxed. So, is this secret meeting of Team Link over? Inshui asked, raising his hand. How can it be secret if you're eavesdropping, Inshui-sensei? Emmy retorted with a laugh. Alright, my bad. Inshui said, feigning guilt. He then turned to Link. The guy who attacked you, Kabuto, escaped. Even Kakashi couldn't capture him. He sighed, impressed by his students' rapid progress. From struggling in their first test to holding his own against a Jonin-level opponent, Link had come a long way. And then there was that flying summon. I see. Link replied, unsurprised. Kabuto Yakushi, after all, wasn't someone who would be caught so easily. Chapter 59, Denzo Hokage's office. It's been a long time since I've come here. Denzo Shimura, the shadow of Hidden Leaf Village and leader of Hidden Leaf Village's disbanded Root faction, stepped into the office with a faint sigh. His kimono was immaculate, and his right eye and head were wrapped in bandages. As his gaze swept across the room, he noted the absence of clan heads or Jonin. Only the 3rd Hokage and the 2 elder advisors were present. Denzo, you've gone too far this time. Koharu Utatane wasted no time, her expression stern as she spoke the moment he sat down. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Denzo replied evenly, though his mind raced to figure out what might have been exposed. He had done far too many things that could never come to light. He knew his old friends would not confront him without solid evidence. You'd best explain yourself. Hamura Midokado said grimly. We're talking about your actions against the kid of this village. Did someone betray me? Denzo's expression darkened further. There were countless justifications he could offer to defend his actions under the guise of protecting the village. But as someone stripped of all formal authority, he had no official standing to argue. He began calculating. Which of my root members might have leaked this? Outwardly, his tone softened slightly. I will remove their cursed tongue eradication seals and hand them over to the Anbu for investigation. Which operatives should I hand over? Denzo thought silently. It had to be those who knew the least, those whose deaths wouldn't risk revealing critical secrets, even if interrogated with the Yamanaka clan's techniques. Koharu exchanged a glance with Hamura and Hiruzen. Their initial surprise was fleeting, replaced by steely determination. Denzo. The third Hokage finally spoke, his tone heavy. You've crossed a line. Denzo reported a list of operatives, most of whom were technically Anbu. Root had been an Anbu training division, after all. Many Root recruits naturally transitioned into Anbu. Even after Root's disbandment, many operatives merely went underground, blending into the larger organization. The third's expression darkened with every name listed. Hamura remained stoic, but Koharu couldn't contain herself. She shot to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Denzo. What are you trying to do, Denzo? Stage a rebellion? The accusation was extreme, but Koharu's fiery temperament made such declarations unsurprising. She had been the first to advocate for wiping out the Uchiha clan entirely during their suspected rebellion. Here stood a retired elder, secretly controlling Anbu operatives through cursed seals. Denzo snorted dismissively, unwilling to justify himself. He rose, intending to leave. Hiruzen was too soft, he wouldn't accept Denzo's reasoning. But despite the confrontation, Denzo was confident he wouldn't face serious repercussions. His status as a Hidden Lee village elder and leader of the militant faction offered him protection. And Hiruzen's history of leniency, like sparing Orochimaru, only strengthened his belief. As for the advisors, they might attempt to curtail his influence, but if they truly had the means, they would have acted long ago. Wait. Hiruzen's voice stopped him in his tracks. Denzo, do you remember a name, Kabuto Yakushi? Kabuto Yakushi. Denzo's mind raced. The boy had been an excellent tool. Under his manipulation, Kabuto had eliminated a rogue the Wandering Miko before disappearing from Denzo's control. I don't know who you're talking about. Denzo lied smoothly. We have evidence that Kabuto was a former Root operative, planted within the village under a fabricated identity. Hiruzen said, his voice heavy with anger. Today, he attempted to attack one of Hidden Leaf Village's most talented young ninja and escaped even Kakashi's pursuit. Denzo, do you really know nothing about this? Hiruzen's tone left no room for evasion. Root's supposed dissolution had long been a sham, but an attack on Hidden Lee Village's young talent crossed an inviolable line. Denzo remained silent for a moment before finally storming out of the office. He needed to destroy evidence and prepare for Anbu inspections to remove the cursed seals. Though he had committed countless atrocities, mimicking Hidden Mist Village's brutal methods, human experiments, and more, this time, he felt genuinely frustrated. He truly hadn't known Kabuto was still alive. It's a shame I can't say more. Link strolled through Hidden Lee Village's streets, reflecting on the morning's events. Naming Kabuto had been risky, but the village's trust in him, and the enigmatic secret techniques he wielded, allowed him to navigate the situation. If he'd revealed too much, like Kabuto being Orochimaru's protege or on par with Kakashi, his position might have become untenable. As for the idea of defecting to Orochimaru, he dismissed it immediately. Orochimaru's controlling nature meant that anyone under his command lived in constant fear. Freedom in such a scenario was an illusion. Hidden Leaf Village, on the other hand, is perfect, Link thought. With Hiruzen's protection, there was no need for him to endure strict militarization or political intrigue. Even if Hiruzen were to pass, Tsunada's leadership would uphold the village's will of fire. Everyone here is talented, speaks well. I love my Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 60, My Delicate Illness Extraction Jutsu is a bit off. Link returned to his home, noticing a letter and a scroll on the table. He glanced at them briefly before using a clone jutsu, ready to toss his head if something went wrong. Only then did he cautiously approach the table and knock on the window. Two Anbu stationed on a rooftop opposite his home, protecting him without infringing on his privacy, swiftly entered the room. Stepping outside, Link let the Anbu check the letter and scroll. After their inspection, they nodded to signal no apparent threats. Only then did he enter the room. The letter was devoid of sender details, containing just a time and location for a meeting. When Link opened the scroll, his heart skipped a beat. Inside was a knee-rank sealing jutsu he had applied for but had been denied, 5 Elements Seal, one of the more powerful sealing techniques. So, I've become useful now. After a deep breath, Link calmed himself. Whether the scroll came from Orochimaru or Denzo, he strongly suspected one of the two. He couldn't afford to learn the technique or engage with either of them. He wasn't confident he could outmaneuver such experienced schemers. And what if the scroll was a trap? Please deliver this to Lord Third, Link said, suppressing his curiosity as he handed the letter and scroll to the Anbu. His tone was steady. Understood. The Anbu accepted the items and disappeared with their partner in a burst of motion. The gust from their departure made the curtain sway briefly, leaving Link alone in the room once more. Click, he closed the window, and the shadow he had prepared in the corner of the room melted back into its place beneath him. With Earth-style techniques complete, it's time for medical ninjutsu and summoning, Rashomon. Standing at the window, Link worked to calm his thoughts and refocus on his training. Among the techniques approved by the third Hokage, he had deliberately delayed learning delicate illness extraction jutsu because the name alone suggested it was a highly specialized healing jutsu. It seemed intended for removing minor diseases, which didn't sound particularly useful, so he prioritized Earth-style first. As for summoning, Rashomon, he suspected it might be overwhelmingly powerful. Given how his summoning jutsu could connect to the afterlife, he could only imagine what this technique might summon. The name Rashomon in Japanese lore referred to a massive, unbreakable gate, later evolving into a metaphor for the boundary between life and death. In the ninja world, it represented unparalleled defense. But knowing me, I might summon something straight from the afterlife. Still, Link decided to delay the Rashomon training. If something went wrong, he wanted more jutsu in his arsenal to handle emergencies. Let's focus on delicate illness extraction first, Link muttered, retrieving the scroll. 3 days later, Training Ground 7, morning squeak, squeak, squeak. Link placed a rabbit with a small incision back on the ground. Despite its struggles, it grew weaker. He observed the situation with a confused expression. The training had been successful, the jutsu worked and even mutated, but the effect was unclear. The original delicate illness extraction jutsu was a precise detoxification technique used with chakra scalpel. It required detecting disturbances in a patient's chakra network, isolating toxins, and carefully extracting them. The training prerequisites were stringent, requiring high chakra control and sensory abilities. Furthermore, mastery of chakra scalpel was necessary to create an exit pathway for the toxins. While the learning curve was steep, the jutsu was widely used to train chakra control and medical knowledge. But in Link's hands, where's the chakra going? What did I extract? Link looked at the now lifeless rabbit, puzzled. The jutsu had activated successfully, but there was no visible result. He wondered if the technique targeted only viruses or if the mutation had rendered it situationally useless. Finding a sick rabbit is harder than finding a patient, he muttered. I might need a human test subject. Before he could dwell on it further, he heard familiar voices. Boss. Turning, Link saw Iris and Emmy walking toward him. Iris's arm was still in a sling, but his cheerful demeanor betrayed no signs of discomfort. Good morning. Emmy greeted. Good morning. Link replied, setting the rabbit aside. How are your injuries? Completely healed. Iris flexed his uninjured arm for emphasis. Link nodded but didn't waste time chatting. He sat on a nearby rock, deep in thought. Iris and Emmy began their own training, leaving him undisturbed. I've been observing for 2 days without any harm. Maybe I should test it on myself. Finally making up his mind, Link channeled chakra into his hands, carefully activating delicate illness extraction jutsu on himself. A strange sensation washed over him as if something intangible was being stripped away. The soreness from training and chakra refinement subsided, replaced by a subtle tingling relief. Link stood abruptly, his expression a mix of surprise and amazement. With his knowledge of medical ninjutsu, he understood the implications immediately. The mutated jutsu had repaired his cellular damage from training. Chapter 61, Be Better as Expected. After repeated attempts, Link confirmed that the delicate illness extraction jutsu could repair cell-level damage based on the amount of chakra supplied. The only issue was the extreme precision required, making the process slow. The rabbit, cut for testing, hadn't lived long enough to see much progress before succumbing. This jutsu was lackluster in emergency situations, far less effective than direct chakra healing. It likely wouldn't be much help against cancer or viruses either. However, for eliminating necrotic tissue or repairing physical damage, it was a game-changer. And Link quickly realized another potential application, enhancing physical training efficiency. On Earth, building muscle involves creating mechanical tension and metabolic stress, which causes micro-tears in the muscle. These tears signal the body to repair and grow stronger. The process requires balancing damage and recovery, taking time and consistency to achieve results. In the Naruto world, things were simpler for ninjas. Chakra exertion alone put immense pressure on the body, accelerating muscle development with even minor tears. Still, overdoing it risked injuries that could stall progress. But with delicate illness extraction jutsu, Link could bypass the risks entirely. This jutsu allowed immediate repairs without overburdening the body, enabling sustained, high-intensity training. By repeating cycles of damage and recovery, his body could grow far more efficiently. Link glanced at his 2 teammates, diligently training nearby, and smirked. I hope they'll enjoy what's coming next. Afternoon, Ninja Academy Gate. Iris, you didn't need to come. Emmy muttered nervously, standing across the street from the academy. She glanced at the entrance, then turned to Iris, who was happily munching on a skewer of dumplings. Relax. Iris replied nonchalantly, taking another bite. Nearby, Link leaned against a wall, arms crossed. His eyes scanned the distant streets as he replied, almost done. I had a major breakthrough. Neither teammate pressed him for details, focusing instead on their own concerns. Emmy tried to calm herself, watching students trickle out of the academy. Among them, a girl in a pink cheongsam and green shorts caught her eye. Here goes nothing. Emmy whispered, glancing nervously at Link before approaching the pink-haired girl. What do you want? The girl asked coldly. Emmy hesitated, fidgeting, but before she could speak, two voices rang out. Emmy-chan. Two girls rushed to her side, each grabbing one of her arms. They glared at the pink-haired girl and said, Hey, forehead. Our Emmy-chan is a ninja now. Humphrey, what's so great about that, you fat pig and ugly witch? The pink-haired girl retorted, hands on her hips. What did you say? One of Ami's friends yelled, incensed. Enough, Kasumi. Emmy interrupted, her tone firm. She locked eyes with the pink-haired girl and took a deep breath. Sakura Haruno, I'm sorry. Huh? Sakura blinked, surprised. Ami's tension eased after apologizing, and she continued, I shouldn't have teased you about your forehead. Emmy had long dismissed the petty squabbles from their academy days. Facing life and death missions, witnessing lives slip away, such trivialities now felt laughable. But memories of mocking Sakura, watching her cry, and laughing with her friends afterward filled Emmy with guilt. Inspired by Link and her desire to improve herself, Emmy had decided to make amends. You're apologizing to her? Kasumi gasped, stepping back in disbelief. Seriously? Just because you're an ninja now doesn't mean you get to act all high and mighty. Ami's two closest friends suddenly turned against her, their eyes filled with disdain. Looking at Sakura, Emmy hoped for some relief. I don't need your apology. Sakura snapped. You're so fake. Emmy felt the weight of her courage drain away. She stood alone, exposed to the judgmental stares of students passing by. Give her some time. Link said, holding back Iris, who had started forward. This isn't something we can fix for her. As teammates, we need to give her space. After a while, Emmy walked back, her expression hollow. She asked hesitantly, Boss, am I doing the right thing? There's no absolute right or wrong in this world. Link replied calmly, releasing Iris. You're just trying to become the version of yourself you want to be. He genuinely didn't care about Ami's history with Sakura. After everything he'd done, sympathizing over schoolyard teasing seemed trivial. But he admired Ami's determination to reflect and improve. People who aspire to be better are the easiest to guide. Okay. Emmy murmured, wiping away her tears. Her expression, though tear-streaked, showed resolve. Iris, however, looked utterly clueless about how to comfort her, awkwardly standing nearby. Link turned and began walking down the street. Let's go. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin hellish training. Hellish training? Iris froze. Emmy, still sniffling, looked up. She didn't know how to react to his words. Tears and snot dripped down her face as she stared after him, her emotions a mix of confusion and resignation. When Iris silently handed her a tissue, she blushed slightly and accepted it without a word. Chapter 62, My Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon is a bit off. Evening, Training Ground 7. Finally, the last jutsu. Dripping with sweat, Link sat on a rock, recovering from his self-imposed overtraining regimen. He had decided to test it on himself before applying it to his teammates. The results were inconclusive for now. There were no visible differences yet, as the true effects would only manifest during subsequent training sessions or natural body growth. However, delicate illness extraction jutsu had proven its value. It left no lingering damage. It was as though the injuries had never occurred. The extracted damage seemed to dissipate too quickly for him to store it, and when tested on a rabbit, it produced no noticeable reactions. Perhaps the damage was simply too minor for the rabbit to notice. Another observation was that while the jutsu eliminated physical pain and fatigue caused by training or damage, mental fatigue persisted. This meant careful planning would be necessary when using it. Satisfied for now, Link exhaled deeply and stood. He gathered his chakra, formed seals, and executed, summoning jutsu, Rashomon. Clack. Boom. A blackened gray gate burst forth from the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It wasn't as ominous as he had imagined. The structure was about 7 to 8 meters tall and nearly 10 meters wide, resembling a classic Japanese castle gate, complete with tiled roofing and wooden framework. It looked oddly similar to the main gate of Tensaku Town. The gate's double doors bore menacing demon faces with fangs and horns. The sides were black walls emitting a faint, ominous aura. Breathing heavily from the chakra expenditure, Link approached and pushed the gate open. Creak. Inside, a swirling vortex of strange energy churned, accompanied by fragmented whispers. Though the words were unclear, the air was thick with negative emotions. He took a step back, sensing something was about to emerge. Tap. 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 Footsteps echoed from within. Moments later, a figure stepped into the sunset-lit scene, a man wearing a Hidden Leaf Village Anbu chestplate and black cropped pants, his face obscured by a monkey mask. Link froze, staring at the man in disbelief. The man removed his mask, revealing a face somewhat resembling Link's. Smiling warmly, he ruffled Link's hair and said, "Long time no see, son." But before Link could react, countless gray-white hands shot out from the vortex, grabbing the man and dragging him back inside. Bang! The gate slammed shut, twisting and dissolving into nothingness as if it had never existed. Link snapped out of his daze to realize his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. His body throbbed with intense pain, a sign of continuous chakra release. It hurts. There was no time to dwell on his unexpected reunion with his father. The pain was overwhelming, forcing him to crouch down. He had read about this before. Excessive chakra release caused severe pain. Neji Hyuga mentioned it during his fight with Kidomaru, and Sasuke experienced similar agony while activating Susanoo. But Link hadn't expected it to be this bad. No wonder Sasuke could barely stand during such moments. After some time, he staggered to his feet, wiping tears caused by the pain. His expression was complex. "As I suspected, I've opened a gateway to the Pure Land." The line between life and death had blurred in his hands. The good news? The Sage of Six Paths hadn't shown up to lecture him. The bad news? The continuous pain from prolonged chakra expenditure couldn't be avoided. Moreover, it seemed that someone needed to have prior communication with him to cross from the Pure Land to the living world via Rashomon. "I guess I'll need to figure out how to make a call to the first or second Hokage." Determined, Link made a mental note. He had to ensure Hiruzen Sarutobi survived the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan. The Reaper Death Seal would interfere with his newfound service and limit its potential. The power of change is in my hands. 1 month later, Training Ground 7. Huff. Huff. Lying shirtless on a rock, Link panted heavily. His once vaguely defined muscles were now sharply cut, sweat dripping onto the grass below. He hadn't used the delicate illness extraction jutsu to repair his muscle damage yet. Extracting the damage too early would halt the natural repair and growth processes. 1 session of intense training paired with the jutsu every week was enough to accelerate his physical development. Overdoing it would only cause unnecessary mental strain. Training alongside his teammates, Link realized that pure effort wasn't enough to build strength. Natural talent played a huge role. Muscle repair, structural adjustments, and neural recruitment for better control, all of these varied greatly between individuals. Physical growth was as much about genetics as it was effort. Unfortunately, neither he nor his teammates were physical prodigies. But with his advantage, the gap could eventually be closed. "Boss." Iris stumbled over, collapsing against the rock. "We're resuming missions tomorrow. Can't we just stay in the village and keep training?" Of the three, Iris was the most addicted to the feeling of getting stronger. Sitting on the other side, Emmy sighed as she inspected her developing muscles. "If it weren't for Boss, do you think you'd get to stay in the village for over a month without taking on a single mission?" Thud. Thud. Link unstrapped the weights from his waist and legs, letting them drop to the ground. Staring at the blue sky, he said, "Take your time. We have plenty of it. Even geniuses couldn't afford to stay idle in the village." Missions were essential for contributing to the village and developing as a ninja. Besides, his wallet was suffering from their intense training diet. "Wrap up early today and get some rest. We'll meet at the Hokage's office tomorrow morning." With that, Link closed his eyes, enjoying the calm after his training. Emmy and Iris exchanged glances before accepting his decision. Soon, the three of them were sitting shoulder to shoulder against the rock, their breathing soft and synchronized. Chapter 63, the story began the next day, morning, Hokage building. "Is Inshui-sensei not coming?" Iris asked instinctively as the three gathered. Link shook his head and led the way into the mission assignment office. Inshui-sensei has his own missions to handle. After all, Link being targeted for assassination and the two Genin taking a break were understandable. But there was no way a Jonin would get the same leeway. "Good morning, Lord Third." Link greeted Hiruzen Sarutobi after entering. "Please assign us a B-rank mission." "A B-rank mission, you say?" The third Hokage considered briefly before selecting a mission scroll from the stack on his desk. "Here, take this one." Link took the scroll, glanced at it briefly, and bowed slightly, preparing to leave with his teammates. Wait. The third Hokage stopped him and pulled a familiar scroll from beneath the desk. Handing it over, he said, "A rank jutsu are incredibly difficult to learn, and sealing techniques are even more so. This jutsu is one that only I know in the village now. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me." "Is that the 5 elements seal scroll?" Link froze momentarily upon receiving it. Looking up at the third Hokage's warm and kind smile, he didn't thank him outright or say much. He simply responded calmly, "Understood. Safe travels." The third Hokage said, watching the 3 young shinobi depart with a gentle smile. Outside the Hokage building, Iris couldn't wait any longer. "Boss, what's our mission?" "To assassinate a missing nin." Link replied coldly, tucking the 5 elements seal scroll into his pouch. "A missing nin from our village. Land of fire, land of grass border. SHHSHHSHH." The 3 members of Link's team sped through the forest, leaping effortlessly between branches. Their pace was rapid. The target was once a Chunin who stole classified information and killed comrades before fleeing to the land of grass. He was last spotted in a city within its borders. The report states the target is skilled in taijutsu and earth-style ninjutsu. Suspected to be a spy from another village. Our mission is to eliminate the target and recover the stolen information. Link paused before adding, "This time, the task is yours to handle." The intense training his teammates had undergone, along with their progress in chakra nature manipulation, meant they were now close in strength to an average Chunin. His tone was not a suggestion but a command. His teammates exchanged glances, accepting the responsibility. Iris, perhaps too casually, remarked, "The target has the same chakra nature as you, boss. Earth style. Shut up and save your energy." Emi snapped, dousing his enthusiasm like a cold bucket of water. Link said nothing, silently increasing his speed. After about 10 minutes, the silhouette of a city emerged on the horizon, faintly illuminated under the night sky. Concealed by the shadows, they infiltrated the city, blending seamlessly into its quieter corners. Thanks to the village's intelligence, they quickly located their target in a secluded inn. When they arrived, it was already late into the night. The target was fast asleep. Iris and Ami dismantled the traps at the door and entered the room silently. Exchanging a brief glance, they each threw a handful of shuriken at the bed. SHH. 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 The shuriken tore through the bedding, masking the sound of the target's substitution jutsu. A trap that alerts the target when dismantled. It's a clever setup. Link stood outside the window, arms crossed, quietly observing. Despite being asleep, the target had reacted almost instantly and used a clone technique to create a decoy. Clink. Iris twisted midair, raising his arm to block the target's kunai strike from behind. The clash of steel rang out. Almost simultaneously, Emi drove her kunai into the target's neck. Crack. The target crumbled into pieces of rock, a rock clone. The real target attempted to escape through the door but was quickly forced back into the room by Emi. A rock clone. A shinobi from Hidden Stones village? Link remained still, analyzing. This specific technique was unique to the Hidden Stones village, even the Hidden Leaf village didn't have an equivalent. Inside, the 3 clashed again. Their taijutsu skills were evenly matched. However, Iris and Ami's teamwork allowed them to suppress the target, preventing any effective counterattacks. The target, realizing the disadvantage, conserved his limited chakra and avoided using earth-style ninjutsu. After 10 tense seconds of exchanging blows, he made a desperate gamble, charging toward the window to escape. A poor decision. Crash. Link didn't move. His shadow rose from the ground and, before fully forming, struck the target with an eerie kick. The glass shattered, and the target was sent flying backward, only to be pinned down by Iris. Squish. The target's head rolled to the floor. Mission complete. 2.5 months later, afternoon, Hidden Leaf Village. Dust-covered and weary, the 3 returned home. Iris stretched lazily, his voice relaxed. Finally, we can rest in the village for a bit. Emi frowned at the mud-stained hems of her cropped pants. I hope we never get assigned another mission in the Land of Rain. The weather there is a nightmare for girls. Their last mission had been escorting an unfortunate official fleeing the Land of Rain to the Land of Fire. He had apparently offended certain factions amidst the Hidden Rain village's chaos, or perhaps embezzled funds. In any case, he was wealthy enough to hire shinobi from the Hidden Leaf village instead of the Hidden Rain village. It was a task riddled with complications. Still, ninja cared little about the morality of their clients. So long as they paid, justice or evil didn't matter. The journey through perpetual rain and endless mud, culminating in a midnight battle with pursuing shinobi, had left them grimy and exhausted. Leading the way, Link looked relatively clean, though his clothes were still damp. Let's rest for the next couple of days. Tomorrow afternoon, yakiniku. He stopped abruptly, causing his teammates to halt as well. Yo, Chun and Link. Long time no see. A familiar, relaxed voice greeted them. Kakashi Hatake stood nearby, holding an inappropriate book. Long time no see, Jonin Kakashi Hatake. Link replied, his gaze shifting to the group behind Kakashi, Naruto Uzumaki looking tired, Sakura Haruno glancing at Ami, and a dark-haired boy staring directly at Link. So, the story has finally begun. Thoughts raced through Link's mind as he resumed walking, gesturing for his teammates to follow. Behind him, the dark-haired boy spoke, Kakashi-sensei, who are they? Chapter 64, Continuation. Knock, knock, knock. Link rubbed his eyes and glanced at the clock. It was just past 7 in the morning. Looking toward the window, he yawned and asked, Inshui-sensei, what's so urgent this early? While speaking, he got out of bed. Sorry. Nara Inshui casually pushed open the window and climbed into the room. Though he apologized, his face showed no trace of remorse. Milk. Soda. Juice. Link walked to the refrigerator and opened it. Inshui waved his hand to decline and said, I know you just got back from a mission yesterday afternoon, but there's something waiting for you. Another special mission? Link asked, shaking off his drowsiness and focusing. Do you remember the gold mine mission in the Land of Rivers? Inshui asked. Seeing Link nod, he continued, the gold mine's operation is going smoothly, but the Land of Wind wants to negotiate gold prices. Our previous client has requested us again to escort him to the Land of Wind for the talks. So, this is a village-assigned mission? Link asked calmly. Exactly. Inshui confirmed. That merchant has been making waves lately. He's quite willing to spend generously. A rank mission. And he specifically requested for you to join this mission. Link thought for a moment before asking, when do we leave? 2 days from now. The client is currently in Tenzaku Town. Inshui replied, providing the time and location. This time, the likelihood of combat is low, but the client. There was no need to explain why the client was willing to pay A-rank mission prices. Last time, the mission was supposed to be low risk, but they nearly lost their lives in the Land of Rivers. It wasn't surprising the client was now more willing to pay up. That's all. Inshui said vaguely, trusting his mature subordinate to understand. If there are no further questions, we'll prepare to depart for Tenzaku Town in 2 days. Seeing Link nod, Inshui vanished in a flash. Link didn't bother closing the window. The weather was pleasant, with a gentle breeze carrying the warmth of early spring. I should probably buy some new clothes, he thought as he washed up. His growth spurt recently had been quite impressive. At 7 years old, he was barely 120 centimeters tall. By the time he graduated at 9, he hadn't even reached 130 centimeters. For 2 years, his growth was stagnant, likely due to his relentless training and lack of proper nutrition. However, over the past year since graduating, he had shot up to 144 centimeters. Growing over 10 centimeters in a year was incredible. Some might cry tears of envy. At only 10 years old, not even a full decade of life behind him, his growth trajectory suggested he might eventually reach 180 centimeters if things continued. Height wasn't the only area of growth. His muscle development had been remarkable. Clothes purchased just 2 months ago now felt tight. Thanks to the overuse of the delicate illness extraction jutsu in his training, he'd developed muscles that seemed out of place on his short frame. Combined with his still small head. Gulp. After finishing his morning routine, he found that his shadow had already prepared breakfast. He downed a large glass of milk and let out a satisfied burp. Unlike Naruto, Link wasn't particularly fond of milk, but everyone said milk helped with growth, so. After breakfast, he grabbed his wallet and set out for the commercial district to buy new clothes and maybe some sweets. It had been too long since he'd last had roasted chestnuts. Swish. Inshui reappeared, his voice trailing behind. Oh, right, he paused, staring at the shadow that was currently helping Link put on his shirt. His expression grew complicated as he added, Nara Shikaku wants to meet you. Inshui had only learned last month about Link's peculiar ability to manipulate shadows, which had become apparent during a mission where Link used it to kill an enemy and save another hidden Leaf Village ninja. The news had spread, and it wasn't long before Shikaku, one of the previous generation's Inoshikacho trio, decided to talk to the boy. Link smiled awkwardly, taking the sleeve from the shadow and sending it back to his feet. When? It's not mandatory. Whenever you're free, you can visit the Nara clan compound. Inshui replied. His gaze lingered on the shadow briefly. Frankly, controlling one shadow to such a degree was eerie, even for a Nara. Alright. Should I prepare a formal letter of introduction? Link asked with a straight face. Inshui rolled his eyes. What do you think this is, ancient times? Just go directly. He started to leave but couldn't resist glancing back at the shadow. So strange. Just one more look. With mixed feelings, he disappeared again. So it's finally come to this. Link wasn't surprised. He had been anticipating this. His displayed abilities were too diverse to avoid scrutiny. The overlap between his shadow-based skills and the Nara clan's techniques was too significant to ignore. That it had taken this long for someone to confront him was only due to the cautious protection afforded by Hiruzen and the village's moderates. However, that protection wasn't indefinite. Sooner or later, questions would need answering. Squeak. Stretching, Link heard his clothes groan under the strain. The fabric clung tightly to his noticeably muscular arms. Looking into the mirror, he couldn't help but think of another small, muscular figure with a K on his name, a certain bald hero with a beautiful wife and a life full of sacrifices. I really shouldn't keep bulking up like this. The thought crossed his mind, leaving him conflicted. While muscle strength contributed to physical power, for a ninja, chakra capacity was tied more to stamina than sheer muscle mass. Overloading on muscle alone would lead to diminishing returns. Cardio, digestion, and a balanced physique were just as important. Oh, but if you happened to be a Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha, or the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then never mind. Chapter 65, Nara Shikaku. It's a bit surreal. Link, dressed casually for the first time in a while, walked through the bustling commercial district, feeling an odd sense of temporal dissonance. Yesterday, he was trekking through forests and battling enemies, and today, he was standing on a modern-looking street shopping for clothes. Shaking off the odd feeling, he entered a clothing store and efficiently picked out a few larger-sized outfits. After trying them on and confirming the price was reasonable, he made the purchase without much fuss or browsing. He was satisfied with his usual style, the only issue was that his current clothes were getting too tight. However, the new, larger clothes were slightly long for him. While the store tailored his purchases, Link decided to grab some sweets. Wandering the streets, he soon found himself at a familiar shop selling roasted chestnuts. Standing in line, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Glancing up, he found himself face to chest with an obstacle wrapped in fishnet and black fabric. Adjusting his view, he saw a woman with short purple hair tied in a pineapple-like style, wearing a brown trench coat and a friendly, familiar grin. "Yo, kid. I remember your name's Link, right?" A boisterous voice greeted him. Her face was cheerful, but Link kept his tone flat. "Nice to meet you. You're here to cut in line, aren't you?" The woman let out a haughty laugh. "Ha. We're comrades from the same village, right? Besides, Kiran, I mentioned you a few times, so, I don't even know who you are." Link interrupted her calmly. The two bystanders behind them exchanged awkward glances. The purple-haired woman leaned closer and whispered conspiratorially, "I'm Anko Mitarashi, a friend of Kiranai. How about I buy you dango and red bean soup if you let me cut?" "Deal." Link agreed instantly. What a straightforward brat. Anko thought, pouting slightly. From what Kiranai had said, this kid was supposed to be talented, mature, and reliable. Reality wasn't quite living up to the hype. This is amazing. Anko gleefully bit into a piece of yoken and grinned at Link. "Don't hesitate to come to me if you ever need help, okay, Link-chan?" While she enjoyed her sweets, Link sipped his red bean soup, savoring the sugary warmth. It was pure bliss, especially for someone in a growth phase. He could understand why certain white-haired swordsmen had such a sweet tooth. "Good, isn't it?" Anko asked proudly. Link rolled his eyes. "Why are you acting proud?" He thought but chose not to voice it. Standing up, he simply said, "Goodbye." They'd shared a queue and some snacks as a favor to Kiranai. He didn't see any reason to deepen their connection further. As she watched him walk away, Anko's cheerful expression faded. "He's a bit of an unlikable brat," she thought, her fingers tightening around her drink can. "But he's probably nothing like him." The aluminum groaned under her grip. Link didn't dwell on whatever Anko was thinking. After picking up his tailored clothes from the shop, he returned home. Lying on his bed, he waited for his shadow to finish washing and drying the new clothes. Around noon, he got up and headed to the barbecue restaurant. He had promised his teammates they'd celebrate their successful mission with grilled meat. As the one treating them, Link wasn't particularly stingy. Recent missions had been lucrative, and he had no qualms about spending money on food. Like most ninja, he didn't bother saving. After all, their profession was fraught with mortality, and there was always another payday after completing a mission. The meal was as enjoyable as ever. Over sizzling meats, Link shared the details of their next mission, as relayed by Nara in Shui. Afterward, he returned home to change into something slightly more formal before heading to the Nara clan compound. Meeting Nara Shikaku was inevitable. Better to get it over with sooner than later. The compound wasn't far from Inshui's home, so Link initially thought about dragging his teacher along. However, finding the house empty, he proceeded alone. Carrying a gift box of yoken he'd bought that morning, Link soon arrived at the Nara residence. Ding dong. After a few moments, the door opened. Click. Shikaku greeted him with a faint smile. Come in. Excuse me. Link said, bowing before stepping inside and removing his shoes. Following Shikaku to the living room, Link handed over the gift box. Just a small token of appreciation. Thank you. Shikaku replied, accepting the yoken and pouring him a cup of tea. I imagine you're curious why I wanted to meet. Yes. Link admitted, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Have you considered becoming my apprentice? Shikaku asked bluntly. The question caught Link off guard. Before he could respond, Shikaku continued, technically, it should be Hiruzen-sama taking you as his student. Given the training, guidance, and resources the third Hokage had already provided, it was akin to an informal apprenticeship. But Shikaku shook his head. For various reasons, the third likely won't take on any more disciples. And since you've demonstrated an affinity for shadow-based techniques, it naturally fell to me to ask. He was straightforward. If you're not interested, I won't force you. With your talent and potential, there may not be much I can teach you. You're too modest. Link replied after a moment's thought. He could piece together the reasons behind the offer. Hiruzen's reluctance to take on more students likely stemmed from the fallout with Orochimaru. And as part of the Inoshikacho trio, Shikaku and his clan were staunch allies of the Sarutobi family. This was a clear olive branch from the village's moderates. The only question was, should he accept? Chapter 66, Apprentice Click. Just as Link was deep in thought, the sound of a door opening broke the silence, followed by measured footsteps approaching. Another classic Nara pineapple hairstyle appeared, this one smaller. The boy entered, scratching his head, but froze upon noticing a guest in the house. He swallowed his words and stiffened. This is my son, Shikamaru. Nara Shikaku introduced the younger pineapple head and gestured for him to come over. This is Link, a Chunin. The resemblance between the father and son was uncanny. Shikamaru hesitated for a moment, his expression unchanging but clearly muttering troublesome in his head as he begrudgingly walked over, sat neatly beside his father, and gave a small, polite bow. Despite his composed demeanor, his thoughts were already far away. Link nodded in acknowledgement and then said, Sensei, I'll be in your care from now on. The decision to become Shikaku's apprentice was simple. By officially aligning himself with the previous generation's Nara of the Inoshikacho trio, he gained the Nara clan's backing, a significant advantage. In the short term, this move would solidify the moderates' trust in him. In the long term, it provided a stepping stone to becoming a Jonin or even a Hokage. As for the Hokage's sacrifices? If I ever become Hokage, why would I care about those? Link mused. Shikaku smiled warmly, stroking his goatee. Whether this arrangement was purely political or not, it was undeniable that gaining such a talented apprentice was a boon. Meanwhile, Shikamaru's half-lidded eyes shot open, his mouth slightly agape. His face screamed, "Did I miss something?" as he glanced between his father and the now upright Link. His questions multiplied. "Feel free to come by if you ever need anything," Shikaku said, standing up. "Why don't you stay for dinner tonight? You and Shikamaru are about the same age, it'll be good for you to connect." Troublesome. 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 Shikamaru muttered internally. His father didn't give him a chance to protest, walking off cheerfully. "I'll leave you young folks to it." Left in the living room, the two boys sat across from each other, staring silently. Link. Shikamaru. They introduced themselves again, then fell back into silence. Eventually, Shikamaru decided to take the initiative, feeling it was his duty as the host. "I've heard about you. A prodigy who became a Chunin in the same year you graduated." "You flatter me," Link replied dryly. Ironically, Shikamaru himself would achieve the same feat during the Chunin exams. "I saw you at Yakinikakyu earlier today," Shikamaru continued, trying to keep the conversation alive. Link's response was short. Shikamaru stood abruptly. "I'm going to the bathroom." He left and didn't return. He's probably not coming back, Link thought, glancing at the door. Talking with someone as prematurely mature as Shikamaru was slightly challenging for him. Their dynamic had shifted too quickly from strangers to a peculiar form of camaraderie. After all, Shikaku was now his sensei. Whether in his past or current life, Link believed the bond between master and apprentice was inherently close, especially in a profession like being a ninja. Betraying a mentor was something only a particular deranged individual would do. Even Orochimaru, when confronting Hiruzen, had to stab his own hand with a kunai to resolve his inner conflict. Hell, Orochimaru shed tears afterward. Still, keeping some distance might be better. Link thought, attempting to maintain his usual detachment. Correction, keeping distance didn't help much. Link felt utterly out of place as he walked home. Shikamaru's mother, Shikaku's wife, Yoshino Nara, was exceedingly welcoming. Upon learning that Link was an orphan and now family, she smothered him with kindness, conversation, and concern. Meanwhile, Shikamaru had eaten and disappeared, and Shikaku sat silently beside them, not daring to interject. What should have been a casual dinner had stretched until 9 at night. A meddlesome woman with no concept of boundaries. Link thought, shaking his head. Drawing a breath, he refined his chakra, formed hand seals, and slammed his hands together. Summoning jutsu. As the technique activated, he projected his thoughts into the ether. Any Hidden Leaf Village ninja out there? Figures. Another damned brat from Hidden Leaf Village, playing with life and death. Insert about 15 profanities here. Link cancelled the jutsu without hesitation, blocking out the angry soul's tirade. There were too many dead in the Pure Land. Well, obviously. He'd been experimenting with his summoning jutsu lately, hoping to find useful souls to bring back. Unfortunately, contacting a Hidden Leaf Village ninja was like finding a needle in a haystack. Over 99% of the souls he reached were either clueless civilians unaware they were dead or resentful individuals. Many were like the one just now, immediately hostile. So far, he'd found only 2 Hidden Leaf Village ninja souls, his father and Link performed the jutsu again, this time with specific intent. After briefly greeting his father, he called out, "Nawaki, good evening." "Evening already? Time sure is strange here." Nawaki's thoughts responded, contemplative. In the Pure Land, time didn't seem to exist. For the dead, it felt like only a second had passed between Link's first and latest contact. Theoretically, this ability was perfect for interrogation. Souls couldn't lie in this state. However, without a medium to pinpoint specific souls, finding the right one was an arduous process. Even standing near the memorial stone or graves didn't seem to help. Link was still trying to figure out the logic behind it. "Did you need something?" Nawaki asked cautiously. Keeping his tone light, Link replied, "Have you ever thought about returning to the living world?" After all, if he wanted to assemble an army of revenants, he needed willing souls from the Pure Land. Chapter 67, Vigilance. Nawaki's emotions wavered. As much as the idea of a dead person returning to the living world seemed unreliable, perhaps even sinister, he was still just a child at heart. His hesitation was natural, but he ultimately responded with some resolve, "No." Even young, a ninja develops a certain discernment. Nawaki understood that one should never make casual agreements, especially when matters of life and death were involved. "What if I told you you could see your sister again?" Link shamelessly played the family card. Nawaki instantly shut down, literally. He refused to communicate further, his last thought being a stubborn refusal to allow himself to be used as leverage against Tsunade. It was a childish response. Avoiding all communication might prevent exploitation, but it also meant losing any opportunity to influence his circumstances. Link shook his head, unfazed. He wasn't particularly worried about controlling summoned spirits. With an excess of chakra, he could forcibly materialize a summoned soul in a semi-transparent form in the living world. Once he grew stronger and more influential, he could pull these spirits into the world, speak to them, appeal to their emotions, and, when necessary, use Rashomon to summon them fully as combatants. His main interest in Nawaki wasn't the boy's combat prowess. After all, Nawaki had perished on the battlefield almost immediately. His value lay elsewhere, as Tsunade's younger brother. Tsunade was a top-tier medic nin, the holder of a highly coveted jutsu, and someone likely to become Hokage before Link ever could. Building a connection through Nawaki could be strategically valuable. Different circumstances, different outcomes. Link thought. Orochimaru's failed gambit in the manga might work in his hands. He called out to Nawaki a few more times, but the boy remained stubbornly silent, likely tuning him out completely. Shrugging, Link used the last moments of his summoning to chat briefly with his father before ending the jutsu. He prepared to rest. Today had been indulgent, with no training, and tomorrow he intended to make up for it. Step by step, discipline builds strength. 2 days later, morning, Danzaku Town, at a hotel. "Chunin Link, thank you for ensuring my survival during the last mission." The Land of Fire merchant greeted him warmly. "You're too kind." Link replied courteously, though he didn't entertain the merchant's exaggerated praise. Standing nearby, Nara and Shuai remained composed, adopting a neutral demeanor. Let the benefactor say what he pleases, he thought. Link was now part of the Nara family in spirit, and any attempts at sowing division would likely fail. The merchant rose from his seat, his smile never faltering. "I'm counting on you again for this mission. Leave it to us," Shuai assured him, stepping in to respond. "Downstairs. Back here again." Iris looked at the bustling streets with a tinge of nostalgia. Their first mission outside the village had started here, and looking at it now, he couldn't believe how much time had passed. They had grown significantly since then, but the town remained the same, just as lively, just as vibrant. Emmy stood calmly beside him, no longer darting her gaze around like she had on their first visit. Before long, Inshui and Link descended the stairs, followed by the merchant and a group of unfamiliar samurai. The two teammates naturally fell into position within the convoy, waiting for the merchant to settle into his cargo, palanquin. Last time, the man had opted for a carriage. Now, with a palanquin, it wasn't just about wealth, it was a show of status. Of course, the destination played a role. On their previous mission to the Land of Rivers, the merchant had prioritized comfort for the wilderness journey. This time, heading directly to the Land of Wind, the route was more urbanized, with frequent stops in towns and cities, rendering the palanquin practical. Inshui remained near the palanquin, constantly vigilant. Link blended into the vanguard among the samurai, ready to respond to any forward assaults. The group pushed through the bustling streets, leaving Tensaku town behind and beginning their journey to the Land of Wind. That evening, at their stopover town, Link's suspicion about the merchant lingered. When they first met, the man had been dismissive of ninjas and samurai alike. Now, his sudden politeness and warmth seemed suspicious. Something's not right. If the attacker in Hidden Leaf Village had been Kabuto, could this merchant? Link's thoughts raced, alarms blaring in his mind. He used coded signals to subtly warn Inshui and his teammates during their evening shift rotation. A few uneventful days later, the group arrived in the Land of Wind. The merchant's earlier strangeness seemed like a passing moment. The group's caution felt wasted, though neither Inshui nor the others voiced any doubts about Link's judgment. Having delivered the merchant to a hotel in the designated city, the team finally relaxed. In the Land of Wind, any trouble would first fall under the purview of the local government or Hidden Sand Village, ensuring their relative safety. Later that afternoon, the fourth Kazekage arrived for a meeting. For the first time, Link saw another village's Kage. He stood in the hallway, stealing a distant glance before excusing himself. Only the fourth Kazekage, Hidden Sand Village Jonin Baki, and Hidden Leaf Village Jonin Nara Inshui were permitted inside. As a Chunin, Link's role was simply to wait. "Hey there." A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Temari, the Hidden Sand Village Kanoichi they'd briefly encountered in the Land of Rivers. Her smile was wide as she greeted him. "I'm Temari. What's your name?" Her demeanor seemed friendly enough. "Link," he replied curtly, keeping his expression neutral. Inwardly, he remained on high alert. His gaze flickered to the closed door, bracing for the possibility of the fourth Kazekage suddenly turning hostile. The threat of Orochimaru looms too large. He thought grimly. Chapter 68, Rooftop Test, a figure with face paint carrying a puppet, and a boy with a gourd on his back, an love kanji on his forehead, and dark circles around his eyes. Link glanced toward Temari's direction. On the opposite side of the hallway, the two figures stood with their arms crossed, leaning casually against the wall, their cold gazes fixed on him. "Kankuro. Angara, I presume?" Temari seemed slightly surprised. "You're not Anara, are you?" Link gave her a frosty look, unwilling to continue the conversation. Thoughts like these were best kept to oneself, speaking them aloud suggested ulterior motives, whether to gather intelligence or something else. Temari appeared unbothered by his lack of response, her expression neutral as she returned to her companions. Time passed quietly. The two groups of ninja maintained a clear boundary. Officially, cross-border missions for ninja were prohibited by treaty. However, as Hidden Sand Village weakened, the daimyo of the Land of Wind began hiring Hidden Leaf Village shinobi for missions, citing cost-effectiveness. This breach of the treaty naturally went unopposed by the Land of Fire. For Hidden Sand Village, however, these years had been particularly challenging. It was telling that the fourth Kazekage himself had to meet with a mere merchant to negotiate. Click. The meeting room door opened. Baki exited first, followed by the fourth Kazekage, now wearing his hat. Baki glanced briefly at Link before rejoining the three Hidden Sand Village geinin. The Kazekage strode purposefully toward the stairs, not lingering. Negotiations with the fourth Kazekage went smoothly. "Nara Inshui said casually as he emerged. He addressed his team. "Once the discussions with the gold merchants conclude tomorrow or the next day, we should be able to return early." He added, "From this point forward, Hidden Sand Village's ninja will share responsibility for the client's protection, until the merchant leaves the Land of Wind." Baki was similarly briefing the Hidden Sand Village geinin, whose reactions betrayed no surprise. Placing a hand on Link's shoulder, Inshui advised, "Do your best to avoid conflict." The phrase "do your best" carried a deliberate nuance. After a nod, Inshui dismissed his team to assume their respective guard positions. Meanwhile, The three hidden sand village geinin began moving as well. Temari waved briefly before heading downstairs with Konkuro. Gaara, however, lingered. His bloodshot eyes, filled with twisted killing intent, scanned the hidden Leaf village team before he finally disappeared down the hallway. His eyes. Iris murmured, a hint of unease in his voice. It's like he really wants to kill us. Emi patted him reassuringly on the back. Don't overthink it. He has no reason to harm us, and even if he tries, it's not like he could actually succeed. If I'm careless, even I might find him troublesome without transforming. Link kept his thoughts to himself. Inshui, however, paid no mind to the menacing glances from an allied village's geinin. Night, the inn rooftop. The night sky was clear, stars twinkling brightly. A sharp wind blew through the air, carrying faint traces of sand. Despite the spring season, the desert's evening chill was nearly freezing, a stark contrast to the Land of Fire's mild climate or the Land of River's seasonal clarity. Link stood at the rooftop's edge, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Chakra signatures from within the inn registered clearly in his enhanced sensory range. Since mastering delicate illness extraction jutsu, Link's ability to sense chakra had significantly improved, making him a competent sensor ninja. While his range wasn't massive, it easily encompassed the entire inn. Even without active sensing, any unusual chakra fluctuation would alert him instantly. From this vantage point, he could quickly respond to disturbances anywhere in the building. SHH behind him, barely audible over the wind, a swirl of sand began to coalesce. I don't like the way you looked at me earlier. The gourd-bearing boy said, his tone oddly detached as he formed from the sand using a sand body flicker. Is that so? Link had already sensed the chakra disturbance. Without any visible effort, he completed a substitution and transformation technique, turning to face Gaara. Well, I didn't like your gaze either. Under the moonlight, Gaara's shadow extended unnaturally. Just beside it, another shadow subtly overlapped. Testing. Hidden Leaf Village's Chunin, Gaara's thoughts betrayed his intent. Raising his right hand, the sand in his gourd began to move. Whoosh! Link's shadow rose into a three-dimensional form, poised but not attacking, merely standing behind Gaara. Rustle. In response, Gaara's sand shield activated, surrounding him in a protective shell of sand. Link remained unmoved. The sand shield, while formidable, was not impenetrable. Unless it's completely airtight and flush against her skin, against a shadow, as Gaara's hand extended to attack, Link's shadow found its way through the smallest gaps in the shield. Bang! Gaara was sent flying as the shadow struck him with precise force, shattering the sand shield in the process. His body hit the ground hard, bounced once, and then landed with a dull thud. The shadow that had struck him returned to its flat, two-dimensional form, slipping out of reach before Gaara's sand could retaliate. Crack! Gaara slowly rose to his feet. A slight crack marred his cheek where he had been struck. Link stood calmly, hands at his sides. He hadn't even drawn a kunai. His expression was cold and composed. Attacking over a mere glance seemed utterly illogical, though considering Gaara's tormented psyche as a Jinchuriki, perhaps it was understandable. Still, Link resolved to conserve his chakra and avoid revealing too much. No flashy techniques, no unnecessary damage. I'll kill you. Gaara muttered, his bloodshot eyes blazing as he prepared to strike again. Too slow, Link's refined combat instincts, honed against Jonin, left Gaara's movements feeling sluggish. Before Gaara could complete his next attack, Link's shadow darted forward once more. Swoosh. Chapter 69, Test over inside the inn. There's fighting upstairs. Nara Inshui gripped a kunai as he heard the commotion. However, he refrained from moving and soon noticed Baki subtly blocking the hallway leading upstairs. A test for Link? It was a blatant move, one that showed no attempt at subtlety. With the Chunin exams as an established platform for competition, why resort to such petty tricks during a mission? Inshui fixed his gaze on Baki. The last time they encountered each other in the Land of Rivers, tensions nearly escalated into a fight. If not for Baki's caution toward Link's unique techniques, Baki might have killed them all. Alliance or not, violence among shinobi was not uncommon. After all, ninja operated in the shadows, bound to their missions rather than honor. Even the Chunin exams, attended by allied villages, often saw fatal outcomes without repercussions. A cautious, traditional shinobi, Inshui analyzed Baki's behavior. Traditionalists prioritized one-strike kills, relying on intelligence and planning to avoid prolonged combat. They would risk sacrifices to create opportunities for decisive attacks. Crash. The sound of shattering glass broke his train of thought. Is Ami fighting that Kanoichi? Inshui grew concerned. He wasn't fully aware of his team's progress over the past months, but judging by standard growth rates, Ami would likely struggle to hold her own for long. With two of his team engaged, he suspected Iris downstairs wouldn't be an exception. Even if Link exceeded expectations, limiting his techniques to avoid large-scale destruction would make a 3-on-1 scenario difficult. Unfortunately, as the team leader, Inshui couldn't afford to abandon his post. Rustle. After connecting its kick, the shadow dissolved into sand. Sand clone, crack. The sand clenched tightly, shattering most of the shadow's form. Its broken pieces scattered across the ground, reverting to a two-dimensional state. A fragmented black line raced back to Link's feet. High above, the gourd-carrying boy stood on a platform of sand, his hand outstretched toward Link. Swish. The scattered sand on the ground converged, surging toward Link in an attempt to ensnare him. In the next moment, the boy's elongated shadow, stretched by the moonlight, recoiled and transformed into a humanoid figure. It delivered a vicious kick, sending the boy tumbling from his sand platform. Crash. The sand around Link trembled, then crumbled harmlessly to the ground. The abrupt loss of chakra was unsettling for Gaara. With his fragile psyche prone to violent outbursts at the sight of blood, the unexpected betrayal of his own shadow disrupted his focus. Link, meanwhile, had a contingency plan. If his shadow clone couldn't interrupt the sand's grip, he was prepared to physically break through it, use body flicker to escape, or even decapitate himself and reassemble elsewhere. With his vastly improved physique, he had plenty of options. To him, a ninjutsu specialist like Gaara was one of the easier opponents to handle. He had chosen the shadow clone specifically to control the flow of information. Letting Gaara deduce he could manipulate shadows, even his opponents, was preferable to exposing other techniques. Gulp. Link swallowed a soldier pill. The temporary loss of half his strength wasn't debilitating, especially with his enhanced recovery speed. With proper preparation, expending a shadow clone pre-fight wouldn't impact him much. Below, Gaara continued grappling with his shadow, unable to return to the rooftop. Familiarity with their own movements often made a target's shadow a formidable opponent. Without specialized techniques for close-range dismemberment, even experienced shinobi struggled against shadows, requiring kunai or shuriken for effective damage. For chakra-abundant Jinchuriki like Gaara, their shadows could repeatedly repair themselves, making them an even greater nuisance. Thud. Looking disheveled, Emi leaped back onto the rooftop. Opposite her, Temari landed with her fan in hand. Rustle. Covered in cracks along his face and neck, Gaara reappeared via sand body flicker, his expression twisted in rage as he began weaving seals. Swoosh. Baki materialized behind him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Gaara. Baki said sternly. Large-scale techniques were off-limits, the merchant downstairs had to be protected. A minor skirmish between Gainen and Chunin was acceptable as long as no one died. However, unleashing destructive ninjutsu within the inn would severely tarnish Hidden Sand Village's reputation. A weakened Hidden Sand Village could not afford to alienate the Land of Fire by harming its merchant guest. Gar's chest heaved as he glared at Link. Slowly, his hands dropped, abandoning his seals. Though prone to erratic behavior, Gar wasn't entirely unhinged. Years of training had instilled enough discipline for him to hold back when uninjured. Swoosh. Inshu arrived, carrying an unconscious Iris. After scanning his unharmed subordinates, he silently turned to Baki. The next move was Hidden Sand Village's to make. Given that Kokoro hadn't even shown himself, it was clear he had no chance against Inshui. The balance had tipped after the skirmish on the rooftop. An escalation here would be disastrous for Hidden Sand Village. Baki locked eyes with Link, who stood unscathed, and silently committed the young Hidden Leaf Village Chunin's face to memory. Without a word, he signaled his team to withdraw. Retreat was the only viable option. As the Hidden Sand Village ninja departed, the blue-white chakra flames dancing across Link's fingertips, each representing one of the 5 elements, flickered out. Expressionless, he caught Iris as Inshui handed him over. "Are you okay?" he asked Emi. She nodded, but her concern shifted to Iris. "What about him?" Link's sensory scan revealed stable chakra and vitals, confirming that Iris was merely unconscious. He shook his head. "He's fine." Thud. A sharp flick to the forehead jolted Iris awake. "Ow!" Iris groaned, clutching his head. Emi let out a relieved sigh. Chapter 70, Problem the next day, the venue for gold price negotiations. Unlike their last mission in the Land of Rivers, where bodyguards had to wait outside, this time, all guards were assigned to different rooms within the venue. His actual body was the one on his back. "I didn't realize until..." Iris recounted his embarrassing defeat, his tone dejected. The puppet user, clearly a Hidden Sand Village shinobi, carried a puppet on his back. Naturally, Iris assumed that targeting the main body was the right approach. With his enhanced strength and speed after training, he confidently engaged, even using 2 illusionary clones as decoys to confuse the enemy. The opponent appeared to move sluggishly, so Iris thought he had the advantage. But as he struck, the main body split open, revealing a puppet that grabbed and subdued him. He was promptly knocked unconscious. Iris's choice to attack wasn't wrong, targeting the puppet user's body was logical. However, his attack was overly direct, lacking variety, and he hadn't gathered enough information about his opponent. Still too rash, despite some improvement, Link silently analyzed Iris's flaws. In summary, Iris's impulsive nature persisted, and his approach in combat remained somewhat careless. Frankly, if Link had been in Iris's place against Kankuro, the outcome might not have been much better. Iris lacked decisive techniques and was unremarkable across the board. His taijutsu was average, with no standout skills. He relied on physical strength but lacked expertise in ninjutsu or ganjutsu. In short, he was a blank slate, a starter edition ninja. Kind of like a younger Mizuki. Emi, by contrast, had one advantage: her ambition to become a medical ninja had honed her chakra control. This allowed her to react and execute techniques faster in close combat. Against Temari, who hadn't yet opened her fan, she managed to hold her ground briefly. "I'm sorry, boss," Iris mumbled, clearly ashamed. As expected, a true background character with little potential, Link wasn't surprised. He accepted the reality calmly and replied, "It's fine." "But," Iris began, only to be interrupted. "I said it's fine." Link locked eyes with him. "You didn't disappoint me." Disappointment only arises from hope. Without hope, there's no room for disappointment. That was why he always regarded Iris and Emi as expendable shields. Iris fell silent, crestfallen. Emi, standing nearby, remained quiet. Both were too caught up in guilt to notice that Link's words carried no frustration or disappointment, only indifference. Deep down, they wondered, had they lived up to the effort their leader invested in them? Could they keep pace with him? Or would he leave them far behind? "Good morning." Temari's sudden arrival broke the tense silence. "How are you three?" Since Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Leaf Village were both tasked with guarding the same merchant, they were stationed in the same spacious room, though they kept to opposite corners. Link returned her greeting with a cold stare. In his eyes, Temari was an enemy now and would remain one during the upcoming Hidden Leaf Village crush plan. Enemies were best dealt with permanently. "So handsome, yet always so aloof," Temari remarked with a sly smile. "Keep that up, and you'll scare off all the girls in the future." As she spoke, Gar stood in the distance, glaring murderously at Link, his face twisted in anger. Beside him, Kankuro nursed a bruised cheek, the aftermath of being kicked aside by Nara and Shuai. The room's atmosphere was tense, given the recent skirmish. No one was eager to escalate things further. Later that morning, after the meeting, the two groups followed the merchant's entourage back to the inn. During the debrief, Nara and Shuai addressed his team bluntly. The merchant might indeed have ulterior motives. This morning, he was the first to suggest selling the gold mine to Hidden Sand Village. He even offered a price lower than what he initially paid. His expression was grim. Ninja rarely interfered with their employers' decisions. After all, wealthy merchants and nobles were vital sources of missions, often tied to intricate networks of relationships and influence. Offending one could jeopardize future work. A merchant capable of commissioning an A-rank mission was already entrenched in the upper echelons of power. Such missions often involved matters affecting entire nations or villages. Abandoning an E-rank mission wasn't an option. For ninja, tools of their clients, to reject an employer was inconceivable. "Stay vigilant," Inshuai cautioned, his tone heavy. Then, he returned to his duties. 3 days earlier, the merchant's inn in the Land of Fire, huh? Wasn't this in here yesterday? A drunken gambler staggered to the entrance. Noticing the emptiness inside, he boldly walked in. "Anyone here?" he called out, his voice echoing in the eerie silence. As he wandered deeper into the inn, his unease grew. Still, fatigue and drunkenness dulled his senses. He only wanted to find someone, book a room, and sleep before returning to the casino that night. "Anyone?" Reaching the second floor, he paused, suddenly alert to a strange smell. Blood. His foggy mind cleared instantly. Bloodshed in the Land of Fire's territory was a dangerous provocation. Following the scent with growing dread, he reached a half-open door. Taking a deep breath, he pushed it open. Inside, bodies lay sprawled across the floor, some dressed as samurai, others in plain clothes. At least a dozen corpses littered the room, the scene devoid of signs of struggle. In the center sat the wealthy merchant, adorned in a lavish kimono. His head lolled to one side, lifeless. The gambler swallowed hard. Gulp. Chapter 71, Orochimaru. The next day and a half, a blend of routine and suspicion for the next day and a half, routine tasks mingled with an unsettling tension. The three Hidden Sand Village geinin showed no interest in further friction. Even Temari, who had been testing the waters, refrained from approaching again. The Land of Fire merchant, however, was an anomaly. Once known for his excessive indulgence in gambling and debauchery, he now stayed confined to his room, only stepping out for the scheduled meetings. His transformation into a reclusive, subdued figure was almost jarring. Yet, despite the looming suspicion, nothing happened, adding a veneer of normalcy to the situation. For the Hidden Leaf Village team, this mixture of unease and vigilance was exhausting. From the Jonan down to the Ghanaian, they remained on high alert for 2 days straight. In light of Hidden Sand Village's reputation for using poison, they were cautious with everything, even their water, and relied solely on ration pills for sustenance. Departure day, morning at the inn click. The door to the merchant's room opened. Dressed in a loose kimono, he stepped out, surrounded by his entourage. As they moved toward the staircase, he suddenly turned and flashed a strange smile at Link. Nara and Shuai noticed it as well. Exchanging a quick glance with Link, the two communicated silently through hand signals, alerting Iris and Emmy. Once outside the inn, the Hidden Sand Village team separated and went their own way. The remaining group continued onward, leaving the town behind. The desert winds howled around them, obscuring their surroundings as they marched in tense silence. The former protectors, now wary of their own employer, exchanged no words with the stoic samurai, who had grown suspicious themselves. The city's silhouette shrank in the distance as they ventured into the wilderness. By mid-morning, as the sun climbed high, the scenery began to change. Crossing into the land of rivers, the barren expanse gave way to rolling hills, gullies, and patches of greenery. Suddenly, the group came to an abrupt halt. Iris and Ami drew their kunai, while Link instinctively created a shadow clone and began gathering chakra to scan the area. His sharp eyes fixed on the merchant's palanquin. "Sir, Inshuai began cautiously, turning toward the merchant. "Watch out!" Link's shout cut through the air as he sensed an abnormal spike in chakra. Swoosh, thud. A katana pierced Inshuai's shoulder. The samurai captain, who had always been close to the palanquin, now gripped the weapon, his face melting away. Thud. Inshuai groaned in pain as he teleported backward. Blood sprayed as he clutched his wound, desperately trying to staunch the bleeding with chakra. His expression twisted in agony, something in the wound was interfering with his chakra control, making it difficult to heal. The injury had also rendered one of his arms unusable, preventing him from forming seals. Creak. Rip. As Link moved to support him, his own body strained. His muscles expanded beneath his vest, and his breathing grew heavy. "Inshuai-sensei, leave this to me," he said firmly, his voice calm but resolute. Link. The samurai captain's flesh had fully dissolved, revealing pale skin and golden, slit-like pupils. His voice, raspy yet magnetic, was chilling. "The moment I saw you, I knew we were the same. Orochimaru." Inshuai spat bitterly, recognizing the infamous Sannin. Link wasted no time. Swiftly forming seals, he summoned his mountain drake. The ground trembled as the massive creature, over 10 meters long, materialized beneath their feet. With a roar, it began to ascend, lifting the group high into the air. From below, the palanquin was overturned, sending the merchant flying several meters. His fate was uncertain, but Link didn't spare a glance. His focus was entirely on the battle ahead. Swoosh. Orochimaru hurled his katana toward the dragon. The creature raised its head, shielding its passengers. Clang. The blade struck its scales but failed to penetrate, instead bouncing off with a sharp metallic ring. Despite this, the dragon's pain roar made it clear the blade carried a sinister force. With a defiant cry, the dragon spat a massive boulder toward Orochimaru. Thud. The boulder crashed into a hastily summoned Rashomon, scattering debris into the air. As Link prepared to follow up, Inshuai shoved him aside. The katana, seemingly guided by a will of its own, arced back through the air, narrowly missing its target. Orochimaru leapt onto the dragon's back with airy agility, landing with unsettling grace. Inshuai, his breathing steadied, tested his hand seals. Though his fingers trembled slightly, his chakra was beginning to flow more smoothly. The oppressive presence of Orochimaru filled the air, his slit pupils glinting with amusement. Release. Link disrupted his chakra, breaking free of the Genjutsu triggered by Orochimaru's gaze. Arg! Iris cried out, collapsing to his knees, trapped in the illusion. Emmy trembled as she dispelled the Genjutsu and immediately helped Iris, her breaths labored. The mountain drake, wings beating furiously, hovered in place. "How interesting," Orochimaru murmured, a faint smile on his lips. His attention shifted briefly to Inshuai, wary of the Nara clan's shadow techniques. Maintaining his distance, he dismissed them as a minimal threat. Link avoided making direct eye contact with Orochimaru. Though defeated by Itachi's Genjutsu, Orochimaru's skill in illusions was still formidable enough to cause trouble. Quickly forming seals, Link summoned a shadow clone. The clone shadow rose to attack, but Orochimaru's katana fell from the sky, piercing the dragon's back and dispersing the shadow. Roar! The dragon screamed in pain as the blade unleashed a malevolent energy, causing immense discomfort despite not breaking its defenses. Link's shadow continued its assault, engaging Orochimaru in a tense exchange. However, the legendary Sannin, unbothered by his diminishing chakra reserves, remained unyielding. As Iris and Ami prepared to assist, Inshui stopped them. "This isn't a fight for Gainin," he warned. "Stay back." Meanwhile, Link maintained a cold focus, repeatedly using substitution techniques to avoid Orochimaru's strikes. It was clear from Orochimaru's demeanor, he didn't even consider them worthy opponents. Chapter 72, Trapped. Orochimaru's disdain for the group wasn't misplaced. They were, after all, a ragtag bunch, a Narajonin whose ability paled in comparison to Kakashi and whose injured arm rendered him almost ineffective. To Gainin with no unique skills or noteworthy abilities. And a Chunin whose powers, though fluctuating and promising, had yet to demonstrate the capacity to surpass a Jonin comprehensively. Why would one of the legendary Sannin take them seriously? Orochimaru's blade effortlessly dissipated the shadow clone, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Leaning on his katana, he spoke with a soft, almost teasing tone. "Have you prepared your techniques yet? Will you control hair? Wield eyes style? Or perhaps conjure iron inside your opponent's bodies?" He knows everything. Link dismissed his summoned stand, "Catch the rainbow." His heart sank. He had gambled on the stand summoning jutsu but hadn't pulled anything worthwhile in the past 4 attempts. Silver bracelet, nearly useless in direct combat. Dragon's dream, effective only with esoteric feng shui knowledge, and combat was hardly the time for such things. Death 13, invincible in dreams but irrelevant here. Catch the rainbow, required rain to function, leaving it powerless in this arid landscape. The stand pool is too vast to rely on summoning something useful mid-battle. I can't waste chakra on such odds anymore. Determined, Link shifted his mindset. Time for a straightforward fight. Releasing another shadow clone, he continued weaving seals. Even without a stand, his transformed state granted him enough physical prowess to hold his own against Orochimaru. While his speed and reflexes fell short, he was confident in his ability to engage in close combat, especially since Orochimaru's manipulation of the Kusanagi sword required chakra-based ninjutsu. Even if Orochimaru's Genjutsu struck, Link had Headhunter Jutsu as a counter, and his shadow clones could mitigate damage. Hold on tight. The mountain drake flapped its wings, suddenly rising dozens of meters. The sharp ascent pinned Iris and Ami against its scales, their bodies straining under the pressure. As the dragon stabilized, it turned and began flying toward the land of fire at full speed. The roaring winds buffeted the group. Even Nara Inshui's blood-soaked clothes began to freeze in the high-altitude cold. Orochimaru, standing below, released his grip on the Kusanagi sword. Taking a step forward, he smirked. "Is it that you can't unleash your technique? Or perhaps you need more chakra and time? Or..." His vertical slit eyes gleamed with malice. "Could it be you don't even have full control over your powers?" Suddenly, his figure blurred. Thud. Inshui, despite his heightened vigilance, fell victim to a sudden Genjutsu. He froze momentarily before being kicked with devastating force, his body hurtling through the air. It was a display of sheer dominance, an adult effortlessly overwhelming a child. Swish. The moment Inshui was struck, Link reacted instinctively, halting his seals. His body transformed, his entire form becoming a myriad of blades. The transformation was so intricate that even individual body parts morphed with precision, resembling a peacock's fan of razor-sharp feathers. Orochimaru barely evaded the attack, the edge of Link's blade grazing his robes. His neck extended grotesquely, bending at an unnatural angle as he lunged to bite Link's head. Whoosh! Link's right arm reverted to normal. His fingertips glowed with blue-white chakra flames inscribed with the kanji for metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Without hesitation, he aimed his glowing hand at Orochimaru's cheek. Just before the two could exchange blows, Orochimaru's neck recoiled, retreating into his body with unnatural fluidity. Ignoring the laws of inertia, his body reset itself, creating a disorienting sight. Is that the 5 elements seal? No. It's different. Orochimaru muttered, his smile fading for the first time. The instinct honed from countless battles warned him to avoid direct contact. Despite his modified body, something about that seal felt inherently dangerous. A shame, Link maintained a calm expression as he swallowed another soldier pill. He didn't dare launch another reckless attack. His speed and reaction time were no match for Orochimaru, and any misstep could prove fatal. The dragon's ascent had been strategic, creating a battleground in the skies where large-scale ninjutsu would be impractical. If Orochimaru used such techniques here, it would endanger Link but also himself. Link's seemingly aimless summoning of stands had been a calculated feint to gauge Orochimaru's intentions. Was he after a corpse for experimentation? Or did he want to capture Link alive? The gamble was clear: Orochimaru's recklessness. In the manga, Orochimaru often relied on his modified body to tank damage, taking Naruto's punches or willingly enduring Sasuke's flames. If Orochimaru let his guard down and took a hit from the Five Elements seal, Link and Inshui might gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's instincts proved too sharp. Step. Inshui staggered back onto the dragon, clutching his injuries. The cold winds whipped through his disheveled hair as he regained his footing. That's a dangerous technique, Orochimaru murmured, his tone laced with intrigue. His eyes glinted with predatory greed. You're becoming more fascinating by the second, Link-kun. Iris and Emi clung to the dragon's back, barely able to move. The altitude and speed were too much for their untrained bodies, leaving them vulnerable. 1 more minute. Not enough time to reach the land of fire before my transformation ends. Ignoring Orochimaru's predatory gaze, Link calmly calculated his next move. Orochimaru seemed to have deduced his limits, his chakra reserves and inability to maintain his transformed state for long. The Sannin showed no urgency, clearly willing to wait Link out. With his earth-based techniques rendered ineffective in the sky, his options were limited. The Kusanagi sword, still circling ominously, hadn't even been redeployed. I'm trapped. Like a bug ensnared in a web, the more I struggle, the tighter it gets. Link made a decision. No point in holding on to false hopes. Whoosh! The dragon suddenly dove toward the ground. A desperate struggle? Orochimaru smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. Chapter 73, The Power of Ninja is not based on power alone in the central forests of the Land of Rivers. Sensei, what kind of person is that Link? Rock Lee, with his characteristic thick eyebrows, asked curiously as he bounded across the treetops. What kind of person? Might Guy, sporting the same bold eyebrows, fell into a rare moment of contemplation. He remembered noticing the child during their days at the Ninja Academy. Aside from Lee, Sasuke Uchiha, who was consumed by hatred, and Neji Hyuga, Link was one of the most hard-working students he had ever seen. That desperate dedication left a lasting impression on him. Unfortunately, Link was wholly unsuited for his path. The 8 Gates, a body technique requiring extreme talent, was brutally unforgiving. No amount of effort alone could ensure success. Even someone as gifted and hardworking as Neji Hyuga, blessed with the Byakugan, hadn't mastered it. But Link had his own talents. Through his relentless effort and natural ability, he had graduated early, shone brightly, and quickly rose to become an exemplary Genin before advancing to Chunin. Might Guy was deeply gratified. That was the power of youth. Neji, observing his sensei suddenly burst into tears mid-run, calmly added the information he knew. I've heard he's considered the most talented young ninja in the village. He's only 10 years old and has already completed several B-rank missions and even an E-rank mission. He's 3 years younger than me? Tenten exclaimed, her eyes wide. That's incredible. Lee declared with admiration. Might Guy's gaze grew firm, radiating determination. That's right. He's a genius of the village and its future. Remembering the grave and earnest expression of the third Hokage when assigning him the rescue mission to locate Nara Inshui and Link's team, Guy's youthful energy surged to an all-time high. Tenten, Lee, Neji. Let's move even faster. We've been running for an entire day, I'm exhausted. Tenten grumbled, though her pace didn't slacken. Instead, it quickened. You need to train more, Tenten. Lee advised earnestly. Whoosh. 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 Team 3 of Hidden Leaf Village raced toward the battlefield with unwavering speed. At the Hokage's office in Hidden Leaf Village. Shikaku, I'll leave this matter to you. The third Hokage watched somberly as Nara Shikaku, burdened with responsibility, left the office. He sighed silently. The failure of an A-rank mission often caused a chain reaction of issues. The gold mine in the Land of Rivers was entangled with the interests of several elites, and when the merchant's body was discovered in Tensaku Town, accusations were quickly directed at Hidden Leaf Village. Although the matter wasn't catastrophic, it was still a problem. The interrogation division found no intelligence from the corpses recovered at Tensaku Town. Their brain tissues had been thoroughly destroyed with precision. Moreover, the disappearance of Link's team and their Jonin leader, Nara Inshui, added another layer of complication. Ninja are just tools that carry out their missions, but for daimyo and the elite, these incidents are always political. The Hokage mused. Shikaku had wanted to personally search for his student, but his presence was needed to address the daimyo's demands and accusations. We've sent Team 3 for backup. With Guy, they should be fine, if they're still alive. Minakato Hamura reassured him. Koharu Utane's expression was grim. I suspect the hidden sand village is behind this. She elaborated, the real merchant had died in Tenzaku town, yet there were reports of Inshui and Link's team leaving the town with a living merchant. Whoever orchestrated this possessed Ganjutsu abilities at least on par with a Jonin. While the hidden sand village claimed in their response to have no involvement and even promised to assist in the search, the circumstances were suspicious. Who benefits most? That's who's guilty. The Hokage remained non-committal. Friction among allies was not uncommon, and the hidden sand village had long harbored grievances. With the daimyo of the Land of Wind cutting their funding in favor of Hidden Leaf Village, it wasn't implausible that they might act out of desperation. Let's find the team first and investigate further afterward. The third Hokage concluded. Boom. The mountain drake crashed into the forest of the Land of Rivers, its impenetrable scales smashing through the terrain. A massive crater formed at the impact site, with dirt and debris rippling outward in waves. Dust filled the air, obscuring the surroundings. Broken tree trunks littered the ground, creating a chaotic landscape. Whoosh! A gust of wind cleared the smoke, revealing the devastation, broken trees, scattered debris, and lifeless animal carcasses. The wind carried dirt and debris toward the 4 Hidden Leaf Village ninja, who stood amidst the wreckage. Link quickly formed seals, pressing his hands to the ground. Earth-style wall. A flowing wall of earth rose before them. Despite the wind's violent assault, the barrier only deformed slightly before bouncing back to its original shape. Atop a tall tree, Orochimaru lowered his hand from his mouth, having just unleashed a terrifying wind-style, great breakthrough. Link estimated his remaining chakra. Despite expending energy on shadow clones, substitution techniques, and the 5 elements seal, he still had a fair reserve. However, his transformed state wouldn't last much longer. Inshui-sensei, I'll need your help creating an opening to get close to him. Link said, sinking into the ground with Earth-style, subterranean voyage. In the oppressive atmosphere, Link saw no path to escape. If they fled, Orochimaru would hunt them down, and the injured Inshui, along with the 2 Genin, wouldn't stand a chance. Inshui, feeling the numbness spreading from his injury, steeled himself. Iris, me. He said, his voice heavy. You 2 can escape now. Chapter 74, My 5 Elements seal is a bit off, isn't it? Such touching camaraderie. Orochimaru chuckled as he observed Link burrowing into the ground while Nara, Inshui and the 2 Genin charged at him. It was almost laughable that his enemies weren't trying to flee but were attempting a counterattack. Amused, a complex emotion flickered in his heart. Even after all these years away, Hidden Leaf Village was still the same. But having reached this point in his journey, neither the village nor old bonds could sway him anymore. Whoosh! 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 Shadow clones, shuriken, kunai. Iris led the charge, throwing weapons with unremarkable precision. Then, using an excessive amount of chakra, he created 7 or 8 shadow clones, his real body moving among them as if trying to confuse Orochimaru's perception. Orochimaru didn't so much as flinch, sidestepping the projectiles effortlessly. Too slow. Still, this is a bit childish. His sharp eyes caught a glimpse of Ami hiding within the clones, taking a deep breath. Whoosh! A massive fireball shot out, timed perfectly with Iris's release of fire-style, great fireball jutsu, followed by wind-style, great breakthrough. The combination, meticulously coordinated through training, produced a quick, fiery assault that appeared almost polished. Orochimaru was just about to form a seal when his body suddenly froze. Using the fireball's shadow to trap mine, huh? His gaze flicked to Nara Inshui, who was binding him in place with shadow imitation jutsu. Boom. A clone exploded. The enhanced fireball collided with a tree branch beneath Orochimaru, shattering it into fiery debris. Even as splinters rained down, Orochimaru's voice came from behind, I should have dealt with you first. Nara Inshui froze, his chest pierced effortlessly by the Kusanagi sword. We've caught you now. Without that sword, it's all up to you, Link. Despite the injury, Inshui shifted his hand seals. Shadows beneath him morphed into shadow sewing jutsu, wrapping around the Kusanagi sword and locking it in place. The ground erupted as Link surged upward, aiming for Orochimaru's legs using Earth-style, subterranean voyage, mimicking the Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. But Orochimaru, as if reading their intentions, gracefully disengaged. Letting go of the sword, he dodged the shadows and leapt into the air, his timing perfect. Ami, quick to assess the situation, tracked Orochimaru's trajectory and instinctively threw 3 shuriken into the air where she predicted he would land. Impressive coordination, Orochimaru's lips curved into a smirk. This wasn't about clever tactics but proof that the team exhibited solid synergy and tactical acumen. For a moment, Orochimaru was more impressed by the 2 Genin than his target, Link. Their resilience, psychological fortitude, and above-average foundational skills were noteworthy. He almost wanted to give them each a cursed seal, just to see what they might become. Whoosh! Link jumped into the air, his hand glowing with the 5 elements seal. Though faster than Ami's projectiles, the hand wasn't ideal for throwing. Even so, Orochimaru's ability to contort his body allowed him to evade, but not entirely. His shadow leapt forward, catching the glowing hand midair. Moving in near-perfect synchronization, the shadow wielded the hand like a sword and thrust it toward Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru could react, the glowing hand connected with his arm. It worked. Link exhaled as the last of his chakra ran out, his body reverting to its small, untransformed state with a faint pop. The shadow was kicked away, dissipating, but Orochimaru's face darkened. He glanced at his arm, where the unfamiliar seal burned brightly. He attempted to form seals, his hands moving quickly, only for excruciating pain to explode through his fingers. Ah! Orochimaru screamed as his fingers began to transform grotesquely. His thumbs turned metallic, his index fingers turned to wood, his middle fingers shriveled, his ring fingers charred, and his pinky fingers cracked and crumbled into ash. The seal's energy flared on his arm, radiating multicolored light. Threads of energy coiled around his wrists, spreading to his palms and backs of his hands, before vanishing entirely. This is the 5 elements seal. Link swallowed a soldier pill to replenish his strength. He grinned despite his exhaustion. As the name suggests, it seals your ability to form seals. Each attempt only damages you further. The seal was a trump card he had been saving. Against a ninjutsu-focused enemy, it was a decisive move. Losing the ability to form hand seals severely crippled most shinobi, and Orochimaru was no exception. In his desperation, Orochimaru had only worsened his condition. Now you can't even use jutsu. Link's voice dripped with satisfaction as he watched the legendary Sannin's face twist in terror and rage. Chapter 75, Don't Die. After a brief moment of elation, Link resumed forming hand seals, activating both Shadow Clone Jutsu and Transformation Jutsu. Nearby, Orochimaru's shadow also slithered back, coiling on the ground, searching for an opening to attack. No matter how strong Orochimaru was at full power, his mastery of ninjutsu and ganjutsu, none of that mattered now. Without the ability to form hand seals, he was forced onto the same playing field as the shadow. Of course, Orochimaru still had the terrifying arsenal of the hidden shadow snake hands and other no-hand sign techniques. It was bound to be a brutal fight. But at least there was hope now. This glimmer of victory came at a cost. Nara Inshuai, the seasoned Jonin, had willingly sacrificed himself, placing unwavering trust in Link. He had staked his life to create this opportunity. Link felt his temples throb as he glanced at Inshuai, now barely clinging to life. If he left his mentor unattended, there was a real chance Inshuai wouldn't survive until the battle was over. Step. 2 wary figures, Iris and Emmy, stepped in front of Link. Just like always. But they're just shields. Just shields. Link shoved his emotions aside, focusing entirely on the battle. Some burdens were simply too heavy for him to bear right now. Suddenly, a hooded figure landed beside Orochimaru. With a light-hearted tone, he said, "Lord Orochimaru, you look rather battered." The hooded figure was none other than Kabuto Yakushi, a trusted subordinate. He noted the state Orochimaru was in, chakra reserves running low, both hands sealed by the 5 elements seal, and now even forced into a standstill by a shadow. Without his intervention, Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, might actually lose to a Chunin. How amusing. Orochimaru's face darkened as Kabuto taunted him. "Kabuto, handle them. Leave the shadow to me." Kabuto removed his hood, revealing his calm and collected face. "Unfortunately, Lord Orochimaru, Hidden Leaf Village's reinforcements have arrived." Thud. A blur of green landed between the Hidden Leaf Village trio and their adversaries. It was none other than Hidden Leaf Village's proud green beast, Might Guy. Swish. 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 Behind him, the Team 3 of Hidden Leaf Village arrived in formation. The sight of Guy, clad in his iconic green jumpsuit and vest, instantly eased Link's mind. With this man here, even Orochimaru didn't stand a chance. Feeling secure, Link turned and hurried to Inshuai's side. He quickly used chakra to staunch the bleeding before pulling out the Kusanagi sword. Pressing both hands over the wound, he began working on stabilizing Inshuai's injuries. "Don't die, Inshuai-sensei." Despite his disdain for wasting chakra on others or forming bonds, Link pushed himself beyond his limits. Inshuai's injuries were severe, 2 life-threatening wounds. His shoulder was shattered, with bone fragments piercing surrounding tissue from earlier strain. His chest wound had narrowly missed the heart, yet the blood loss was immense. Meanwhile, Orochimaru glanced at the incoming reinforcements. Seeing the resolute stance of Might Guy and the protective formation around Link, a strange smile crept onto his face. Link-kun, I'll come for you again. With those words, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto. Let's go. Kabuto nodded, forming hand seals. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and the two vanished. The enemy has retreated. Neji Hyuga confirmed, deactivating his Byakugan after scanning the area for lingering threats. Even with this reprieve, Inshui-sensei won't survive the trip back. Link made a snap decision. Drawing upon every ounce of chakra he could muster, he activated delicate illness extraction jutsu. Pressing his hands firmly on Inshui's wounds, Link felt a strange sensation. An almost tangible stream of impurities flowed out of Inshui's body and into his own hands. He could feel them, every fragment of damaged cells, every trace of toxins, waiting for his command to be transferred to another host. When the technique finished, Inshui's condition stabilized slightly. He was no longer on the brink of death. Please, don't let the next time we meet be through a summoning ritual. Exhausted beyond his limits, Link collapsed, his body unable to endure any longer. Emi silently took over, continuing to heal Inshui with what little chakra she had left. You must be Link. Might Guy began, glancing at Iris. Neji Hyuga, unable to watch his clueless teacher embarrass himself, corrected him. The unconscious one is Link. Guy paused, scratching his head. Then, noticing Inshui's condition, his tone grew serious. Inshui doesn't look good. We'll need to move faster than we came. Yes. Lee responded with fiery determination. Ten, however, looked less enthusiastic. Far away, atop a ridge, the Hidden Sand Village siblings watched the Hidden Leaf Village group retreat. Sensei, shouldn't we intercept them? Temari asked. Baki shook his head. That green-clad shinobi is dangerous. Do not act rashly. Despite leading a team, Baki wasn't confident they could take down Might Guy. Letting him escape would jeopardize the entire Hidden Leaf Village crush plan. That boy named Link is dangerous. Baki couldn't shake the image of Orochimaru retreating. The infamous Sannin had been forced to flee, his plans disrupted by a single Chunin's bizarre sealing technique. Can Orochimaru overcome that seal? And if he can't, what happens to the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan if that boy steps in? Baki let out a deep sigh, a sense of foreboding weighing heavily on him. Chapter 76, The Results of Familiar Sealing. Link opened his eyes and immediately recognized the unchanging ceiling of Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. It was so distinct that seeing it once made it unforgettable. The real world, he thought, was full of surprises. He hadn't even fought the elite minions yet when the boss suddenly appeared. If he hadn't kept his trump card active, Orochimaru would have likely beaten him into submission and dragged him off as a test subject. In previous missions, he had been accustomed to easily overpowering weaker enemies or average foes. His unique techniques allowed him to crush them effortlessly, sometimes with a single move. But facing a master like Orochimaru revealed glaring gaps in his abilities. The first problem, taijutsu and reaction time. Although his physical fitness was barely sufficient, nearly on par with non-taijutsu-focused Jonin like Nara Inshui, his innate abilities and reflexes were not exceptional. Without years of dedicated training, his reaction speed in close combat left much to be desired. Against an all-rounder like Orochimaru, who had no obvious weaknesses, a slower reaction speed was enough for the opponent to strike and retreat unscathed. Even though Link's strength and speed were competitive among ninjutsu-focused shinobi, his delayed reactions made close combat a persistent weakness. Reaction time often determined an ninja's effectiveness in battle. Speed alone wasn't enough, reflexes were crucial. Kakashi, for instance, needed his Sharingan's dynamic vision to wield Chidori effectively, as his natural reaction speed couldn't keep up with the jutsu's acceleration. Similarly, techniques like the body flicker jutsu relied on the user's reaction speed to control movement. The fourth Hokage, even without Flying Thunder God, was a formidable opponent due to his terrifying natural reflexes. Battle wasn't about running a race. Speed was always limited by reflexes. Link's slower reactions prevented him from effectively controlling his movements in combat. Even if he could see an attack coming, his body couldn't process the required steps, gathering chakra, countering, or executing a jutsu, in time. I need specialized taijutsu training. The solution was simple, find a taijutsu expert to train him. With his unique healing abilities, he wasn't afraid of injuries. As long as the training didn't kill him, he would endure it to improve. And finding a teacher? That was the least of his worries. His mentor, Nara Shikaku, was the head of the Jonin Council. If anyone could arrange training with a taijutsu master, it was him. The second problem, ninjutsu. Link's chakra control and the unique characteristics of his mutated jutsu allowed him to cast ninjutsu as fast as an average Jonin. However, this was misleading. His ability to perform seals quickly masked his slower natural reflexes. In combat, his reaction limits capped how many jutsu he could release in a short period. He couldn't cast multiple jutsu quickly or multitask effectively. In practical terms, this meant that even if he could cast individual jutsu rapidly, the overall frequency of his attacks was limited, rendering his speed advantage moot. This wasn't a turn-based game. Enemies like Orochimaru wouldn't politely wait their turn to act. If Orochimaru hadn't held back, opting instead to obliterate them from afar with ninjutsu, all of Link's plans would have been for naught, beautiful illusions with no chance of succeeding. Looking back, the fight was filled with moments of helplessness for Link. His most reliable ally, Nara Inshuai, had been effectively incapacitated early on. Despite being the only one who could keep up with Orochimaru's reflexes, Inshuai had lost an arm almost immediately. Link had been forced to use his shadow clones as decoys, sacrificing their potential as stealth tools. The mountain drake couldn't act freely without endangering Inshuai and the others. His stand summoning jutsu had been unreliable, wasting his chakra on abilities that were irrelevant in the fight. The Five Elements seal, his ace, had failed in its first attempt, as Orochimaru hadn't underestimated him enough to fall for it. In the end, desperate times called for desperate measures. Link had asked Inshuai to serve as bait, risking his teacher's life to create a slim chance of victory. Even when it succeeded, his only follow-up was to throw his severed hand to force a seal with the Shadow's help. Beyond that, he was out of options. If Kabuto hadn't shown up or if Orochimaru had revealed new tricks, the battle could have taken an even darker turn. "Boss, you're awake?" A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Emi entered the room carrying a lunchbox, her expression unusually heavy. Sitting up, Link immediately asked, "How's Inshuai-sensei?" "He's out of the critical stage." Emi replied with a faint smile, but quickly added, "The doctors say he might not be able to work as a ninja anymore." Nara Inshuai's hospital room. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hallway as Link and Emi approached. Iris, half asleep in a chair, stood up and greeted them. "Boss, Emi." Wearing a hospital gown, Link nodded and walked to the bedside. Nara Inshuai lay there, heavily bandaged and unconscious. His breathing was shallow. Reaching out, Link checked his condition with chakra. Even without advanced medical training, it was clear that the injuries were severe. While Inshuai might eventually recover enough to live normally, returning to active duty as a ninja seemed impossible. Complete recovery would require a master medic like Lady Tsunade. Even then, the process would involve extensive surgery, chakra-intensive regeneration, and extraordinary willpower from the patient. But that's okay. As long as he's alive, I can heal him. Link clenched his fists before slowly relaxing. His unique delicate illness extraction jutsu could work miracles over time. Even if it was a slow process, he would ensure Inshuai-sensei recovered. Chapter 77, Village Arrangements 2 hours later. Swish. After using the delicate illness extraction jutsu multiple times, an exhausted Link had just returned home from the hospital when an Anbu operative appeared at his door. With surprising courtesy, they knocked and said, "Chunin Link, Lord Third wishes to see you." He had no choice but to go. After all, apart from fatigue, he was in perfect condition. His repeated use of the delicate illness extraction jutsu on himself had made his body unnaturally healthy. Accompanying the Anbu to the Hokage's office, Link entered to find the third Hokage seated behind his desk, his iconic hat on. Beside him were two elderly advisors. The two village advisors. Link thought to himself. Once the Anbu had closed the door and departed, he bowed slightly and greeted them, "Lord Third." The third Hokage smiled warmly and nodded. "Take a seat, young Link." "Chunin Link, I'm Mitakato Hamura, one of the village advisors. Could you recount the events of your recent mission?" The bespectacled elder's voice was steady and kind. "Of course." Link bowed again and began recounting the mission, from the assignment and execution, to the anomalies they encountered, and finally the battle with Orochimaru and Kabuto. He intentionally glossed over the details of the fight, vaguely mentioning using a secret technique to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Neither the advisors nor the third Hokage pressed for details. They understood that prying too deeply into a ninja's secret techniques could be inappropriate. When Link mentioned the name Orochimaru, the female advisor, Koharu Udatane, reacted sharply, her tone icy. "Chunin Link, are you certain that the enemy was referred to as Orochimaru by Nara Inshuai?" "Yes." Link confirmed, his tone calm. His account was measured and objective. While subtly hinting at the hidden Sand Village ninja's questionable actions, he shared only what his teammates and Inshuai already knew. Koharu fell silent, her expression stern. Hamura's face also tightened as both turned their attention to the third Hokage. The third smile faltered momentarily before he sighed and explained, "Orochimaru was once my student." Now, he is a traitor to the village. Such a candid admission made Koharu frown. Revealing this to a Chunin could harm the Hokage's image, she thought. But the third Hokage seemed unconcerned, his gaze resolute. For now, young Link, remain in the village for some time. Your two teammates will be reassigned to other squads. Link hesitated briefly before lowering his head. Understood. He knew separating his team was meant to protect him and his teammates. However, the sudden loss of his meat shields left him feeling strangely unsettled. But soon, he adjusted his mindset. Staying in the village meant more time for training rather than endless missions, a net positive, all things considered. Homura seemed ready to speak, but the third Hokage stopped him with a glance and said, "You've worked hard, young Link. Go home and rest." Some political considerations didn't need to be shared with the village's younger generation. "Yes, sir." Link bowed once more to the elders before leaving the office. As he exited the Hokage Tower, he ran into Team 7. They were likely there to report their mission and claim their reward. Kakashi, holding a book, glanced at Link, closed it, and greeted him casually, "Yo. Good afternoon." Link replied, keeping it formal. Behind him, Naruto Uzumaki, usually boisterous, tightened his fists slightly before smiling brightly. "Good afternoon, Link." Both Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno turned to look at Naruto in surprise. They didn't know he was acquainted with the younger genius. "Good afternoon." Link felt he should establish a connection with Naruto. As the apprentice of Nara Shikaku, he had every reason to forge ties with the village's nuclear weapon and the Uchiha survivor, two key figures. Even the Hokage wouldn't object to such networking. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself lacking the energy. After returning a polite greeting, he turned and walked away alone. Sakura murmured, "He seems a bit down." Where are his teammates? Naruto, often oblivious to such nuances, understood this time. It wasn't sadness, it was a palpable loneliness emanating from Link's retreating figure. He watched the smaller boy walk away, his silhouette disappearing at the street's edge. In the Hokage's office. Orochimaru. Koharu's expression was grave. That man must be plotting something. Her voice was firm, almost accusatory. She had never trusted or liked Orochimaru. As one of the village's founding elders, she had watched Hidden Leaf Village grow, from a collection of ninja clans to a thriving community. The village was her life, her everything. To her, Orochimaru's crimes, conducting experiments on fellow villagers, betraying the village, were unforgivable. Now, he was targeting Hidden Leaf Village's rising talents, sabotaging an A-rank mission, and killing a wealthy client from the Land of Fire. In her eyes, Orochimaru deserved nothing less than destruction. Homura, calmer, asked, "Hiruzen, what do you make of Orochimaru's parting words, 'I'll come back for you'?" The implication was clear. As the Hokage, what would you do when Orochimaru inevitably returned? The third Hokage's expression remained unreadable as he replied solemnly, "If Orochimaru shows himself again, I will kill him with my own hands." Chapter 78, Special Treat. Nighttime, hospital fuel. Link withdrew his hand from Nara Inshui's chest, exhaling deeply. Finally, some progress, popping a soldier pill into his mouth, he felt a sense of relief. 4 applications of the delicate illness extraction jutsu, each using over half his chakra reserves, had begun to yield visible improvements. Unlike regular medical treatment, which required careful planning to avoid deformities during regeneration, this technique simply extracted illness or injury. Once removed, the body naturally returned to a normal and healthy state. Damaged muscle tissue and misaligned bones had already started to revert to their original form. Ugh! Nara Inshui groaned faintly, his eyelids fluttering open. Link. His voice was raspy. As soon as he spoke, a sharp pain radiated through his chest. His lung, punctured by the Kusanagi sword and further damaged by the forced use of Shadow Soin to restrain it, had been shredded. Surviving was a miracle owed to Link's earlier life-saving technique that barely sustained his breathing. Even with medical team intervention and debridement surgery, Inshui's body barely maintained basic function. His shoulder had suffered massive tissue necrosis due to freezing, and his lung was still fragile with newly regenerated sections. Attempting to speak loudly only risked reopening his wounds. Cough, cough, cough. Violent coughing brought blood spilling from Inshui's mouth. Ignoring his fatigue, Link immediately infused chakra into his hands and placed them on Inshui's chest. Phew. Phew. As the chakra worked its magic, Inshui's breathing gradually stabilized. After a moment, he weakly pushed Link's hand away, his voice faint and hoarse. "Don't waste your chakra." Even as an injured Jonin, he understood his condition perfectly. A mere infusion of chakra could only provide temporary relief, prolonged treatment was futile. "How are Iris and Emmy?" he asked. "They're back safely." The village's reinforcements arrived in time. Link answered without claiming credit, instead attributing their survival to the village's support. Inshuai's lips curved into a weak smile. Looking at his student, he managed a difficult but heartfelt grin. Good work. Link turned away, staring at the wall. The doctors say you might not be able to work as a ninja anymore. I figured as much. Inshuai accepted this calmly. When he had taken on the bait role during the mission, he had already prepared for the possibility of never waking up. Being alive and back in the village was already more than he had dared hope for. Well, not being a ninja anymore means I'll have plenty of time to find someone to settle down with. Maybe even start a family. He said lightly. I'll heal you. I believe you. As Link's footsteps faded down the hallway, Inshuai gazed at the ceiling, a bittersweet smile spreading across his face. Kids. So troublesome. The next day, training ground 7 drip, drip, drip. Sweat poured off Link as he leaned against a rock, catching his breath. No matter what happened, he refused to let his daily training lapse. Since being reborn into this world, he had resolved to become stronger. With his mother's early passing and his father's strict training, Link had been forced to grow up quickly. His past self, an easygoing, aimless shut-in, was worlds apart from the hardened individual he had become. Survival had taught him to shed traits that held him back. At first, his goal was simply strength. Later, upon discovering his mutated chakra techniques, he shifted his focus to mastering as many jutsu as possible. This eventually gave way to an ambition to rise through the ranks, Chunin, Jonin, and ultimately, Hokage, granting access to all the village's secrets. The thought of stealing forbidden scrolls or defecting from the village had crossed his mind. But he dismissed it as unnecessary. First, the risks of failure far outweighed the potential rewards. Second, Hidden Leaf Village provided him with protection and resources. There was no need to gamble when the structured ninja system already paved the way. Yet along this path, he found certain burdens almost too heavy to bear. In the end, it's always just me. Rubbing his rumbling stomach, Link stood and looked up at the high noon sun. After wiping away his sweat and putting on his jacket, he left the training ground alone. Not long after, he arrived at a kairaku ramen. After placing his order, he stood by the vending machine, pondering what to drink. He wanted something sweet but wasn't in the mood for soda. As he deliberated, a hand suddenly appeared, offering him a can of sweet red bean soup. This is for you. Turning, he saw Naruto Uzumaki grinning widely, his eyes squinting with joy. Link hesitated for a moment before accepting the drink. Thanks. Back at the table, Link remarked, your tracking skills are still terrible. Well. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. That morning, Naruto had spied on Link's training at Ground 7. He then trailed him all the way to a kairaku ramen, not exactly a coincidental encounter. Ugh, Naruto. You said you were busy, but you're just here eating ramen. Sakura Haruno's voice rang out as she entered with Sasuke Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake in tow. Kakashi naturally sat beside Link, his tone lazy yet cheerful. What a coincidence, fancy seeing you here again. The word coincidence lacked any sincerity. Naruto sat beside Link, with Sasuke and Sakura on his other side, effectively boxing Link in. As the three newcomers placed their orders, Sakura chatted about their latest mission. Naruto complained about having to do more boring low-rank tasks the next day. Sasuke listened quietly, his expression neutral. Kakashi watched the lively group with a smile. Thud. A bowl of extra-large ramen was placed before Link. He looked up, confused. Uncle Taki, this isn't, when you're feeling down, nothing beats a special bowl of extra-large ramen. Akiraku grinned, giving a thumbs up. It's on the house. Link glanced at the bowl of ramen, topped with golden tempura shrimp. Just as he was about to express his thanks, Kakashi interjected dryly, if that's your idea of a special treat, please don't bother giving me one. Kakashi really did hate tempura. Chapter 79, Whenever there is light, there is Shadowland of Rice Fields, Orochimaru's base. Even with a new pair of hands, the seal issue remains unresolved. Based on observations, once sealed, any attempt to form hand signs triggers the seal, causing it to spread throughout the body. Kabuto Yakushi, smiling faintly, explained his research on the 5 elements seal. This seal essentially uses certain natural energies to disrupt chakra flow. When the body's control over chakra exceeds a certain threshold during hand signs, the seal activates. It not only blocks jutsu formation but permanently reduces the body's chakra control each time an attempt is made. Pushing up his glasses, Kabuto concluded, Lord Orochimaru, if you continue experimenting with this body without switching, you may lose the ability to use ninjutsu altogether. Orochimaru's mismatched arms, distinctly different in color from the rest of his skin, hung limply at his sides. The glowing 5 elements seal on his palms gradually dimmed as his newly transplanted hands failed again. Yet he seemed unfazed. To think one could manipulate natural energy with such precision. A peculiar light flickered in his eyes. What began as a mere desire to acquire Link had now intensified into a resolve that he must have him. Sage mode merely temporarily enhances the body by combining natural energy with chakra. But Link's technique bypassed this entirely, directly utilizing natural energy in the environment. It was an entirely different system, one without risk, with minimal energy expenditure, and with effects seemingly dictated by intention. He. Orochimaru's low laughter filled the air. Neither the agony caused by the seal nor the necessity of an early body swap could dampen his excitement. A new world, an alternate system of ninjutsu, beckoned to him. Breaking free from the limits imposed by the flesh, he could tap into the endless energy of nature itself. Prepare for the living corpse reincarnation, Kabuto. As you wish, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto replied, bowing respectfully. Hidden Leaf Village, Link's house. Link's expression was stern as he stared at his shadow. His face reflected a scientist's uncompromising pursuit of precision. Under his silent urging, the shadow moved with rigor and professionalism, completing its task after multiple trials. Finally, Link's annual personal milestone was concluded. No way. Staring at the results, Link trembled with frustration. Despite the midsummer heat, cold sweat drenched his body, and his hands and feet felt icy. A month ago, he had measured his height. Now, after another month, he was still 144 centimeters tall. The ruler must be broken. In a moment of scientific rigor, he placed all the blame on the shadow, demanding it bear the burden of this unacceptable outcome. 5 minutes later, his face calm, Link began walking to Training Ground 7. A mature man doesn't let minor setbacks affect him. In his past life, he was 179 centimeters tall. This time, his late father stood at 177, and his mother, while not particularly tall, was nearly 170. What's a little shortness? It's merely the calm before the storm of growth, resolved. Link threw himself into rigorous training at the grounds. His ultimate goal remained unchanged, to wield the power to control his destiny. But the journey required careful planning, broken into stages. Graduating from the academy was the first. Becoming a genin was the second. Achieving chunin was the third, his current position. The next stages were becoming a jonin, then a kage, and ultimately mastering all ninjutsu. Along the way, finding an external power bank, a 9-tailed friend, was also part of the plan. But now, he added a new objective, defeat Orochimaru. He didn't consider himself petty, but Orochimaru needed to die, a complete and utter destruction. If possible, he'd drag the slippery snake out of the Pure Land and obliterate its soul. To achieve this, he needed triple the effort and just a pinch of luck. After completing his training routine, Link sat back at his usual spot and began experimenting with summoning stand abilities. With no immediate tasks and training fatigue setting in, he often passed time by summoning stands to exhaust his chakra. 3 years and thousands of summons had taught him the randomness of stand summoning. There were no guarantees, only duplicates aplenty. Some powerful stands had yet to appear. He'd never once drawn Golden Experience Requiem, Made in Heaven, Star Platinum, Over Heaven, or D4C, Love Train. Even stands he did summon needed development. Killer Queen, for instance, initially only allowed him to turn objects into bombs. Only after repeated summons did he unlock its second bomb, Sheer Heart Attack. Third bomb, Bites the Dust, still felt out of reach. But he refused to give up. If summoning a god tier stand like Made in Heaven was possible, he'd gladly transform into a Note Satsuki-level being. Why grind when you could cheat? Boss. Boss. The synchronized voices of Iris and Ami brought him back to reality. You too. Link looked up, stopping his hand seals. Scratching his head, Iris grinned sheepishly. The village assigned us to new teams, so we spent some time getting to know our teammates. Sorry for being late, boss. Ami apologized naturally. As always, after a mission, they took 1 day off before rejoining him for training. Iris added excitedly, I heard from the hospital that Inshui-sensei woke up yesterday morning. Let's visit him later. Still as chatty as ever. You too. Link sighed, standing up. Now that you're in new teams, don't embarrass me, alright? And since you're late today, training is doubled. He spoke lightly, but the intent was clear. Both groaned in protest. Chapter 80, Meeting Team 10 the next morning, Nara Residence Sensei. Link greeted with a slight bow, his tone restrained. He wasn't the type to warm up to people quickly, and he hadn't interacted much with his sensei, Nara Shikaku, leaving some unfamiliarity between them. Shikaku waved his hand casually. Come in. Leading the way, he said as they walked, Since you're staying in the village for now, feel free to drop by often. Shikamaru's usually free, you young people should hang out together sometimes. His tone was laid back, completely devoid of any authoritative air. The two entered the living room, where Shikamaru sat with his usual disinterested expression. Forced to spend his rare day off entertaining his father's apprentice, he inwardly groaned, what a drag. Once seated, Shikaku addressed Link's recent mission. Don't worry too much about the task, the village will handle it. Then he added, you might be assigned to another department soon. Do you have a preference? Straightforward favoritism. Being the Jonin commander's student came with privileges, and arranging a position was effortless. Link thought for a moment. I'd like to join the medical corps. Shikaku nodded approvingly. Joining the medical corps was a practical choice. Unlike the mysterious farrier corps or the intimidating interrogation unit, the medical corps aligned with Link's skills and goals. He already had a knack for chakra control due to his fine disease extraction jutsu and sought to further refine his abilities. Learning medical jutsu would allow him to sensei advanced techniques, understand anatomy better, and ultimately adjust his transformation jutsu more effectively. Good choice. Shikaku remarked. I'll make the arrangements. Switching topics, Shikaku asked, what do you think about shogi? I don't play. Link's reply was succinct and honest, games that didn't contribute to strength didn't interest him. Figures. Shikaku observed. It was obvious his apprentice only cared about becoming stronger. Shikamaru, didn't you mention a team gathering tonight? Bring Link along. Shikamaru gave a small nod. Sure. Link, I'll introduce you to my friends tonight. Ino Shikachu, and now the village's most talented rookie. Shikamaru sighed internally. This guy seems like the type I'd clash with, but there's no helping it. Link quickly assessed the situation and replied, alright. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. Shikamaru replied, feeling slightly awkward at his apprentice's formality. Shikaku then asked, anything else on your mind, Link? After a pause, Link replied seriously, Sensei, I'd like to train in taijutsu systematically. Taijutsu? Shikaku stroked his beard thoughtfully. While brilliant in strategy and clan techniques, he wasn't a taijutsu specialist. I'll find you a suitable teacher. He assured. Leave it to me. Thank you very much. Link bowed deeply. Rising to leave, he added, excuse me. Shikaku nodded. I'll handle the medical corps and taijutsu arrangements. Shikamaru walked Link to the door. Let's meet at Yakiniku at 4 p.m. Got it. Standing outside in the morning sun, Link's half-lit face revealed a faint smile. Thanks, Shikamaru. Shikamaru watched Link walk away, his gaze falling on the shadow trailing behind, a fraction out of sync with its owner. So that's another shadow technique. 4 p.m., Yakiniku Link, these are my friends. Shikamaru introduced the group, Okimeki Choji, Yamanaka Ino. Good afternoon, nice to meet you. I'm Link. He said politely. Hi. Choji greeted between bites of chips. Ino, noticing Link's small stature and polite demeanor, smiled warmly. Hello there. Choji whispered something to Shikamaru, drawing a sharp glance from Ino despite her unwavering smile. Yo, a burly, bearded Jonin strolled over, greeting them with a grin. You must be Link. I'm Team 10's instructor, Asuma. Placing a hand on Shikamaru and Choji's shoulders, he crouched slightly to meet Link's gaze, his eyes narrowing in a friendly manner. Kakashi's told me about you. Jonin Asuma. Link replied, bowing his head respectfully. Ah, no need for formalities. Standing up straight, Asuma led the way inside. Today's meal is on me, so eat as much as you want. He ruffled Link's hair playfully before heading in. Link's eyes flickered for a moment, but he didn't swat Asuma's hand away. Shikamaru crossed his arms behind his head. It's just a D-rank mission reward. Awesome. Choji cheered enthusiastically. Geez, Choji. Asuma chuckled helplessly. Chapter 81, Becoming a Medical Ninja. Land of Rice Fields, Orochimaru's base, spacious training ground. Tiger Rabbit Dog Ground Dragon, Wind Style, Wind Cutter Jutsu, Swish. A bandaged boy flexed his fingers as he watched Adami in the distance sliced into pieces, his expression focused, as if pondering deeply. Lord Orochimaru, how are you adapting to your new body? Kabuto Yakushi emerged from the shadows. The bandaged boy, Orochimaru, glanced up and said, my chakra control has permanently deteriorated. The chakra from my previous body contained traces of uncontrollable natural energy. Repeated attempts at forming seals caused the seal's effects to spread into my mental state. His tone was unexpectedly calm, his face thoughtful. After a pause, he added, Kabuto, your hypothesis was correct. That is a peculiar type of natural energy, or rather, 5 types. He murmured, seemingly absorbed in his thoughts. When it came to his research into immortality and deeper forms of power, Orochimaru was methodical and meticulous. After a long pause, he asked, "How is that body doing?" "Extremely unstable." Kabuto replied, choosing his words carefully. "When chakra is injected to perform seals, the seal's effects are still triggered. With the infusion of natural energy, even being near it can disrupt normal chakra operations." The two left the training ground and entered the depths of the base, arriving at a laboratory. The body Orochimaru previously inhabited floated in a tank filled with pale blue liquid. Its skin shimmered with an eerie, multicolored sheen, its hollow, iridescent eye sockets seemingly staring outward. Under the influence of excessive natural energy, its regenerative capabilities are terrifying. Kabuto explained. "We've had to use specialized inhibitors to suppress its activity. If removed, the natural energy would continue to grow, reaching concentrations that could make it indestructible. This body has been completely hollowed out, leaving only an empty shell. Yet, the seal maintains a delicate balance, even under the inhibitors. The natural energy is still increasing, albeit slowly. Lord Orochimaru, if not handled carefully, this thing might just destroy the world." Kabuto warned, though his gleaming eyes betrayed intrigue. To him, it was less a threat and more a priceless treasure. Breathing heavily, Orochimaru replied with restrained excitement, "In other words, it's already immortal. Is that correct? If you abandon everything else and exist as an inanimate form, like a subterranean mineral vein." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, then yes. "Hidden Leaf Village, Medical Core Building, new office. Though you haven't learned any medical ninjutsu yet, your chakra control is excellent." The senior medic, Mokusa, said with a pat on Link's shoulder. "Welcome to the Medical Corps, our youngest member. This is a gift for you," Mokusa added, pulling a scroll from his white uniform pocket and handing it to Link. "We're not particularly busy here. If you have questions, feel free to ask anyone. There's always someone on duty in the building. For project funding, come to me or Hoppo to apply." "Thank you, Senpai," Link replied as he accepted the scroll with a polite bow. The medical corps wasn't directly tied to the village hospital. Instead, it functioned as a special operations unit, deploying to battlefields or high-stakes missions when necessary. During peacetime, its members focused on medical research, innovation, and treating complex cases. After Mokusa gave Link a quick tour of the facility, showing him the cafeteria, labs, the commander's office, the library, and the specimen room, he left to attend to his own work. "This is much easier than I expected." Sitting in his sparsely furnished office, Link felt at a loss. He had anticipated a busy first day, akin to his previous life's entry-level corporate chaos. Instead, the process had been surprisingly smooth. Perhaps Shikaku had lent a hand behind the scenes. His office was basic, a desk, an empty bookshelf, and a flower pot filled with soil, no plant in sight. It was clean and bright but bare. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. A curious young man peeked in before stepping inside. "A newbie?" he asked cheerfully. "I'm Kanshai from the 1st Medical Unit." He introduced himself with a casual wave. "I'm Link, a new member of the same unit." Link replied politely. "Ah, well, I'm next door. Feel free to ask me anything if you need help," Kanshai said before leaving as quickly as he'd arrived. "They seem like good people." Link closed the door, sat at his desk, and began flipping through the books and scrolls he'd been given, all related to medical theory. Even Mokusa's gift contained advanced knowledge, but no actual medical ninjutsu techniques. To learn those, he'd need to visit the library, where books couldn't be checked out. Well, time to focus and study. Chapter 82, Youth. The criteria for ninjutsu mutation really are hard to grasp. Link frowned as he stared at his hand-emitting chakra. Whether it was the chakra scalpel or mystical palm jutsu, both required a foundational skill, releasing chakra from the palm. To be precise, medical ninjutsu was built upon chakra control and release. From the B-rank delicate illness extraction jutsu to the A-rank chakra scalpel and mystical palm, and even the S-rank creation rebirth that only Tsunade could use, all relied on this foundational yet extremely challenging skill. As everyone knew, the three components of a jutsu were physical energy, control, and release. While most jutsu required hand seals to transform chakra into an ability, certain techniques didn't need seals at all. Medical ninjutsu, for instance, relied almost entirely on precise chakra control and release. Different manipulations resulted in different techniques. Question: if chakra was simply released without any specific manipulation, would Link's unique ability classify it as a jutsu? The answer was no. What made this interesting was that the delicate illness extraction jutsu, though similarly just releasing chakra, was classified as ninjutsu and triggered a mutation. Because I learned it. Link understood that his ability to mutate ninjutsu wasn't tied to visible performance but rather to a subjective realization. I believe I can use this jutsu, therefore, it mutates. It was a process that defied logic, much like the transformation jutsu, which operated on a similar feel-it-to-use principle. Regular jutsu had defined standards, specific shapes, chakra quantities, and effects. But medical ninjutsu was unique. When Link learned the delicate illness extraction jutsu, he didn't struggle with chakra release. Instead, his challenge was understanding the extensive medical knowledge required for its use. Once he grasped the knowledge, releasing the jutsu became straightforward. As a result, even simple chakra release would automatically convert into the mutated version of the technique. After a week of dedicated practice, Link had figured out the mechanics of the chakra scalpel but still struggled to execute it. Because I doubt my chakra control is refined enough to precisely cut human tissue? Through trial and error, he deduced the root cause of his failure. The errant chakra scalpel demanded an exceptionally high level of chakra control, far beyond what ordinary Jonin could achieve. But he wasn't far off. Link could feel that he was close, just a fraction more improvement was needed. Nothing to it but to keep practicing. In addition to training, he spent time in the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, using his growing medical knowledge to treat minor injuries. Every bit of practice enhanced his chakra control, bringing him closer to mastering these advanced medical techniques. Half a month into the first medical unit training ground 7972. Link performed single-finger handstand push-ups, sweat streaming from the gaps in his weighted gear. His well-defined muscles glowed red from exertion. In his other hand, he held a squealing rabbit, applying chakra to heal a wound he had inflicted earlier for practice. These rabbits, introduced to training ground 7, had endured countless interesting studies and were now thriving, despite occasionally losing a volunteer to his experiments. 973. My ability to inflict non-lethal wounds has gotten so precise lately. At this rate, I should be able to master the chakra scalpel and mystical palm in another week or two. Link thought as he planned his next steps. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching at high speed. He flipped off his finger to land gracefully on a nearby rock. Eck! Eck! The rabbit in his hand squealed as if it were a weapon. Well, well! Might Guy exclaimed as he landed. Seeing Link holding the rabbit like a kunai, even he struggled to keep a straight face. Scratching his head, he said, "Let me confirm, you're Chunin Link, right?" Link released the now-healed rabbit with a casual toss, his tense muscles relaxing. "That's me." Guy's gaze roved over Link, from his face to his impressive musculature. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Good, I've remembered you." Remembered what, exactly? Link felt a vein throb on his forehead. Should he feel proud to be remembered by this famously face-blind man, or offended? "I'm Might Guy, a Jonin," Guy declared, striking a heroic pose. "I heard you wanted to learn taijutsu." He grinned, his teeth glinting brightly in the sunlight. "Want to train under me?" Link blinked against the glare, taking a moment to process. Might Guy was undoubtedly Hidden Leaf Village's most accomplished and enthusiastic taijutsu specialist. If he wanted to learn, there was really no better option. Bowing deeply, he replied, "Thank you. I'd be honored." Guy-sensei. Having Shikakunara as his mentor was truly invaluable. For most, securing a Jonin-level teacher was a Herculean task. For Link, it had only taken half a month of waiting. "Not bad," Guy said, scrutinizing Link's physique. He nodded approvingly. "You've trained your body well. It's rare to see such dedication, especially in someone so young. Strong muscles are never a bad thing." His eyes glistened with emotion. This is youth. Chapter 83, Training. What on earth is he getting so emotional about? Link silently complained in his heart. "Good. Before we officially begin training," Might Guy stretched out his hand, his expression turning serious as he gestured for Link to approach. "Let me see the results of your solo practice." Thud. The black weights fell to the ground. "Can I use ninjutsu?" Link asked while unstrapping his weights. "Anything goes," Guy replied with an upward inflection. "Feel free to show me the fire of your youth." Then, before Link could finish his sentence, he completed a combination of the clone and transformation jutsus, disappearing from his spot in an instant. "I'm coming." What incredible hand seal speed! Guy silently assessed as he raised his arm. Bang! Link's kick struck Guy's arm with a dull thud. Using Guy's arm as a pivot, Link spun his body, transforming his leg into a blade mid-spin. Swish! Guy pushed off the ground and leaped back, tilting his head just enough to avoid the sharp blade. But even with his quick reaction, the blade grazed his arm, slicing through his sleeve and leaving a shallow cut. Poof! The bladed leg reverted with a puff of white smoke. Tap! Link landed on both feet, canceling his clone jutsu to restore the limb, then dashed forward again. He is faster than I thought, and his technique is even trickier than Kakashi described. Guy glanced at the cut on his arm, watching as a thin line of blood slowly seeped out. For a close-range taijutsu fighter, this strange technique was incredibly challenging to counter. In that case, instead of retreating, Guy surged forward, his chakra suddenly spiking. He used explosive footwork to gain the upper hand. Bang! Link saw a blur. Before he could process what had happened, his body was already flying through the air, unable to transform into a blade in time. He's so fast. The thought barely crossed his mind before he relaxed his neck, letting his body spin midair. Using the residual force, he tried to locate Guy by sight. Whoosh! A shadow flickered into view. Without hesitation, Link cancelled his clone jutsu. In the brief moment when gravity reset his trajectory, he transformed both arms into blades to defend himself. Thud! A sharp pain shot through his stomach. This time, there was no backup from the clone jutsu. Guy's kick sent him crashing into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tap! Guy landed lightly, his tone serious as he said, "Impressive." From a purely taijutsu perspective, Link's level was undoubtedly on par with a special Jonin. Against slower opponents, his ability to transform into blades made him nearly impossible to approach in close combat. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Seeing that Guy had stopped his offensive, Link stood up, opting not to reinitiate his jutsu. The clone jutsu had its limitations. Once separated, the limb had to be cancelled to return. Using detached limbs was a gamble he wasn't willing to take, especially when it came to his head. He couldn't be sure if the technique's ability to negate damage extended to a fatal injury like his head exploding. Better not to test that. His weaknesses were all too clear: slower reflexes, poor dynamic vision, and a lack of raw speed. Link sighed inwardly. This was just training, not a real battle. There was no need to go all out with techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu. "I've got a good sense of your abilities," Guy said, nodding thoughtfully. "I'll design a comprehensive training plan for you. Are you ready to set your youth ablaze?" Guy's passionate grin sparkled with determination. Shielding his eyes from the dazzling smile, Link sighed quietly and replied, "I suppose. I'm ready." Smack! Smack! Link struggled to dodge the rain of pebbles Guy was throwing, each strike stinging as they connected with his muscles. The sharp pain acted as feedback, stimulating his body and nerves. His previously normal reaction speed began to improve, becoming faster and more instinctive. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Guy's hands moved in a blur, the constant barrage of projectiles echoing like a storm. Unlike his other student, Rock Lee, who quickly adapted to a stronger body and faster movements, Link didn't need physical training. Instead, Guy focused on improving his reflexes and dynamic vision, the foundation of close combat. For a taijutsu ninja, capturing an opponent's movements wasn't about relying solely on sight. They needed to sense air currents with their skin and ears, using their eyes only as a supplementary tool. Smack! Another pebble struck, the impact leaving a red mark on Link's already flushed skin. His powerful muscles absorbed the force, shattering the pebble into dust that scattered to the ground. Too much movement. Guy called out. Smack! Link dodged one pebble, only to be struck by another. The pain was starting to numb, but he didn't stop. Not bad at all. Guy grinned as he continued throwing stones, pleased to see his student improving. Link's evasive movements were becoming smaller, more efficient. His reaction speed was sharpening with every strike. With such a strong body and determination, he might even master that technique. Guy mused as he ramped up the intensity of the training, his movements tireless thanks to his exceptional chakra reserves. Link, of course, had no idea what was running through his teacher's mind. At first, he'd tried to strategize his dodges, but as the pain mounted, his thoughts faded. By now, his focus was singular: avoid the stones, endure the pain, and keep going. Though Guy had said he could call for a break or step back anytime, the idea never crossed Link's mind. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Chapter 84, Daily Life and Practice. Link jolted awake, sitting up abruptly in bed. What the hell did I even see? He instinctively stretched his neck, letting his shadow quietly wipe the sweat from his face. Sliding into the slippers that the shadow had neatly placed by the bed, he made his way to the bathroom. Taijutsu training. It's really a bit much. Being pelted with stones by a taijutsu expert of Might Guy's caliber, it had taken him a full month to traverse just 10 meters toward his teacher, only to get beaten up at close range. That's just how taijutsu training worked. Even in the manga, when Tsunade trained Sakura, she emphasized that medical nin must never be hit before relentlessly attacking her to train her evasion skills. Maybe I should be grateful that the person beating me up isn't one of those crazy strong women. As Link brushed his teeth, he absent-mindedly ran a hand over his sore muscles. Though the pain lingered, his injuries were long gone. Medical ninjutsu wasn't something to be casually used. Excessive chakra stimulation to rapidly regenerate cells could shorten a person's lifespan. Fortunately, his delicate illness extraction jutsu filled this gap, allowing him to recklessly use chakra to heal his body during training, a luxury no one else had. Without this technique, he wouldn't have had the time to balance work, taijutsu training, and the intensive practice required for medical ninjutsu. With this skill, he was a certified grindmaster. With Guy-sensei off on a mission and Naruto and others out of the village, Tui. Link spat out the rinse water. Watching time slip by so quickly always left him with an inexplicable sense of urgency. After breakfast, he jogged 2 laps around Hidden Leaf Village to warm up, packed a bento prepared by his shadow, and headed to the medical division building. 3 left. I'll need to grab a few spares soon. He scooped up the fish from his tank, watching as it thrashed violently before slowing, its mouth opening and closing as it neared death. Only then did he place it on the table. Focusing his chakra, his hand emitted a soft glow as he pressed it against the fish. The influx of chakra quickly revived the dying creature, though it seemed to revive just to endure suffocating again. Splat. The fish slapped his hand with its tail. Splash. Link casually tossed it back into the tank, a satisfied look on his face. His reflexes and speed had steadily improved thanks to taijutsu training, while his chakra control, honed through medical practice, was also advancing. Being able to easily revive a fish on the brink of death was proof of his growth. After years of accumulating knowledge and months of focus training, his chakra control had already surpassed the level Sakura achieved 3 months into Tsunoda's training. I wished Tsunoda could train me too. Link sighed wistfully. As a master medical ninja, Tsunoda's chakra control was unparalleled. Her legendary super strength was the ultimate testament to this skill, concentrating an immense amount of chakra into her fists or feet in an instant required absolute precision. For others, such control took significant time and effort, but Tsunoda and her students executed it flawlessly in battle. After tormenting the fish a bit more, Link spent the morning in the library studying medical texts. By noon, he finished his bento and headed to the hospital. Good afternoon, Link-san. Thank you for your hard work. Link greeted the departing ninja with a smile. His reputation had grown beyond the Jonin circle and into the wider community. Much of this fame stemmed from his work at the hospital. A young medical ninja with a calm and kind demeanor, Link was well liked, especially by ninja who often danced with death. The hospital wasn't busy today, so after making his rounds, Link left for Nara in Shuai's apartment. Ding dong. Coming. Nara in Shuai opened the door with a smile. He looked much healthier. You're here early today. Yeah, the hospital wasn't busy at all. Link's tone was calm as he gestured for his teacher to sit on the couch. Focusing his chakra, he activated the delicate illness extraction jutsu. Phew. Shuai's breathing grew heavier as his bones and muscles realigned. Though he endured the discomfort in silence, the process left him visibly drained. Once the session ended, he said, I heard that Iris and Ami will participate in this year's Chunin exams. They've already decided? Link observed his teacher's condition while steadily outputting chakra. Another 5 to 10 sessions, and you should be able to extract chakra and perform ninjutsu normally again. They have. Shuai replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. They don't want to fall too far behind you. He paused before adding, thank you. And about this technique, I haven't told anyone. Even the Nara clan wasn't aware of the near-complete recovery Shuai had achieved. The value of this technique surpassed all of his previous achievements. By restoring any cellular damage, it essentially offered a pathway to immortality. If word got out, it would bring unimaginable danger from both Hidden Leaf Village's leaders and Land of Fire's elites before he could fully develop his abilities. After a moment of silence, Link softly replied, understood. Switching topics, he lightened the mood. This year's Chunin exams are going to be tough. I hear the Hidden Sand Village is gearing up to make a big impression. The Hidden Sand Village had secured ownership of the gold mine through a fake Land of Fire merchant, sparking fierce protests and underhanded tactics from the Land of Fire. While the two nations were locked in a bitter dispute, Hidden Rain Village ninjas exploited the chaos to openly invade the Land of Rivers and begin mining operations, disregarding both Fire and Wind's protests. The situation had devolved into a tangled mess, with the allied nations unable to risk war to resolve it. With tensions high, the upcoming Chunin exams promise to be explosive. Chapter 85, My Chakra Scalpel is a bit off. Based on the manga, the Hidden Rain Village ninja sent to participate in the Chunin exams were all wiped out. The manga depicted 2 groups of Hidden Rain Village ninja, one group wore respirators, and the other wore raincoats without respirators. This was enough to show that internal conflicts within the Land of Rain had already surfaced. What followed was the death of Henzo of the Salamander, the former pillar of Hidden Rain Village. Akatsuki would then successfully take over Hidden Rain Village, slashing a line across their forehead protectors. And then, with their abilities, even if they don't succeed in this year's Chunin exams, they'll definitely make it next year. Nara Inshui seemed unbothered. He knew the capabilities of his other two subordinates. While their proficiency in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ganjutsu was still not particularly strong, their growth after the encounter with Orochimaru was astonishing. He had no doubts about their potential to become Chunin. As for becoming special Jonin or Jonin, forget it for the next few years. Remember to exercise more, Inshui-sensei. You've been slacking on your training lately, Link said, letting go of his teacher. Apart from some twisted bones and internal tissue yet to heal, Inshui was in excellent health overall. The only issue was that his body fat percentage had skyrocketed over the past 2 months, and his muscles had significantly shrunk. Hee hee. Nara Inshui chuckled awkwardly. Having retired from the precarious life of a ninja, he now enjoyed a cushy lifestyle funded by village payouts and clan subsidies. Life was a bit too comfortable. He wasn't just slacking off, he had barely exercised at all for 2 entire months, except for the first few days after being discharged from the hospital. In peaceful times, the most threatening events were high-level missions. The village didn't impose many restrictions on its ninja. It wasn't wartime, so living a little indulgently didn't affect much. I'm heading out. I'll check in again tomorrow afternoon, Link said. His lips curled slightly as he glanced at his teacher, but he quickly smoothed his expression and turned toward the door. Hey, Link. Inshui called after him. Seeing his student turn back, he gave a thumbs up and smiled. I don't know why you're working so hard to get stronger. But keep it up. Link looked back for a few seconds before turning away and walking on. Refine chakra, release, cut. Huh? Link had assumed he was about to fail again, but to his surprise, the chakra he released onto the rabbit suddenly vanished. In its place, a semi-transparent light blue scalpel materialized in his hand. The handle was tangible, but the blade was ethereal and pierced the rabbit's body without causing any harm. Squeak squeak. The rabbit, already accustomed to the kind hands of its caretaker, huffed in dissatisfaction when the healing abruptly stopped. A chakra scalpel. But why isn't it hurting the rabbit? Link repeatedly sliced through the rabbit's body with the blade. The semi-transparent blade passed effortlessly through flesh, while the solid handle merely nudged its chubby rear, causing the rabbit to wobble but not injure it. What's the point of this thing? After healing the rabbit's final wound, Link let it hop away and stared at the faint blue scalpel in his hand, his face full of confusion. Wait, chakra. Scalpel. A thought struck him. Holding the scalpel in one hand, he released a stream of chakra with the other. The bluish-white chakra extended a few centimeters from his palm before dissipating. He carefully brought the scalpel closer to the released chakra. To his amazement, the previously harmless blade easily sliced through the chakra. For Link, it was a surreal sensation. He felt nothing as the chakra was cut, not until an entire chunk was severed. Only then did he notice the loss of control over that portion of his chakra. The severed chakra fell like cotton candy before quickly evaporating into the air. So it really is a chakra scalpel. Link began brainstorming potential uses for this technique. Cutting chakra sounded intriguing, but its practical application seemed limited. Severing chakra didn't hinder its use or control unless an entire portion was cut off. Under normal circumstances, ninja didn't release raw chakra into the environment, it was always extracted and immediately converted into techniques. Pure chakra in its raw form was rare unless he could get close enough to sever it directly within the opponent's body. Wait. There are cases where chakra is released externally. Tailed beast cloaks. Lightning chakra mode. Susan Oo. Tailed beasts were essentially entirely composed of chakra, weren't they? Link's thoughts raced. If he had the chance, could he cut off a chunk of a tailed beast and seal it as a power source? What's more, the severed chakra didn't vanish immediately. It lingered momentarily before dissipating. Could he use sealing scrolls to capture and later absorb it? He immediately tested this by cutting off a piece of chakra and trying to catch it with his hand. No luck. The moment the severed chakra touched his hand, it disintegrated even faster. He didn't even feel a physical sensation. Of course. Non-solidified chakra isn't tangible, so it's normal that I can't interact with it. Unfazed, Link grinned. He might not be able to preserve his chakra, but what about the tangible chakra of tailed beasts or Susan Oo? Both were manifestations of solidified chakra. He wouldn't take much, just a small slice. After all, in the manga, how many Susan Oo constructs were utterly destroyed, wasted even? He could collect those fragments and figure out a use for them later. Who knew how long such a resource could last? It might even become a revolutionary energy source, driving advances in chakra-based technology. I wonder if tailed beasts feel pain. Surely cutting a small piece wouldn't hurt. Maybe I could raise two and occasionally trim them for energy. The mere thought had Link practically drooling. He was desperate for chakra. No matter how much effort he put in, even with a few advantages, his reserves were laughable compared to true monsters, barely a fraction of their capacity. Tailed beasts really are dangerous beings. They must be preserved. Link wholeheartedly agreed with Hashirama Senju's philosophy. If only he could protect a couple himself, either by raising them or by storing a few pieces daily. Chapter 86, Good Night, Behold My Mystical Palm Jutsu, Slap, Why Did You Hit Me? Kamajiraya, Naruto, Minato no Mikaze, Hashirama Senju, the Toad Sage, the White Snake Sage, the Slug Sage, the Sage of Six Paths. Link jolted awake, feeling uneasy after having an inexplicable dream. Ever since he successfully mastered the chakra scalpel technique over a week ago, he was on the verge of mastering the mystical palm jutsu as well. The name sounded powerful, yet its actual meaning was ambiguous. The word palm had multiple interpretations, and mystical could vary depending on context. Whether the terms mystical and technique were linked was even harder to decipher. The phrasing left room for endless interpretations. How could he not let his imagination run wild? While diligently practicing, he couldn't help but wonder what the technique's effect would look like. Last night's dream had featured him slapping the faces of several prominent sages. It couldn't possibly be that abstract, could it? Sighing, Link dismissed the thought. It wasn't like the ninja world lacked abstract techniques. Whatever. Time to get up and start training. A few silly techniques won't hurt amidst all the serious ones. A day in Link's life in Hidden Leaf Village. Morning started with a balanced mix of physical training and dodgeball exercises, followed by a visit to the medical corps HQ to literally touch fish and practice healing techniques. After lunch, he assisted at the hospital, treating a few patients. Post-work, he returned to the training grounds to practice ninjutsu, summoning random stand abilities, or occasionally performing summoning jutsu, aka dialing random sage calls. In the evening, he visited Nara in Shuai, who was fully healed but pretending otherwise. Dinner was typically a satisfying bowl of ikiraku ramen. Back home, he enjoyed a massage from his shadow while reviewing medical knowledge and ninjutsu scrolls. His nightly routine concluded with a glass of milk and 2 calcium tablets before going to bed promptly at 9 p.m. Am I relying too much on my shadow? Watching it tuck him into bed, Link chuckled silently. Could there be anyone more reliable or trustworthy than his shadow? With a soft click, the shadow turned off the light, closed the curtains, and arranged his slippers neatly. The room plunged into darkness. Link closed his eyes, knowing his shadow was there, always would be there. Good night. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, Link was awakened by someone tapping on his window. Still groggy, he gestured for his shadow to open it. Good morning, Link. Naruto Uzumaki bounded into the room. Ever since returning from his first mission outside the village, the boy had been practically vibrating with excitement. The shadow fetched a glass of milk from the fridge and handed it to the visitor. Don't people in this village know how to use doors? Yawning, Link sat up and glanced at Naruto. The boy did seem a bit more composed after his Land of Waves mission. I want to challenge you. Naruto's eyes burned with determination. I want to see how much stronger I've gotten compared to you. Link got out of bed and headed to the bathroom, dragging his slippers. How about this afternoon? Don't you have a mission or something? Naruto gulped down his milk and wiped his mouth. Our missions lately have been way too easy. There's no room for me to shine. Grumbling, he eyed the shadow cooking breakfast with envy. Man, this technique is just way too convenient. After washing up, Link replied, even simple missions need to be completed. That's the ninja way. I know. Naruto scratched the back of his head. But Kakashi-sensei is always late. We were supposed to meet nearby half an hour ago, and I bet he won't show up for another 2 or 3 hours. So you decided to bother me first thing in the morning? Link sat at the table. Have you eaten breakfast? Join me. Naruto patted his stomach but sat down anyway. The shadow had prepared 2 servings, silently stepping aside after serving them. This is delicious. Naruto exclaimed. Link smirked. Since the shadow's cooking was essentially an extension of his own, he had spent some spare time honing his culinary skills. Breakfast over, Link wiped his mouth. Let's meet at Training Ground 7 this afternoon. Deal? Deal. Naruto clenched his fists, brimming with fighting spirit. I've gotten way stronger, Link. Don't underestimate me. Got it, got it. After seeing Naruto off, the boy exited via the window again. Link changed into his running gear. As he stepped outside to stretch, he spotted Team 7 on the street across from his apartment building. So that's what Naruto meant by nearby, just downstairs. Sasuke Uchiha leaned against a wall, staring pensively at the ground, while Sakura Haruno waved cheerfully. Link returned the gesture and jogged off, leaving the old, cramped ninja apartments behind. These buildings, including Naruto's place near the academy, were far from the bustling heart of Hidden Leaf Village. Yo! A familiar green blur zipped up beside Link mid-run. Bushy brows twitched with enthusiasm. Good morning, Link. Let's burn our youth together. Whoever finishes a lap first gets a brand new set of nunchaku. Oh! A smaller green blur screamed in excitement and vanished down the street. Ah, my youth is on fire. Might Guy howled, bolting after his mini-me. Chapter 87, a little bit better nonsense. Almost twisted my ankle. Link kept a straight face. Who would even want a brand new pair of nunchucks? That hobby was way too niche, just like how Naruto Uzumaki once wrote limited edition ramen on his letter to Santa. Come to think of it, it seems like all the ninja squads are back in the village. Even Shikamaru and the others yesterday. He thought about the date for a moment and realized it was already mid-June. The Chunin exams were just around the corner. Ever since starting work, his focus had been more on weekly routines rather than the exact calendar date. With the Chunin exams approaching, it also meant the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan was imminent. Link's expression grew more serious. The time he had left to grow stronger was running out. If the Hidden Leaf Village crush played out like in the manga, the village would lose over half its combat strength. The third Hokage would die, and the ever-opportunistic Denzo would step into the spotlight. The only silver lining was that Tsunade would return, but everything else was bad news. At this point, the only wild card for Hidden Leaf Village seemed to be Link himself. Could he change the village's fate? Would he be willing to change everything? Is that even a question? Link pushed himself to run harder, a faint smile forming on his face. Even if he disliked emotional ties, he had left behind a few things in Hidden Leaf Village that he cared about, more than he was willing to admit. And Orochimaru. He was one of Link's personal targets. Next time we face off, it won't be like before. Strength, speed, reaction time, chakra control. Even if you manage to escape my 5-element seal again, this time, I'll be aiming to take your life. He sprinted with all his might. No slacking off from now on. Starting today, all his training would be doubled. Sleep time could be reduced. If he could master the mystical palm jutsu before the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, his request to learn a knee-rank earth-style jutsu, Swamp of the Underworld, had been rejected by the two advisors. Their reasoning? He had already been approved for several jutsu before, had no major achievements to justify more, and had even failed a knee-rank mission. The rejection letter came just a day after his application. If only he could have gotten that technique, he'd have had the chance to see how an A-rank earth style from Hidden Leaf Village worked. Maintaining steady breaths, Link finished his 2 laps. He ignored Lee clutching the nunchucks and crying tears of joy while Might Guy hugged him, yelling about youth and passion. Instead, Link went home, changed into his medical ninja uniform, and headed to work. Learning taijutsu didn't mean he had to indulge in their quirks, after all. What seemed like another day of fishing and reading in his office quickly changed when he was called to a meeting. Luckily, medical ninja were always busy. Most of the jonin in the department were either developing new medical techniques or medicines. Meetings were short and efficient. The purpose of today's meeting? With the Chunin exams approaching, the department needed to dispatch a medical squad to provide emergency aid to examinees. The 1st Medical Corps was chosen to handle the duty. Starting July 1st, the team would remain on standby at the venue from the first day of the exams. After a brief announcement from the division head, Kanpo, the meeting ended in under 10 minutes. The sudden assignment didn't bother Link much. After a morning of studying medical knowledge, he decided to skip his usual hospital duties. With only a couple of weeks left, he needed to focus on preparing for the exams. During lunch, Iris and Ami stopped by to inform him that their new squad had also decided to register for this year's Chunin exams. After eating, the 3 headed to the 7th training ground for practice. Around 2 p.m. Team 7 arrived. Phew. Link wiped his sweat and put his shirt back on. To his surprise, all 3 members of Team 7 showed up. Whether Kakashi was hiding somewhere nearby was another matter entirely. Hey. Naruto grinned smugly, clenching his fists. I'm here. This guy. His body is strong. Sasuke Uchiha's expression remained cold, but he was genuinely impressed. From the way Link and the other 2 trained, it was clear they weren't just show-offs. Wow, those muscles. If Sasuke-kun's body is like that underneath. Sakura Haruno kept a calm facade, but her imagination had already taken off. Sakura and that guy only came because they heard we're going to spar. Naruto said, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Sasuke. It almost seemed. Son dear. Link remained calm, gesturing to the open ground. Come on, Naruto. Show me how much you've grown. Even if all three of them came at him, Link wouldn't be fazed, unless Kakashi joined in. You're going to be amazed, Link. Naruto said, stretching before forming a hand seal. Boom. A swarm of shadow clones filled the entire clearing. No matter how many times I see it, that chakra pool is insane. Sasuke thought, his Sharingan activating to observe. What the heck? Iris's eyes widened. Is that a clone jutsu? Idiot, it's the shadow clone jutsu. Emi corrected. And even for that, this much chakra is. Alright. The Narutos raised their fists, shouting, here we go. They charged en masse. Link cracked his knuckles and disappeared. Whoosh. So fast. Sasuke's Sharingan barely caught the movement. I can see it, but it's too fast. My eyes can follow, but my body can't keep up. His fists clenched tightly. Boom. 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 The sound of shadow clones popping rang out in rapid succession. When the smoke cleared, dozens of clones had vanished. Link stood behind Naruto's real body, holding him down with one hand. Looks like I'm still a little stronger than you, Link said calmly. Until Naruto learned to properly harness the Nine Tails chakra, his abilities were subpar. While his chakra reserves were enormous, his control was abysmal. He relied heavily on basic jutsu like the transformation jutsu and multi-shadow clone jutsu. His physical abilities, strength, speed, and taijutsu, were all average for a Genin. Even during their fight, Naruto had tried using the transformation jutsu for a trick, but his hand seals were painfully slow. Link let go of Naruto's back and silently analyzed the boy. There was no pride to be taken in this victory. Naruto was, at this point, just a standard hot-blooded idiot. Chapter 88, Another Challenge So Strong. Sakura Haruno's face showed her surprise. She had expected a heated battle but didn't anticipate it ending so quickly. He's incredible. But Sasuke-kun. She turned to look at Sasuke Uchiha, whose expression had darkened as he clenched his fists and looked down. Darn it. I didn't even get to use my secret technique. Naruto Uzumaki rubbed his sore shoulder, where Link had grabbed him. He wasn't upset about losing but was frustrated that he couldn't even show off what he had worked so hard to achieve. After completing the Land of Waves mission and feeling accomplished, he hadn't expected to lose just as quickly as when he first encountered Link. That lingering dissatisfaction fueled a growing desire to get stronger as he looked at Link's calm, smiling face. Use your secret move. Let us see it. Iris said, his tone carefree. Iris. Emi scolded, her voice sharp. A secret technique is a ninja's most important asset. Asking about it outright is rude. Hey. Naruto grinned, forming a hand seal. Let me show you my ultimate move. Poof. Smoke swirled, and when it cleared, a beautiful, scantily clad woman appeared. She winked at Iris and blew him a kiss. PFFT. Iris's nose erupted in a torrent of blood. Emi turned bright red, looked away, and muttered, such an indecent jutsu. Sakura Haruno reflexively glanced at Emi. She still cared about how her peculiar classmate, who had once apologized to her out of nowhere, perceived her. Damn you, Naruto. She thought, seething internally. Link, for his part, sighed and averted his eyes. When he saw Naruto preparing the seals earlier, he had guessed what was coming. Sasuke, who had been ready to step in and challenge Link himself, froze at the sight of his teammates' outrageous display. The anger he'd felt at being overshadowed dissipated, replaced by a wave of embarrassment. They were from the same team, after all. What if people thought he endorsed this kind of behavior? Humphrey. Sasuke let out a sharp scoff to mask his discomfort and swiftly turned to leave. His steps were a bit hurried and uneven as he left the training ground. The sound of his departure jolted Sakura back to reality. Flustered, she quickly chased after him. Sasuke-kun, wait for me. Link glanced at Sasuke's retreating figure. That kid was about to jump in earlier. As one of the last two Uchiha and one of the more rational ones, he's worth recruiting. Poof. Naruto dispelled the transformation, looking at his retreating teammates. He hesitated, thinking about following them, but seeing Sasuke in the lead made him drop the idea. Hands on his hips, he grinned at Link. How was that, Link? Impressive, right? How should he even respond? As Link considered how to tactfully express his opinion, a thought struck him. Would his ability recognize the sexy jutsu as a jutsu and mutate it? If so, it might provide insights into how mutated jutsu worked. After all, sexy jutsu was just an advanced version of the transformation jutsu, requiring the same seals and producing a similar effect. The difference was Naruto's unparalleled field research, which made the result exceptionally lifelike. This jutsu, he muttered without thinking. It's quite interesting. X3 I must have misheard. Or misunderstood. Emi thought, her mind reeling. Naruto blinked in surprise, then broke into a wide grin. He threw an arm around Link's shoulders, his voice loud and cheerful. I knew you had good taste, Link. He must be trying to comfort that idiot. Emmy reasoned, her inner self scrambling to make sense of things. Naruto leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, want me to teach it to you? This idiot should stay far away from our boss. Emmy thought, her temper flaring. She glanced at Iris, who was still whistling innocently to cover up his earlier reaction. Iris too. Definitely should keep a distance. 2 days later, Hidden Leaf Village Library. Medicinal formulas. Found it. Link pulled a book from the shelf and added it to the growing stack in his arms. The medical ninja library didn't have everything, so he had to come to the main library for more general books. After all, no skilled medical ninja would rely solely on chakra-based techniques. Knowledge of basic pharmacology and treatment methods was essential. Link, however, was an outlier. Potent medicines and their effects. Induced responses. Got it. Balancing a towering stack of books, Link carried them to a nearby table. Alright, let's get started. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the sea of knowledge. To be honest, this wasn't his first time doing this. Initially, the sheer volume of information was overwhelming, but with time, he forced himself to adapt. After all, a transmigrator wasn't omnipotent, and his unique ability had its limitations. Simply knowing how to fight wasn't enough to succeed in this world. A ninja who didn't use their brain would be stuck as a genin forever. Poison was an incredibly potent weapon in this world, capable of ending fights with a single touch. With Hidden Sand Village, one of the most poison-specialized villages, coming for the Chunin exams, knowing how to counteract poisons was vital. Moreover, Link had plans to create a superior version of soldier pills and develop potent stimulants. After all, in a desperate battle, taking a pill might be the only way to survive. As he immersed himself in the books, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted his focus. A figure stopped in front of him. Link assumed it was just another library visitor, but when the person didn't move, he looked up. I want to challenge you. Sasuke Uchiha stood there, his arms at his sides, his tone cool and serious. SHH. Link raised a finger to his lips, signaling for quiet. Then, in a low voice, he said, before challenging someone, shouldn't you introduce yourself? Sasuke frowned but lowered his voice. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, and I've come to challenge you. As he spoke, his confidence seemed to falter. He had prepared himself to face a strong opponent, but the setting, a quiet library, sapped his momentum. Damn it, why did it have to be in a library of all places? Sasuke thought, frustrated. For the first time, he found himself envying Naruto's brash, straightforward attitude. Chapter 89, Sasuke and Jutsu. This guy, despite being full of hatred and a bit cold, is actually quite well behaved. In fact, considering everything he went through, losing his childhood liveliness is completely normal. The fact that he's still a relatively stable and normal teenager shows how resilient his personality is. Link chuckled to himself before continuing softly, I'm Link. Why do you want to challenge me? Because you're strong. Sasuke Uchiha replied, his expression serious. So that's all it takes to accept your challenge? Link asked. Sasuke fell silent. Other than being consumed by hatred and unwilling to express his true feelings, he was surprisingly normal. According to the manga, when he first fought Naruto at the Valley of the End, Sasuke had admitted that he once wanted to share a peaceful future with his comrades. In the end, he wasn't as obsessed with vengeance as it seemed. With time and the support of his comrades, his heart was still human, capable of healing. It was only after witnessing Naruto's rapid growth and being thrown into another trauma loop by his older brother Itachi that Sasuke spiraled into extremism. Challenging Link was just a momentary impulse. When faced with Link's probing question, Sasuke didn't want to force an answer, so he froze. Changing the future starts here. Link thought as he looked into Sasuke's eyes. Do you want to defeat me to prove you're stronger, or is it that you want to become stronger yourself? When Sasuke didn't respond, Link added, if you can't answer that yet, why don't you start by defeating Iris, who has been trained by me? Sasuke said nothing, turning on his heel and walking away. I hope he doesn't take it too hard. Link smirked slightly. Iris and Ami were now much stronger than they used to be. Thanks to delicate illness extraction, combined with a more rigorous physical training regimen, their physical abilities were on par with Rock Lee's natural state. Though their taijutsu wasn't as refined, and they couldn't open the 8 gates, their raw physical strength alone would be enough to overwhelm someone like Sasuke at this stage. To lose to a former classmate who used to be so much weaker. I wonder what path you'll choose, Sasuke? Link mused, intrigued by the possibilities. If he was going to deal with Orochimaru, there was no need to hand Sasuke over to him. Even if Orochimaru survived the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan, Link intended to make his life miserable. As for whether Sasuke would grow more slowly without Orochimaru, Tsunade had noted in the manga that Sasuke's abnormal growth might be due to forbidden jutsu or drugs during his training. But what forbidden jutsu or drugs could compare to the benefits of delicate illness extraction? As for learning and developing jutsu, Link didn't think someone with access to Kakashi Hatake, who had mastered 1,000 techniques, or the third Hokage, who was a master of all 5 elements, would be at a disadvantage compared to Orochimaru. If I'm going to rewrite the story, then it should follow my script. Link clenched his hand into a fist, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Poof! White smoke erupted. Sexy jutsu training had failed, but also succeeded. Sitting cross-legged on a rock, Link frowned in thought. He had just learned sexy jutsu from Naruto. It was essentially a transformation technique using the same seals and chakra flow, combined with the idea of turning into a naked woman. The failure was that the chakra didn't transform into a mutated jutsu. The success was that it didn't turn into a regular transformation either. Instead, it released smoke. This suggested that sexy jutsu was a potential jutsu that could be trained further. It also meant that the criteria for jutsu mutation were stranger than he had thought. The same seals and chakra flow were being identified as a completely different technique. In other words, for his ability, the seals and chakra flow didn't matter. What mattered was belief, believing it was a new technique, believing he could master and use it. That belief then generated a mutation based on the name. It sounded simple, but it was actually difficult to execute. It was hard to deceive oneself. Especially for Link, whose ability operated like a black box. He only knew the input and output but not the underlying principles. This made actively creating new mutations extremely challenging. Oh, and as for why sexy jutsu failed? The reason was simple: he couldn't transform into a perfectly proportioned, beautiful woman like Naruto could. He simply didn't have the detailed understanding of female anatomy required, just like how a lack of medical knowledge had once barred him from using medical ninjutsu. Well, I'll revisit this when I have time. Boss, you really gave me trouble this time. Iris approached, looking a little worse for wear. His hair was slightly singed, and part of his right sleeve was missing. Don't tell me you lost. Link said casually. If Iris, after all this training, still lost to Sasuke, who only knew a bit of fire style and hadn't yet mastered his Sharingan, Link would be very disappointed. His gaze grew a little colder. Iris shuddered, feeling a sudden chill. He quickly grinned and said, "That guy's a genius for a reason. Even with a weaker body, he managed to fight me for so long. And his fire style. Ahem. Emi, returning from her own training, gave a warning cough. Is so much better than mine. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan's specialty." Iris amended hastily, his survival instincts kicking in. "But I won in the end." Link withdrew his gaze and stood. "Good job. Rest up, then let's resume training." If the two were going to compete in this year's Chunin exams, they needed to grow even stronger. This time, it wasn't just an ordinary exam. They'd be up against Hidden Sand Village's scheming team, Hidden Sound Village as elites, and several other talented candidates from Hidden Leaf Village. It wouldn't be easy to pass this year's exam. After a few rounds of taijutsu practice, Iris and Emi collapsed, exhausted. Link, however, began his own ninjutsu training. Summoning random people with the summoning jutsu really isn't efficient. Months of practice had yielded little progress. Other than the initial appearance of Nawaki, he hadn't summoned any more Hidden Leaf Village ninja. It felt completely random. Clearly, he needed to find a medium to connect with the dead. If it's the first Hokage, perhaps Tsunade's necklace could serve as a link. Chapter 90, Free is the most expensive evening, Ninja Apartments. Stop. Link stopped in his tracks as Sasuke Uchiha emerged from the apartment entrance. "So, do you still want to challenge me now?" he asked, using the word challenge instead of spar. Sasuke lowered his head and remained silent for a long moment. The feeling of being defeated by someone he had once dismissed as inferior. It was unbearable. If I'm this weak, easily surpassed by others, how can I ever take revenge on that man? Can you? Sasuke finally spoke, his voice strained. Fortunately, Link didn't mock or interrupt him, allowing the quiet atmosphere to help him overcome the hardest part. "Show me how to receive your training?" After fully admitting his plea to someone younger but stronger, Sasuke raised his head, his expression resolute. For power, for his weak self, for vengeance, there was no shame in doing whatever it took. Such shame was nothing compared to the pain he had already endured. "A price, huh?" Link chuckled. "You really are a naive kid, thinking that such help comes with a price." He stepped closer, standing in the fading sunlight. With a warm smile, he said, "We're comrades in the village. If you want to get stronger, come to Training Ground 7 tomorrow afternoon." Comrades. Sasuke gazed at Link, bathed in the gentle light of the sunset. His lips trembled, and something stung his eyes. He recalled Naruto's words earlier, looked away, and stepped out of the shadows of the apartment entrance. In a low voice, he said, "Thank you." With that, he quickened his pace and left. Naive kids, sometimes, what's free is the most expensive. Link thought, his smile fading into something faint and inscrutable as he stepped into the shadows of the ninja apartment. Sasuke, for all his hatred and ambition, was still too normal before encountering Itachi again. His cold exterior but warm core made him far too susceptible to emotional bonds. Unlike Iris and Emi, whose growth potential was limited, Sasuke's potential was enormous. With a bit of nurturing, he was guaranteed to become Kage level. When Itachi eventually returned to help him awaken and gift him the eternal Mangekyo, Sasuke's power would surpass most Kage. A deeply emotional and highly talented new ally, it's decided, it's you. Link's mind was already drafting a training plan for Sasuke. In the world of Naruto, even Orochimaru knew how to manipulate loneliness and emotions to control Kimimaro, yet he neglected to apply the same tactics to Sasuke. What a waste. Now, I'll take him for myself, Orochimaru. The next day, afternoon, training ground 7. Huff. Huff. Sasuke panted heavily, his body screaming in pain and exhaustion. Yet strangely, he felt the physical discomfort peeling away, replaced by an odd dissonance from the lingering mental strain. This is. With his sharp mind, Sasuke quickly realized something was amiss. If his physical pain and fatigue could vanish so easily, then theoretically, he could. This is my secret technique. Link said, removing his hand from Sasuke's shoulder. Smiling, he added, if possible, could you keep it a secret for me? He didn't truly expect Sasuke to keep the secret. After all, the existence of delicate illness extraction was bound to leak eventually, whether through the extraordinary growth of Iris and Ami or the miraculous recovery of Nara in Shuai, who would likely protect Hidden Leaf Village during the Hidden Leaf Village crush. Rather than trying to keep it hidden, Link chose to use this technique to forge bonds and build loyalty. After all, sharing a secret was one of the fastest ways to strengthen a relationship. Got it. Sasuke didn't explicitly promise but nodded calmly. No wonder those two are growing so fast. If I had such a technique, maybe I could catch up to that man soon. His eyes burned with determination. Ignoring his mental fatigue and skipping any chance to catch his breath, Sasuke gritted his teeth and threw himself back into training. This guy. Boss, are you sure we can trust him? Iris muttered, watching Sasuke. Cold, moody types like him don't seem reliable at all. Emi, standing nearby, shook her head. Trust boss's judgment, idiot. She glanced at Sasuke, who was pouring his soul into his training. He looks like someone who has something he absolutely must achieve, even at the cost of his life. Seeing him work this hard makes me feel ashamed of myself. Iris snorted but got to his feet. I won't lose to him. He rushed off to resume his training. What a fool. Emi muttered, laughing softly. Her gaze lingered on Sasuke, whose restrained expression had shifted to one of fervent intensity. Haruno Sakura likes someone like this. She'll never get any response from him. With that thought, Emi also stood up. Alright, if I want to become a Chunin, I have to give it my all. As the three trained tirelessly, Link flipped through a book, his expression calm. He was on the verge of mastering mystical palm jutsu. The technique had been lingering in his thoughts, compelling him to perfect it before the Chunin exams. He also needed to accelerate his efforts to create a special energy pill. While delicate illness extraction could restore physical condition, it couldn't replenish stamina. For now, stamina exhaustion remained the biggest bottleneck in his training. As evening fell, Iris and Ami left the training ground, gasping for air and clutching their empty stomachs. They both glanced at Sasuke, still training with ferocious determination, and shook their heads in disbelief. Man, this guy is just too intense. Iris muttered. Boss, want to grab some ramen with us? Emi asked, patting Iris's arm. Our eating habits are starting to mirror yours. Iris grinned and rubbed his growling stomach. Boss, let's leave him here. We'll grab food, and it's on me today. No. Link replied, turning a page in his book without looking up. You two go ahead. Don't be late tomorrow afternoon. He glanced at Sasuke from the corner of his eye. I want to see how far his determination will take him. Chapter 91, My mystical palm jutsu is a bit off. Thud. As night fell, Sasuke Uchiha collapsed sideways to the ground. Without dinner, his energy reserves were long depleted, and the mounting mental exhaustion became the final straw. To be honest, Link had expected him to drop much sooner. He hadn't anticipated Sasuke lasting this long. Approaching him, Link pressed a hand to Sasuke's body. Physically, there were no serious issues, Just extreme fatigue coupled with mental strain, which had caused him to faint. At the start of their training, Link had outlined a plan. However, after discovering the secrets of delicate illness extraction, Sasuke had thrown caution to the wind, plunging into a frenzy of relentless effort. Plans were discarded entirely. In truth, such extreme training, pushing himself past his limits, was Sasuke's habitual method of effort. This time, though, he had far surpassed even his usual boundaries. "How much longer are you going to watch, Kakashi?" Link asked, not bothering to turn around. "Ah, you caught me," Kakashi Hatake said, stepping out of the bushes. "I was just a little curious about my subordinate." "You don't need to explain yourself," Link thought, standing up and looking at the masked man under the moonlight. "You've got it rough." "That's part of being a Jonin instructor," Kakashi replied, scratching his temple with a finger. "Especially with students as troublesome as you all. I was kicked back to the academy once, so don't call me troublesome," Link said lightly. The two exchanged words casually. Before long, Sasuke slowly regained consciousness, lying silently on the ground. Even with a healed body, the sensation of complete exhaustion and weakness was unbearable. Plop. Link tossed him a bag of soldier pills and asked, "Do you need me to walk you home?" Sasuke's trembling hand retrieved a pill, swallowing it with difficulty. After a long pause, he slowly stood up. "Sorry." "Thank you," he murmured, his steps unsteady as he left. He didn't ask for help from his peers or his teacher. Like Naruto before him, Sasuke wasn't ready to have friends or rely on others. "Didn't have dinner, did he? I should take him out for food," Kakashi said, watching Sasuke disappear into the shadows. Link had already begun walking home. He'd sent his shadow ahead to start cooking, and a leisurely stroll back would ensure dinner was ready and waiting. Kakashi, notorious for making Yamato pay for ramen, now had his eye metaphorically glued to Sasuke's back. He was clearly worried about the state of his student. Troublesome kids, all of them. Watching Link leave without a word, Kakashi disappeared into the night with a body flicker. A week later, Training Ground 7. Finally. Success. Link looked at his hands in awe. Just now, as he attempted mystical palm jutsu, the chakra vanished into thin air, and something extraordinary happened to his hands. Swish. At the mere thought of moving his hands, they blurred into a flurry of motion, faster than he could consciously react to. The speed. It was incredible. His hands moved so quickly that they outpaced his ability to process the movement, as though they were executing commands ahead of his thoughts. Even forming hand seals felt instantaneous and effortless. Only my hands changed. Have my palms become immortal? Link furrowed his brow in thought. In exchange for consuming a standard amount of chakra, mystical palm jutsu only lasted a few seconds before fading. Based on his observations, the more chakra a mutated technique consumed, the more powerful it became. This technique should have immense potential, but as it stood, all it seemed to do was speed up his hands. Link activated mystical palm jutsu again, entering a testing phase. The durability of my hands has slightly increased, but they can't withstand ninja tools. Speed seems to have no limit, adjusting to my reflexes. The optimal use might be pre-programming complex actions, like commanding my shadow. After about 30 minutes of intermittent testing, Link still hadn't pinpointed the technique's proper application. Unlike his previous techniques, the mutation of mystical palm jutsu remained elusive. Judging by the name, mystical palm, the term palm clearly referred to his hands. But what about mystical? Unlike substitution jutsu or other techniques, where the meaning was straightforward, the mystical aspect of this technique left him stumped. As for the increased hand speed, he could achieve something similar by actively channeling chakra to enhance his body, like with the body flicker or sharpening his senses. Using so much chakra for a temporary speed boost seemed wasteful. Link could sense that there was something more to the technique, some hidden potential in his hands, but he had no idea how to unlock it. Is this some bizarre Japanese concept, like a hand speed sage? That'd be ridiculous. He found himself missing the absurd dream version of mystical palm jutsu, the one where he slapped legendary sages left and right. At least that had looked cooler. Well, understanding a mutated technique always takes time. Link accepted the situation surprisingly well. He had spent weeks overthinking this technique, so finally completing it, even without knowing its full potential, lifted a weight off his shoulders. Time to focus on regular training. Determined, Link threw himself into physical exercises. But within 10 minutes, he abandoned his regimen, his expression blank as he stormed into the woods. Moments later, he returned with 2 rabbits in hand. Still bothering me, huh? He had resolved to focus on physical training, but his mind kept drifting back to the technique, like a mischievous cat scratching at his thoughts. Testing the technique on the rabbits, he confirmed it lacked healing capabilities. Scratches on their bodies showed no reaction. It wasn't elemental either, touching fire or water yielded no special effects. The technique did grant slight fire resistance and marginally improved durability, but nothing game-changing. Even stroking the rabbits with his mystical palms didn't produce any discernible effect. Link spent the entire afternoon and several subsequent days experimenting with the technique. As June gave way to July, he reluctantly admitted defeat. He had exhausted every test he could think of, and the technique's true potential remained a mystery. Perhaps it would only reveal itself through chance someday. Never mind. One incomplete technique won't change much. I should focus on dealing with Orochimaru. His thoughts turned to the looming Chunin exams. I just hope the story hasn't diverged too far. Chapter 92, Chunin exam begins. July 1st, Hidden Leaf Village, afternoon, Ninja Academy entrance. Do your best in the exam today. Link said, pressing a hand on the shoulders of Iris and Emmy. Once the Chunin exam started at 4 p.m., he would head to the Medical Corps headquarters to join his team at the Central Tower in the Forest of Death, ready to treat injured candidates. Although he wanted to witness the legendary scenes of candidates creatively cheating in the first exam, he simply didn't have the time. The proctors wouldn't allow him to loiter in the exam halls either. Got it, boss. Both teammates gave him a thumbs up, brimming with confidence, before heading toward their new team, entering through the academy gates together. Link didn't leave right away. He lingered near the gate for a while, spotting Team 7 arriving. He raised a hand to greet them. Yo. Link, did you come to see me off for the exam? Naruto Uzumaki asked, visibly moved. Do your best, Naruto. Link said warmly, the same encouragement he'd given his own teammates. Naruto's eyes filled with tears of gratitude, his spirits surging as he declared, alright. I'll beat everyone and become Hokage. It's the Chunin exams, not a Hokage campaign. Sakura Haruno muttered. Link gave her a thumbs up, smiling. Then you'll have to work really hard. Yes. Naruto cheered, raising both hands in excitement. As the trio walked into the academy, Link stopped Sasuke Uchiha, who was bringing up the rear, by placing a hand on his shoulder. His tone was light. Good luck. Sasuke didn't resist, pausing briefly to allow Link's hand to linger before continuing forward. Such a tsundere. Link glanced at the academy building one last time before gathering chakra underfoot and vanishing with a body flicker to head to the Medical Corps building. Once, he'd envied Jonin who could zip around effortlessly with his technique. Now, it had become second nature to him. Orochimaru. When will you show up? Will your target still be Sasuke, or? I'll wait for you to make the first move. Ninja Academy, second floor. I want to challenge you. Rock Lee leapt from the staircase, landing in front of Team 7, striking a fighting pose. I wish to see if my techniques can defeat the so-called prodigies of your clan. Let me handle him. Naruto, overly enthusiastic, interjected prematurely, charging straight at Lee without hesitation. This guy. Sasuke muttered, too speechless to react. Smack. Lee casually slapped Naruto aside, following up with a swift leaf whirlwind, sending the hyperactive ninja flying. I knew he was useless. Sasuke thought as he dashed forward, Sharingan flaring to life as he moved. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, where his physical limits were pushed under Link's healing, and constant sparring with Iris and Emmy, Sasuke's potential had begun to blossom. While his body still lagged behind Rock Lee's, his Sharingan provided a crucial edge. Such speed. And those eyes. Lee's expression grew serious as he engaged Sasuke in close combat. Smack. On the upper level, Emmy crossed her arms. Who do you think will win? Sasuke. Iris replied without hesitation. Those eyes are cheating. He grimaced at the memory of his sparring sessions where, despite being faster, he was still overwhelmed. Down below, the skirmish quickly reached its climax. Sasuke, leveraging his Sharingan to keep up with Lee's superior physique, devised a plan to change the tide. Deliberately taking a kick and being flung backward, he formed hand seals midair, snap. Snap. Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy simultaneously appeared via body flicker, one stopping Sasuke before he could unleash Fireball Jutsu, the other intercepting Lee, who had begun unwinding his hand bandages. That guy seems to have more tricks up his sleeve. Emmy frowned. That bushy-browed kid is dangerous. His taijutsu is. Come on, Iris, Emmy. Their teammate called from the classroom. Without further observation, the two entered room 301. Forest of Death, Central Tower. It's not my first time in the Forest of Death, but it's my first time inside the Central Tower. Link stood among the medical ninjas, quietly listening to the briefing. For the next 5 days, they'd be stationed here, alternating shifts to provide medical aid to candidates in need. Relax. Medic Ninmokusa said, patting Link on the shoulder. As the youngest member of the team, He was clearly trying to ease Link's nerves. They're probably still in the first exam. Most of the time, we won't even be called out. Everyone except those on duty is free to move around. With those words, the medical ninjas dispersed. Yawn. Link's shift partner, Kunshai, stretched. I'm going to rest. If anything happens, find me in my room. He'd been up all night working on a new medicine and looked completely exhausted. Once the group scattered, Link wandered the tower to familiarize himself with its layout before retreating to his room to study. While he had mastered mystical palm jutsu, his skills in pharmacology were still rudimentary. Without hands-on guidance, he had to rely entirely on self-study, requiring extra effort. I hope Iris and Ami are doing well. They should handle the first exam fine. As the sun set, nearing his shift, Link packed up and headed toward the medical station. Concern lingered in his mind. His teammates were strong enough to meet the Chunin standards, but the Forest of Death was dangerous. As long as they didn't encounter Gaara's team or Orochimaru, even a defeat wouldn't be fatal. Step. He halted, hearing the distinct sound of sand shifting against the ground. Turning, he saw 3 familiar figures. Long time no see. Temari greeted with a smile. Link. Gaara glared at him with murderous intent, his expression twisted with hostility. Beside him, Kankuro tensed, his muscles tight, too afraid to intervene or reprimand his brother. After all, they'd seen this hidden Leaf Village Chunin battle Orochimaru like a monster. Link glanced at them, unfazed, before walking past them toward the medical room without a word or change in expression. To him, the hidden Sand Village Geinin team posed no threat whatsoever. Chapter 93, Curse. Half an hour later, the Forest of Death, Central Tower, Medical Room. I never thought I'd see you again like this. Anko Mitarashi clutched her shoulder with one hand while her other, pierced by a kunai, rested on a bandage table. Sweat beaded her face as she spoke. Link calmly pressed his hand against hers, releasing a steady flow of chakra to treat her injuries. His tone was measured. You're a special Jonin and the proctor for the second stage of the Chunin exams, right? Yes, that was a jab. The person who'd randomly struck up a conversation with him last time wasn't going to get his goodwill so easily. Hey, you have no idea what Anko started, then remembered the boy in front of her had survived an actual fight with Orochimaru. She sighed. You really are a hateful brat. She hesitated before continuing, her tone turning serious. That man. Orochimaru has infiltrated the village. Be careful. So it's just like in the manga. He's targeted Sasuke, huh? As Link continued healing her hand, he replied nonchalantly, don't worry. Judging by your condition, maybe you should worry about yourself first. TCH. Anko let out a pained grunt, her whole body trembling. The veins on her hand bulged as she pressed it against her shoulder. In your state, are you still fit to fulfill your duties as an examiner? Link inquired. Stop nagging. Anko snapped between labored breaths. The injury, a simple puncture wound, was soon healed. Link released her hand and said, you seem to be in a lot of pain. Do you mind if I check your shoulder? It's pointless. Anko said, visibly struggling. Still, she moved her hand aside, revealing the 3 dark, comma-shaped marks of a curse seal. Despite her resistance, she decided to trust the boy who had faced Orochimaru and lived. It's one of Orochimaru's forbidden techniques. It corrupts the user's body. Only a sealing jutsu can. Ugh. The moment Link's chakra-infused fingers touched the seal, Anko trembled violently, her neck muscles spasming as if in a seizure. The curse mark is rejecting external chakra. Link observed. He already knew the truth about the curse seal, it was an incomplete version of Sage Mode. But he wanted to test if he could dispel it, knowing from the 4th Great Ninja War that Orochimaru could resurrect himself through it. If he could sever that lifeline early, it would be a significant blow to his enemy. He gathered chakra, forming the translucent chakra scalpel in his hand. Hey, you're not planning to cut my shoulder open with that thing, are you? Anko, dazed from the pain, snapped back to focus at the sight of the glowing blade. It's a special technique. Link said, demonstrating by passing the scalpel through his own hand without harm. It can cut chakra without damaging physical tissue. Anko exhaled in relief but still muttered, even so, it looks dangerous. Don't worry. In a couple of days, the 3rd Hokage can use the evil sealing jutsu. She trailed off as the curse mark flared, pushing her to the brink of unconsciousness. The seal is leaking a unique chakra. Link noted. Ready to make his move, he instinctively activated mystical palm jutsu, ensuring his hands were faster and steadier. He placed his free hand on the curse seal. Huh? Even before cutting, he felt something under his palm, a distinct, tangible sensation. It was as if he were pressing against a flowing liquid encased in her skin. The curse mark, previously erratic, immediately ceased its activity. Interesting. He adjusted his palm to fully cover the seal. It felt like he could effortlessly manipulate the strange energy, pushing it away from her shoulder. Without the curse mark's interference, Anko regained consciousness. She quickly assessed the situation, her voice tinged with disbelief. You can suppress the curse mark? Not entirely. Link replied, though inwardly he was astonished. What exactly was this curse mark? At its core, it facilitated a transformation akin to Sage Mode, absorbing natural energy. If his hand could suppress this transformation, then the energy he had just displaced. He restrained his thoughts, gripping the chakra scalpel tightly. Are you ready? Despite her initial refusal to let the boy tamper with the seal, the tangible suppression of the curse mark changed her mind. Even the evil sealing jutsu couldn't fully neutralize it. After a moment of internal conflict, she resolved, do it. There was no hesitation. She wanted nothing more than to rid herself of Orochimaru's torment. Link partially lifted his palm. I'll begin now. Please endure the pain. The translucent scalpel silently pierced into her shoulder. Hidden Leaf Village, high platform. Hidden Sand Village is prepared. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto knelt on one knee, delivering his report with deference. Leaning against a pillar, Orochimaru gazed at the bustling streets of Hidden Leaf Village in the distance. He remained silent. Kabuto rose, smiling slyly. You've returned so soon, Lord Orochimaru. Aren't you going to play with Sasuke a bit more? Orochimaru's tone was playful yet menacing. With Link-kun around, being too reckless could be dangerous. He turned slightly, eyes narrowing. Kabuto, I'll leave Sasuke to you. Understood. You can count on me. Kabuto replied, bowing deeply. Orochimaru's gaze returned to the lively streets below. This place hasn't changed. A stagnant windmill, so detestable. Just thinking about its imminent destruction. Hee, Lord Orochimaru, are you hesitating? Kabuto asked with amusement. To him, the ruthless and calculating Orochimaru showing any emotional wavering was a rare and fascinating sight. Orochimaru turned to his subordinate, preparing to retort, but his expression suddenly shifted. Chapter 94, Tattoo. Even though I can't see chakra. The sensation of cutting something, however, was unmistakable. Link gripped the chakra scalpel, carefully tracing around the three comma-shaped marks of Anko's cursed seal. Considering that Orochimaru's consciousness could potentially reside within the chakra of the seal, he meticulously sliced through every bit of it, carving out the fragmented chakra piece by piece. The process was swift. Under the influence of the mystical palm jutsu, his hands moved with precision and extraordinary speed, executing his thoughts almost instantaneously. The only limiting factor was the speed of his own mental processes and reflexes. Swish. 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 Anko Mitarashi watched as Link's hands blurred, moving so quickly that after images formed. In mere moments, the curse seal's chakra was completely excised before she could even register what had happened. She lowered her gaze to the three dark commas on her collarbone. They felt inert now, as if they were nothing more than lifeless marks. It's done. It shouldn't have any effect anymore. Link pressed his hand over the marks, releasing chakra to check for any residual activity. There was none. With the structure of the seal dismantled and the chakra removed, it was effectively neutralized. However, the seal's foundation, derived from the infusion of Jugo's enzymes, remained physically intact. The chakra scalpel could remove chakra but couldn't destroy the biological material. Now, the cursed seal was little more than a tattoo. A rather unique one, he thought, glancing at the trio of dark commas etched against Anko's pale skin. Before he could ponder further, Anko suddenly lunged forward, throwing her arms around him in a tight hug. Thank you, Link. She said, her voice choked with emotion. This woman. Link tried to push her away, not out of embarrassment but sheer discomfort. At 10 years old, he didn't possess any particular feelings toward women, he was simply suffocating under her grip. If it weren't for his awareness of her lack of hostility, he would have kicked her away on instinct. Anko didn't seem to care. She wiped the tears from her cheeks and laughed heartily. I've decided. I'm treating you to dango and red bean soup. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Link's tone was resolute. Examiner Mitarashi Anko. Come on, don't be so cold. You like sweets too, don't you? We could, hey. Anko's casual demeanor and playful attempts to close the distance were abruptly halted as Link forcefully guided her to the door and pushed her out. Standing in the doorway, he looked up at her and said evenly, if you experience any issues later, feel free to find me. Click. The door to the medical room shut firmly. Anko stood outside, staring at the closed door. Memories of Orochimaru's remarks about Link resurfaced in her mind. He's nothing like you, Orochimaru. Huh? Her attention shifted to the hallway's end, where a boy with a gourd on his back stood silently, his cold gaze fixed on her. That kid. He's the hidden Sand Village Geinin who completed the Forest of Death in 1 hour and 37 minutes. Anko grinned, her curse mark no longer hindering her. In a flash, she vanished from her spot. Kid. Her leisurely voice echoed in Gar's ears, don't look at me with such murderous eyes. Or else, swoosh. A swirl of sand rose behind Gara, forming a shield that lunged toward the examiner, only to meet empty air. In the next moment, a kunai was pressed against his neck. I might just kill you first. Anko's voice turned chilling, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across her face. This was the woman known as Hidden Leaf Village's most dangerous kunoichi. Gar's hand remained poised in front of his chest, half-formed seals frozen mid-motion. This kid's gaze. It's unsettling. Anko narrowed her eyes. Is Hidden Sand Village here for Link? She lowered the kunai slightly but didn't let down her guard. Her smile was deceptively sweet as she warned, if you dare attack another proctor or staff member, I'll disqualify you immediately. Gar hesitated before releasing his seals. Anko removed the kunai, brushing past him. As they passed, her tone grew icy. Stay away from Link. Gar remained rooted in place, trembling with anger as her words echoed in his mind. Again. Always the same. Link, with his enigmatic demeanor and protective allies, teammates who bore peculiar expressions and an adult ninja who shielded him, stood in stark contrast to Gar's own isolating existence. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to kill you. Link. Back in the medical room, Link sat contemplating his findings. The mystical palm jutsu lets me physically compress natural energy, disrupting chakra infused with sage energy. He activated the technique again, waving his hand through the air, yet felt nothing. Natural energy is everywhere, so why can't I sense it now? After a moment, realization struck, it must be a density issue. When the curse seal attracts natural energy, the concentration increases enough for me to interact with it. Without such attraction, natural energy is likely to diffuse, like a mist, to grasp. Link's thoughts deepened. If this technique truly interacted with natural energy, it must be tied to Sage Mode. But without a curse seal or access to Sage Mode, how could he test it further? He briefly regretted destroying Anko's seal so decisively, it would have been a valuable research tool. Then he remembered, besides Anko, there was one other in Hidden Leaf Village with a curse seal, Sasuke Uchiha. If Orochimaru hadn't yet bitten Sasuke, Link would have to consider capturing one of Orochimaru's test subjects from the Sound 4. Or several. So many possibilities. Realizing there was no immediate solution, Link sighed and set aside the mystical palm jutsu for now. The second stage of the Chunin exams would last 5 days, and only 1 day had passed. With long nights ahead, he resumed his studies. Chapter 95, Changes in the Preliminary Round. 4 days later, Chunin exams, preliminaries, Arena Link. Link. Naruto Uzumaki yelled as he ran over, his clothes torn and muddy, a clear indication of the trials he had endured in the Forest of Death. Yet, despite his appearance, his energy was as boundless as ever. Link's gaze swept over the remaining participants who had passed the second stage. Kabuto Yakushi's team was missing, along with Yoro Akido and Miss Yumi Tsurugi. They must have fled or been silenced after Kabuto was exposed. He thought. Originally, the preliminaries were meant for 21 participants across 7 teams. With Kabuto's team gone, that left only 18 contenders. Wait, where are Iris and Emi? Link's face darkened. Sasuke Uchiha, holding his neck as he approached, provided the answer in a low voice. They were eliminated during the first written exam. If he recalled correctly, the first round required teamwork. If even one team member was caught cheating too often or chose to forfeit, the entire team was disqualified. So they didn't even make it past the written test. He exhaled, accepting the reality. What happened to your neck? Sasuke removed his hand, revealing the familiar curse mark. In the Forest of Death, we encountered someone named Orochimaru. He left this on me. After a brief pause, he added, he mentioned you. He's approached me before. Link said calmly. He's an S-ranked rogue ninja listed in the village's bingo book. Activating the mystical palm jutsu, he pressed his glowing hand against Sasuke's neck, suppressing the curse mark's violent chakra. This is a curse mark, a forbidden jutsu. Link explained. It reacts to my chakra. Sasuke said, feeling the pain and turmoil subside. His voice was low as he continued, whenever I gather chakra, it tries to take control of me. Naruto stood nearby, nodding along with a clueless expression, clearly not understanding but eager to appear supportive. Sasuke, Naruto. The examiners are here. Sakura Haruno waved from the distance, calling them over. Not only were the examiners present, but also the Jonin who had accompanied their teams, the third Hokage, and several foreign Jonin from allied nations. I can only suppress the pain temporarily. Link said, withdrawing his hand. If you don't want to lose control, avoid gathering too much chakra until I can deal with it completely. Does that mean I can only use taijutsu? Sasuke nodded slightly, showing understanding. Though he didn't express gratitude, his demeanor was less guarded, almost friendly. Kakashi Hatake, who had been eavesdropping, walked over. Sasuke's situation is in your hands. Link glanced at him, noting the odd undertone in Kakashi's voice. Was that jealousy? No, it had to be a misunderstanding. First, let me congratulate you all. The third Hokage began his speech, addressing the remaining participants. Despite the solemn tone, Mitarashi Aiko was making exaggerated faces at Link, winking playfully from across the room. Link sighed and averted his gaze, only to see Asuma Sarutobi grinning at him, Kurenai smiling politely, and even Might Guy giving him a thumbs up. Unwittingly, it seemed he had cultivated connections with many of Hidden Leaf Village's Jonin. Only Kakashi's gaze remained ambiguous, carrying that same unreadable intensity. Soon after, a pale-looking Hayate Gecko stepped forward to announce the preliminaries, a series of one-on-one matches to decide who would advance to the finals. The first match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Gintsuchi of the Hidden Sound Village. Now, will the participants whose names appear step forward? Hayate announced weakly. With a confident smirk, Sasuke walked to the center. Even with his curse mark limiting him to taijutsu, he didn't believe he could lose to an opponent he had encountered in the Forest of Death. Ken tried to maintain a calm demeanor as she approached, but her rapid breathing and evasive gaze betrayed her nervousness. The outcome was predictable. Sasuke won effortlessly. Thanks to Link's training, his taijutsu had improved significantly, and his enhanced physical prowess made him a force to be reckoned with, even without ninjutsu or the Sharingan. While Iris and Emi had taken 3 months to reach a similar level, Sasuke had achieved it in just 2 weeks. Truly, a prodigy. The next match, Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. The preliminaries progressed steadily. Sakura and Ino's match ended in a double knockout, disqualifying both. From there, the battles deviated from the original manga. Naruto Uzumaki won against a blushing Hinata Hyuga after a few awkward exchanges. Shikamaru Nara defeated Tenten with his wits. Kiba and Yuzuka lost to Temari. Rock Lee defeated Sekubumi from the Hidden Sound Village. Shinoiburi invested a holding back Kankuro. Choji Akimeki lost to Dasuke Nuda, as expected. Finally, the last matchup was announced, Gaara vs Neji Hyuga. Sand. Gaara appeared in an instant, his sand-based teleportation leaving trails on the arena floor. His hand rose to form a seal, his expression icy. Come down. Looks like it's just us left. Neji jumped down with a confident smirk. Good luck, Neji. Rock Lee shouted enthusiastically from the balcony. In the original timeline, Lee should have been lying in the infirmary by now, disqualified and severely injured. So noisy. Gaara's gaze shifted to the balcony, his killing intent seeping into the air as sand began to swirl menacingly around him. Alright, begin. Hayate declared before vanishing. Byakugan. Activate. Neji's veins bulged around his temples as his Byakugan activated, his pale eyes scanning Gaara's chakra. His chakra is immense. And the sand is infused with it. A sand manipulation jutsu, perhaps? His entire body is covered in chakra, a defensive technique? Unlike most shinobi, whose chakra flowed primarily through their hands and feet, the Hyuga clan's mastery allowed them to emit chakra from their entire body. Neji quickly deduced that defeating Gaara would require breaking through this defense. Your eyes. Gaara muttered, raising his hand. I hate them. Sand. Chapter 96, Preliminary Round ends. Neji Hyuga and Gaara are a terrible matchup. Link thought as he watched from the sidelines, shaking his head. He didn't hold much hope for Neji, who was dodging Gaara's relentless sand attacks. While the gentle fist excelled at internal damage and chakra point sealing, it was ineffective against Gaara, who was perpetually shielded by his sand. It was a classic case of a close-range fighter struggling against a long-range combatant, a pure mismatch in styles. Unless Neji could achieve Lee's speed after opening the fifth gate or use a technique like Chidori to pierce through Gaara's dual defenses, it would be nearly impossible for him to deal any significant damage. Neji had neither the speed nor the raw power, but his Byakugan allowed him to observe his opponent's movements in detail. This only trapped him in a cycle of dodging, searching for an opening that didn't exist. So much of the story has already changed. Without Kabuto's team, Lee never faced Gaara. Link couldn't decide whether to feel relieved or disappointed. Missing this key encounter meant losing a chance to recruit Lee and strengthen his bond with Guy. But thinking of Guy, he couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. In the arena, Neji suddenly gathered chakra at his feet and made a reckless charge toward Gaara, closing the distance rapidly. Sand. Gaara had been prepared. The sand around him surged upward, forming a shield like a protective shell. Thud. Neji's palm, brimming with chakra, struck the sand shield with tremendous force. It penetrated deep, nearly reaching Gar's sand armor. Unfortunately, the attack lost its strength before it could break through entirely. Gar's face twisted into a cruel smile as his sand coiled around Neji's arm, attempting to crush him. Whoosh! The sudden release of chakra caused a whirlwind to erupt from Neji's spinning form. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Neji spun like a top, creating a vortex of chakra that repelled Gar's sand. The sand fragments rebounded against Gar's armor, cracking it in multiple places. The force of the counterattack even knocked Gara into the air. A victorious smile spread across Neji's face. You're within my 8 trigrams range now. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Smack. 2 palms. Smack. 4 palms. Smack. 8 palms. Crack. The sound of Gara's sand armor breaking echoed. Boom. 32 palms. Neji's strikes finally broke through the last layer of sand, reaching Gar's chakra points. But as Neji continued his attack, he failed to notice sand creeping up his legs. This is bad. Guy muttered, his expression tense. Smack. 64 palms. The final blow landed, but instead of striking Gara, it hit sand. Crack. Pain from the crushing sand spread up Neji's lower body. How? I sealed his chakra points, he shouldn't be able to use chakra. Neji thought, his confidence faltering. That's when he realized, some of the sand's chakra isn't his own. Neji struggled to lift his head and saw Gara hovering mid-air on his sand, his armor shattered but his face twisted into a sadistic grin. His chakra is increasing abnormally. Before Neji could process further, his vision was engulfed by sand. Smack. Guy appeared in an instant, scattering the sand with a powerful blow. Gara. Baki tensed, ready to intervene in case his unstable Jinchuriki lost control. Winner, Gara. I-8 Gecko announced. Gara clutched his head in pain, kneeling. The notion of people caring for one another, tools like him showing concern for others, was incomprehensible to him. Memories of his traumatic past resurfaced, filling him with unbearable anguish. Medical team. I-8 called out, but before the words were fully spoken, a young medic appeared beside Neji. I-8 stepped back slightly, startled by the intense gaze of the boy. Link pressed a hand to Neji's chest, quickly assessing his injuries. Compound fractures in both legs, severe muscle damage, and a partially ruptured waist. He channeled chakra into Neji, performing emergency treatment. Thankfully, the Hyuga's ability to emit chakra saved him from worse damage. If he hadn't recklessly advanced, the injuries would have been less severe. Even with immediate treatment, Neji's recovery would take at least a month or 2. Still, it was far better than the life-altering injuries Lee had suffered in the original timeline. Neji. Lee rushed over, his face filled with concern. Neji, are you okay? Stop yelling near the patient. Link glanced up, his tone sharp. Ah. Yes. Lee quickly backed away, though his gaze lingered on Gara as he left the arena. With his usual enthusiasm, he raised a thumbs up and shouted, "Wait for me, Hidden Sand Village Ninja. I'll defeat you fair and square inches the finals." Not driven by hatred or anger, Lee's challenge was pure and resolute, a promise to best his opponent honorably. Well done, Lee. Guy mirrored his student's gesture, radiating approval. Gara, back with his teammates, observed the camaraderie among the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja. His expression betrayed confusion as something gnawed at his already fragile psyche. These people. I can't understand them. Beside him, Konkoro flinched, unnerved by Gara's growing instability. Neji was carried out on a stretcher by the medical team for further treatment. Though not life-threatening, his injuries required immediate attention. Link stayed behind, knowing he needed to address Sasuke's curse mark soon. With the preliminaries concluded, I-8 announced, the third exam will take place in 1 month. Details will be shared now. As the third Hokage elaborated on the finals, Link approached Sasuke. How are you holding up? He asked quietly. The curse mark's tendency to absorb natural energy and mix it with the host's chakra meant that even light chakra usage could trigger adverse reactions. Chapter 97, A Story It's Not a Problem Yet. Sasuke Uchiha's voice was steady, though he was sweating slightly. Despite his opponent being a considerably weaker Kunoichi from the Hidden Sound Village, her sound-based Ganjutsu forced him to rely on chakra refinement to activate his body and dispel the illusion to secure victory. Refining and gathering chakra naturally caused the curse mark to become active again. However, the active curse mark only inflicted pain, it didn't impair his movements or corrode his body and consciousness. Link nodded and silently waited in the background as the 8 remaining participants went to draw lots. The final matchups were as follows: 1. Naruto Uzumaki vs Temari 2. Rock Lee vs Gara 3. Sasuke Uchiha vs Shikamaru Nara 4. Shi no Iburim vs Dasuke Nuda. In other words, if Naruto won, he would face the victor between Rock Lee and Kara. If Sasuke won, he would face the winner between Shino and Dasu. It was a knockout format. This is completely out of order. Link compared the matchups to his knowledge of the original story and couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. What a hassle. Shikamaru Nara sighed, his expression exasperated. Facing the most famous prodigy of this year's batch was clearly going to be troublesome. Rock Lee, on the other hand, jumped in excitement, evidently thrilled with the matchups. What's this supposed to be? Naruto Uzumaki, however, was visibly dissatisfied. Fighting a girl, even if she was a kunoichi, felt awkward to him. Sasuke Uchiha showed no reaction, stepping back into the crowd. He had little to no interaction with Shikamaru and only remembered him as the lazy classmate who often avoided trouble. After being effortlessly defeated by Link during training at the practice field, Sasuke had completely lost interest in opponents of similar rank. His long-term goal was to kill Itachi Uchiha, his short-term goal was to catch up to Link. Well then, everyone, good work. See you in a month, dismissed. The third Hokage's announcement marked the end of the meeting, and the ninja dispersed in small groups. Sakura Haruno glanced worriedly at Sasuke as he walked away with Link. Sasuke. 10 minutes later, in the medical room. My chakra. It's disappearing, Sasuke Uchiha reported, his tone calm. So, part of the mystical palm jutsu's ability is to dispel natural energy. The sensation of repelling something was actually chakra infused with natural energy. Link pressed his palm against the curse mark, a look of realization crossing his face. After a few minutes of testing, he confirmed one aspect of the mystical palm jutsu's capability. Merely placing his hand near the mark caused it to become inert. The initial sensation he felt with Anko's curse mark, as though something was being pushed away, turned out to be the repulsion of natural energy. Sasuke's feedback about his chakra disappearing clarified everything. Natural energy and senjutsu chakra were not the same. Link abandoned the hypothesis that his hand could touch high concentrations of natural energy. Natural energy was omnipresent but imperceptible to him. Even if the mystical palm jutsu dispelled it, he wouldn't notice. What he had been sensing all along was senjutsu chakra, chakra infused with natural energy. Additionally, his ability to sense this wasn't derived from the mystical palm jutsu itself but from his innate half-sensory ninja skills. In summary, the mystical palm jutsu's partial ability was to forcibly dispel natural energy and senjutsu chakra. This really seems like a technique designed for dealing with Sage Mode users. Link's first thought was this, though he suppressed his emotions. He conjured a chakra scalpel, ready to proceed. Though the curse mark might aid in further developing the mystical palm jutsu, the priority was to destroy Orochimaru's means of resurrection. There were plenty of people with curse marks to study later, including Jago, who was naturally capable of entering Sage Mode. Sasuke Uchiha's eyes widened slightly when he saw the chakra scalpel, though he remained much calmer than Anko had, not even flinching. This type of chakra scalpel won't touch your physical body. Link explained as usual before starting to cut into the curse mark's chakra structure. In a calm tone, he asked, Sasuke, why do you seek power? After half a month of training together, a foundation of friendship had been established between them. It was time to delve deeper. If he didn't act quickly, both Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha would set their sights on his newly recruited shield. Revenge. Sasuke replied succinctly. I want to kill that man, Itachi Uchiha, correct? Link deliberately mentioned the name, noting how Sasuke's muscles tensed. Are you interested in hearing a story? He asked in a light-hearted tone. Sasuke remained silent. Before the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village, Link began, having already prepared his words, there was an era of endless war, where the Senju and Uchiha clans, the two strongest ninja clans, were constantly at odds. Sasuke's head lifted slightly, his eyes filled with curiosity. The story's beginning already felt unusual to him. This young ninja, even younger than him, seemed to know things about that era. Was it pure fabrication? As Sasuke looked at him, Link removed the last trace of chakra from the curse mark, stepped back, and said, try gathering chakra now. Sasuke focused on refining his chakra, then touched the now inert curse mark. I can't feel it at all anymore. Do you want to hear the rest of the story? Link asked with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Sasuke remained seated. Go on. Link took a seat across from him and continued recounting the tale of the Senju and Uchiha clans, how they clashed, how Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha formed a bond, and how Hashirama chose to spare Madara, sacrificing himself to preserve their friendship. As he spoke, it felt as if Link had witnessed the events firsthand, standing behind history. Sasuke listened quietly. The story of the Senju and Uchiha uniting to form the Hidden Leaf Village wasn't a secret. However, the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha's inclusion in the alliance left him feeling uneasy. Still, he refrained from interrupting or objecting. When it came to those he cared about, his comrades, his tolerance was much higher. For now, avenging the Uchiha's honor was secondary to his goal of killing Itachi. Chapter 98, It's Going to Rain. When the second Hokage succeeded as leader, he made a decision due to Madara Uchiha's attack on the village. Link recounted, his tone calm as he relayed everything he knew from the manga. Under the guise of monitoring criminals, the police force and prison were relocated together, isolating the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village. Even though the Uchiha clan was no longer what it once was, that man told me this. Sasuke recalled his childhood, when Itachi had carried him and spoken those words in front of the Hidden Leaf Village police force building. The Uchiha clan gradually grew dissatisfied, but they still loved the village, until the Nine Tails incident. Link skipped ahead in his narrative. With the precedent of Madara controlling the Nine Tails, the village's treatment of the Uchiha became even harsher. Finally, dissent emerged within the Uchiha clan, the idea of a rebellion, a coup to restore the Uchiha's glory. And leading this plan was the head of the Uchiha clan at the time. Bang! Sasuke stood abruptly, his chair scraping back behind him. His Sharingan activated, revealing two tomoe in each eye. Link met Sasuke's gaze directly and asked, "Sasuke, don't you want to hear the rest of the story?" Sasuke's fists clenched tightly. His mind was clear, following the logic of his story, the leader of the rebellion was Fugaku Uchiha. Link stated plainly, draining all strength from Sasuke's body. "Where is your loyalty, Itachi? You were the bridge between our clan and the village's core." Sasuke felt his thoughts spiraling into chaos. His childhood memories and logic told him the story was likely true, but his emotions screamed that it was all lies. Yet, did Link have any reason to deceive him? Before the Uchiha clan's rebellion, Itachi, who was then a member of the Anbu, received a mission from the village's higher-ups. Link didn't rush to reveal everything. Instead, he paused and held up one finger. "This is the end of the first story," he said. "When you're ready, come find me for the second part." Sasuke staggered out of the medical room, so distracted that he didn't even bother closing the door behind him. Phase 2 of the plan, Link exhaled deeply. Raising Sasuke as a shield first required becoming someone the latter would recognize as a comrade. That goal had been achieved before today. The second step was to reveal the truth about the Uchiha clan's massacre. In the manga, everyone surrounding Sasuke, Orochimaru, Itachi, Obito, manipulated him through hatred. Link's strategy was to lay the truth bare, cutting off others' influence while deepening Sasuke's trust in him. It seemed that everyone around Sasuke was hiding the truth from him, a fact eventually revealed during the Fourth Great Ninja War by the first Hokage. The justification? He's still a pure child of the Uchiha clan. But as Sasuke himself once declared, he was neither a child nor innocent. He was Sasuke Uchiha, a determined genius striving for power, not someone who needed protection. For comrades, mutual recognition and acknowledgement were equally vital. Knock, knock. A medical staff member tapped on the still open door. "Time to go, Link." "Understood." Link gathered his things and left the forest of death. The next day, Training Ground 7. "Sorry, boss," Iris said sheepishly, his face full of guilt. Failing the written exam had been an unexpected embarrassment. Emi kept her head down, too ashamed to speak. Losing to a powerful opponent was one thing, but this. Link looked at the pair, shook his head, and said, "Enough. I won't dwell on it. Starting today, triple the training intensity." "Yes." The two shouted in unison. With the Hidden Leaf Village crush looming, where the Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Sound villages would send numerous Jonin into battle within the village, surviving would require their utmost effort. "Where's Sasuke?" Iris asked curiously. Sasuke, usually the most enthusiastic about training, was absent despite being late for their scheduled session. Link paused, turning toward the figure walking over, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference. "Apologies for being late," Sasuke said. As expected, Sasuke had endured the truth he'd learned. Link smiled at him warmly. "Welcome back." Iris, clueless about what had transpired, walked over, threw an arm around Sasuke, and laughed. "Congrats. I heard you advanced to the finals. Damn it, if it weren't for that guy." Emi, more perceptive, noticed something different in the dynamic between her boss and the newcomer. She quietly observed without commenting. Sasuke didn't resist Iris's camaraderie. Instead, he looked directly at Link and asked, "Are we starting training now?" "Of course." Link removed his jacket, revealing the heavyweight strap to his body. After realizing his strength gains had plateaued, He began wearing extremely heavy weights at all times. For most people, such weights would strain their internal organs, but with delicate illness extraction jutsu, Link faced almost no adverse effects. "Let's begin," Sasuke said, stretching his body, his face impassive. At the Land of Fire's border, in a forest. Crackle. The campfire sparks danced, casting flickering light on two men sitting nearby. Both wore black cloaks adorned with red clouds. The shark-faced one spoke. "Itachi, this mission takes us to Hidden Leaf Village. There's a chance you'll see your cute little brother." The man called Itachi, his face marked by deep tear lines, stared into the fire without responding. "Every time we recruit a new member, I think of that brat Deidara. I wonder if this target will be as much trouble." The shark-faced man continued, grinning. "I heard he's just a 10-year-old kid. Hey, these rookies keep getting more impressive. This time, I'll handle it." "Last time, don't be careless, Kisame," Itachi interrupted coldly. "According to the leader's intel, the target's techniques are extremely dangerous. If he touches you, you'll completely lose the ability to form hand seals." He glanced up at the cloudy sky, where the moon was barely visible. After a moment, he murmured softly, "It's going to rain." Chapter 99, Now that you know the truth, what will you pursue power for? Training Ground 7, late night. Iris and Emi had already left after an intense training session. Exhausted, Sasuke leaned against a rock and suddenly spoke, "I want to hear the second story." Link, standing nearby and gazing at the dim and fragmented moon, began speaking slowly. "The story starts with a man named Shisui Uchiha." This time, Sasuke didn't interrupt. Perhaps he was too drained from training, or maybe he already had his suspicions. He simply listened in silence. With his current sensory abilities, Link was confident no Anbu could eavesdrop. Even if the third Hokage attempted to spy using his telescope jutsu, Link would sense it. He wasn't worried about his words spreading, he had already prepared an explanation for his vast knowledge. So, he laid everything out clearly: Shisui, Itachi, Denzo, and all the events surrounding the Uchiha massacre. In the manga, Obito deliberately distorted the timeline, shifting the Uchiha clan's persecution to just before the massacre to drive Sasuke against Hidden Leaf Village. The truth only came out during the Fourth Great Ninja War when Orochimaru summoned the past Hokage. The so-called persecution had begun decades ago, rooted in Madara's departure from the village and his control of the Nine Tails in an attempt to destroy Hidden Leaf Village. Everything that followed stemmed from unresolved conflicts and suspicions. The second Hokage tried to address them but was killed by the Gold and Silver brothers. The third lacked the ability to resolve the issue, leaving Shisui and Itachi with limited options when the Uchiha attempted their coup. In the end, they chose the worst solution, manipulated by Denzo and Obito. Under the pale moonlight, with clouds drifting to obscure its dim glow, Link's youthful voice delivered the story. He concluded with Itachi infiltrating the Akatsuki as Hidden Leaf Village's spy and entrusting Sarutobi to care for Sasuke. Sasuke sat silently for a long time, his tone devoid of emotion when he finally asked, "How do you know all this?" "I've had the ability to communicate with the dead for a long time," Link replied, weaving a half-truth into his answer. Sasuke didn't press for proof. Instead, he asked, "Why are you helping me?" After hearing so many secrets, Sasuke didn't believe Link was simply a 10-year-old chunin. Surely, there was more to his intentions than the concept of comrades from the same village. "I was born during the war," Link began, recalling his backstory. "My mother didn't even know she was pregnant when she went to the battlefield. She returned severely injured, discovered my existence, and recovered in the village before passing away when I was 2. My father died on a mission when I was 5. He reflected on his life in this world, initial joy, subsequent sorrow, and lonely efforts. His childhood, devoid of possessions or family, seemed to boil down to these 2 simple sentences. Hey, Sasuke," Link extended his hand. "You should know the pain of loss, shouldn't you?" After a moment, Sasuke's voice finally came, "Prove it, prove your ability to me." Phase 3. Link smiled, prepared to demonstrate. For the sake of securing an invaluable ally, he was willing to go all out. Gathering his chakra, he performed a summoning jutsu. Infusing it with an excessive amount of chakra, he materialized the image of a deceased individual in the real world. Crossing the boundary between life and death, "Who are you?" The summoned figure, a semi-transparent man with short black hair and a deep blue robe bearing the Uchiha clan's fan symbol, stopped mid-question when he saw Sasuke. "Sasuke," the man called softly. Sasuke froze, his body trembling as he struggled to speak. "This guy," Link maintained a neutral expression but was internally astonished. The randomly summoned spirit turned out to be Fugaku Uchiha. What exactly determined a medium for his summoning jutsu? Sasuke suppressed his roiling emotions and formed hand seals to dispel an illusion, but nothing changed. The figure of his childhood memory stood firmly in place. I'm Link. Link introduced himself, breaking the silence. I'm Sasuke's comrade and the one who summoned you here. Fugaku turned to look at Link. His gaze lingered on the Hidden Leaf Village headband before his tone lightened slightly. Then, what do you need me to do? Sasuke has some questions for you. Link replied, stepping back slowly. I'll leave you two to talk privately. Sasuke raised his head and watched Link walk away before turning to face his father. Father. From a distance, Link stood in the shadow of the forest, too far to hear the father and son's conversation clearly. Looking up at the sky, he noticed the thin drizzle forming faint lines in the summer night breeze. It's raining, he murmured. 30 minutes later. The rain intensified, forming a near-solid curtain that obscured the forest in a misty haze. Walking through the muddy ground, Link approached Sasuke, who had not moved since Fugaku's spirit returned to the afterlife 10 minutes earlier. Drenched and staring into the distance, Sasuke's face was unreadable. Now that you know everything, Link's voice was muffled by the rain. What will you pursue power for? He repeated the question he'd asked before. After a while, Sasuke turned to face him. Despite his soaked and disheveled appearance, his gaze locked onto the person who had revealed the truth to him. Pain? Sadness? Hatred? No, the crazed desire for destruction had already been experienced before he sought the second story. Now, only profound confusion and emptiness remained. The world is far from perfect? Link said, meeting Sasuke's gaze and extending his hand once more. And being a ninja isn't the best job. But there are still things worth cherishing. I've lost everything before. So I don't want to see my precious comrades die in front of me again. Sasuke's eyes seemed to regain their light as memories of his teammates and Link's sunny smile resurfaced. Slowly, as if his arm weighed 1,000 pounds, he raised his hand and clasped Link's. Looking at Link's gentle smile, Sasuke murmured words even he couldn't hear, for the sake of never losing anything again. Unnoticed, his Sharingan evolved to 3 Tomoe, swirling with new resolve. Chapter 100, Kage's half a month later, Hokage's office and Anbu corpses have been discovered near Kikyo Castle. Mikado Hamura said, his expression stern as he examined the report scroll. That Orochimaru again. Koharu Udatane muttered with a frown. He hates the village and is targeting both Link and the last 2 Uchiha. She added, he even declared in front of Anko that he intends to destroy the village. Could another allied nation be involved? One of the Jonin present asked. Mikado Hamura replied, since the start of the Chunin exams, Anbu teams have been patrolling the borders. So far, there has been no unusual activity. If Orochimaru is colluding with allied nations, shouldn't we immediately halt the exams? Another proposed. No. The third Hokage finally spoke, his tone firm. The Chunin exams are a gathering of allied nations. If we act recklessly and sow mistrust, it might be exactly what the enemy wants. We've already dispatched Anbu to gather intelligence from our allies. Koharu Udatane added. Until we know more, I urge everyone to proceed with caution. With the discussion concluded, the third Hokage declared, that's enough for now. Meeting adjourned. The Jonin left one by one, but Koharu turned back and asked, what about the protection of Link and Sasuke Uchiha? Removing his hat, the third Hokage revealed his graying hair and weathered face. I've already assigned Yamato to guard them in secret. Even against Orochimaru, he should be able to buy time. He smiled faintly and added, and don't underestimate Link, he's much stronger than you imagine. Let's hope so. Koharu said, leaving it at that. Mikado Hamura, however, remained deeply concerned, muttering, I have a bad feeling about this. As the date for the Chunin exam finals drew closer, everything felt like the calm before the storm. Despite revealing himself on the first day, Orochimaru had made no further moves, leaving an unsettling tension in the air. The deaths of Anbu operatives were like surface wounds, who could say how much deeper the rot went beneath the skin? Have faith in everyone. The third Hokage said as he stood, taking a deep breath and feeling the weight of his age. Even in the face of a crisis. Land of Wind, Hidden Sand Village, Kazekage's office. We've mapped out all defensive positions near Hidden Leaf Village as borders. Baki reported, seated on a cushion. Presenting a scroll, he added, as planned with Orochimaru and the Hidden Sound Village, Gaara has successfully advanced to the finals. The fourth Kazekage studied the scroll, his face concealed by a hat and mask, his gaze calm. You've done well, Baki. He said, opening the scroll. Baki remained silent, waiting for further instructions. If this plan fails. The fourth Kazekage began, his tone still light. Baki's expression grew heavy. This was his greatest concern. If the plan failed, Hidden Sand Village might lose even the chance to resist. The village's prolonged weakness had left them struggling with scarce missions and insufficient funds, forcing a reduction in ninja numbers. Even smaller nations like the Land of Rain dared to compete with them for resources. While Baki supported taking bold action, the Hidden Leaf Village crush plan was excessively risky, especially with both Gaara and the Kazekage putting their lives on the line. A single misstep could spell disaster. Orochimaru's injury at the hands of a Hidden Leaf Village child only deepened his unease. With our current forces, the disparity between us and Hidden Leaf Village is stark. The Kazekage said, reading the scroll without looking up. Even with Orochimaru and the Hidden Sound Village, our chances of success aren't high. Baki, we lack absolute certainty, and Gaara, he paused, closing the scroll. If this plan fails, I'll die in Hidden Leaf Village. When that happens, you are to immediately surrender to them. Looking out at the unusually clear and sunny sky, a rare sight in the desert country, the Kazekage added, even if they defeat us, Hidden Leaf Village won't escape unscathed. As the Kazekage, I'll bear the consequences. After that, the future is in your hands. Understood. Baki bowed deeply, hiding the sorrow in his eyes. This is the way of the ninja, tools of war. Even Kages must be prepared to sacrifice themselves for the village. Hidden Leaf Village, Training Ground 7 Boom. Iris was sent flying, rolling several times before Link caught him and helped him to his feet. Holding his reddened left eye, he glanced at Sasuke, who had just sent Tammy flying as well. This guy. The speed of his growth is insane. In just over a month, Sasuke had gone from barely holding his own with the Sharingan, to nearly matching Iris's physical strength, to completely overpowering him with taijutsu alone. Boom. Emi hit the ground, unable to rise. After giving Iris a quick healing and using his delicate illness extraction jutsu on Emi, Link turned to Sasuke. Ha! Sasuke approached, only slightly out of breath. Since unlocking his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, his growth had accelerated exponentially. Thanks to his advanced vision, he didn't need to worry about reaction times, focusing solely on improving his physical abilities. With Link's intervention, Sasuke's progress was even faster than in the manga, where he'd matched Rock Lee's speed in just 1 month. Driven by sheer determination, his efforts always yielded results, especially with fatigue no longer being an issue. In just over 2 weeks, Sasuke's taijutsu skills alone were enough to defeat Chunin-level opponents like Iris and Emi. Yo! Kakashi suddenly appeared. I hope I'm not interrupting your training. Link looked up. What do you need? The 3rd Hokage wants to see you. Kakashi said before adding, and I'd like to borrow Sasuke for a bit. Borrow? That phrasing was odd. Sasuke also turned to Kakashi. After just over 2 weeks, he felt a slight sense of estrangement from his mentor. Knowing more now, he instinctively doubted those who had kept secrets from him. I understand. Link said, standing up. That's enough for today. Dismissed. With that, he vanished using the body flicker jutsu. Well, Sasuke? Kakashi asked casually, care for a one-on-one chat? Chapter 101, Hidden Leaf Village Crush Plan. 1 week later, Hidden Leaf Village, the day of the Chunin exam finals. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gathering here to attend the event hosted by our Hidden Leaf Village, a booming voice echoed through the speakers. It's so lively here. In the audience, Iris restlessly glanced around before pointing to the center of the arena. Look, it's the Kazekage. Stop overreacting. Emi complained, but then her gaze landed on Link, standing at the edge of the arena. She immediately stood up, waved enthusiastically, and cupped her hands around her mouth to shout, Boss! Boss! 2 noisy idiots. Inuzuka Kiba, sitting nearby, made a disgusted face, while Akamaru, perched on his head, nodded in agreement. Is someone calling me? Dressed in his medical corps uniform, Link looked up and saw his 2 former teammates practically jumping with excitement. Those are your old teammates, aren't they? They're pretty lively. Kunshai teased, nudging his arm with a smile. No helping it. Link replied with a smile, though his gaze involuntarily drifted to the central stands where the 3rd Hokage and 4th Kazekage were seated. Approving all my pending jutsu applications right before the Hidden Leaf Village crush. How's life, 3rd Hokage? Though he had once considered saving the 3rd Hokage, logic told him that recklessly intervening in a core battlefield involving 3 Kage and Orochimaru might just lead to his own untimely death. The smartest plan would be to team up with Sasuke, now wielding the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and ambush Orochimaru after he lost his arms. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least severely weaken him. Alternatively, he could target the Jonin from the Hidden Sound Village and Hidden Sand Village during the battle, securing his reputation for future promotions. But, no helping it. Link smiled, feeling surprisingly light without his usual weights hidden beneath the medical uniform, almost as if he could leap into the air at any moment. He waved back at Naruto Uzumaki, who was enthusiastically greeting him from the field, then exchanged a glance with the perpetually lazy Shikamaru Nara. Wait. Is that Hayate Gecko? The proctor standing before the contestants was Hayate Gecko, who was supposed to have been killed in the manga. The changes to the story are piling up. My presence, like a gust of wind, has already started to turn the wheels of fate. Link tilted his head, estimating how long it would take him to reach the third Hokage from his current position. When his eyes met those of the fourth Kazekage, his smile deepened. Well then, why not let the winds blow even harder? Alright. Naruto Uzumaki, battered and bruised, had barely defeated Temari, who hadn't even used summoning jutsu or gone all out. Despite his victory, it was hard to imagine him being promoted to Chunin with his reckless shadow clone strategy. The next match was Rock Lee vs Gaara. The moment the match began, the tension in the air was palpable. A high-speed taijutsu specialist versus a long-range ninjutsu user, it was like a replay of Neji Hyuga's earlier battle with Gaara. But this time, Lee was much faster. Having seen Gaara's techniques before, Lee wasted no time. After a brief exchange, he unleashed the primary lotus, then escalated to the hidden lotus by opening the 8 gates. The intensity of the battle soared, with Lee seemingly overwhelming Gaara. However, an eerie chakra began to emanate from Gaara. What is this? The third Hokage's previously cheerful expression turned grave. Feathers began to fall from the sky, and a kunai silently pressed against his neck. Calmly, the Hokage glanced toward the fourth Kazekage nearby. Is the Hidden Sand Village betraying Hidden Leaf Village to start a war? Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling voice sounded behind him. Sensei, once the wind begins to blow, it cannot be stopped by your trivial words. Action. The fourth Kazekage commanded. Swish. Slash. A blade of wind swept through the air, instantly slicing through the nearby Anbu. Baki and the other Hidden Sand Village escorts quickly eliminated the remaining guards and leapt into the arena as a barrier began to rise, enclosing the area around the stands. I see. The third Hokage muttered as Orochimaru, disguised as an Anbu, seized him and moved to the rooftop. There, Orochimaru shed his mask and robes, revealing his pale face and sinister smile. Orochimaru, so you've allied with the Hidden Sand Village. The fourth Kazekage discarded his robes and hat, rising into the air on a wave of golden sand. His eyes, dark-ringed like Gaara's, brimmed with murderous intent. Unlike Orochimaru, who seemed to enjoy his theatrics, the Kazekage wasted no time, unleashing a torrent of sand to crush his enemies. Such a bore. Orochimaru remarked as he tore away his disguise, his pale skin gleaming. He smirked faintly. Oh well, the target is. The third Hokage quickly formed seals, spitting out a mass of dark earth to block the advancing sand while keeping a wary eye on his most dangerous former student. Orochimaru began forming seals as well, and 2 coffins slowly rose from the ground. Not good. I can't let the third one. The Hokage clasped his hands together, stopping the summoning of the third coffin. In a battle between Kage. Orochimaru taunted, how can you afford to be distracted, sensei? Whoosh. The sand broke through the earthen wall, enveloping the Hokage. Snap. The encasing sand was shattered by the Hokage's staff. Creak. The lids of the coffins began to slide open. Crash. Before the resurrected warriors could emerge, a figure suddenly leapt into the arena, slashing through the barrier with a massive chakra scalpel. The barrier shattered like glass, its fragments disintegrating mid-air. The 4 violet flames formation dissipated into countless light particles. Third Hokage, I hope I'm not too late. Link landed gracefully, wielding a chakra scalpel with a blade over a meter long. His imposing, muscular frame, encased in a tight medical uniform, was comically mismatched with his childlike 10-year-old face. Whoosh. 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 The Anbu quickly regrouped on the rooftop. Baki and the other Kazekage guards were forced to retreat. Even a Kage would struggle against a coordinated assault from elite shinobi. Orochimaru, it seems your plan, the fourth Kazekage stated expressionlessly, has been flawed from the start. Chapter 102, Strategic Retreat. Link-kun. Orochimaru's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at the chakra scalpel in Link's hand. So it was this technique that destroyed my curse mark. As I suspected, a special jutsu capable of severing chakra. Ah. 2 figures stepped out from the coffins. Observing the chaotic scene, the white-haired second Hokage was the first to speak. Sarutobi, has the Hidden Sand Village invaded the village? Edo Tensei. The black-haired first Hokage turned his head toward Orochimaru behind them. So it was this young man who used a forbidden jutsu to summon us? Enough of this outdated chatter. Orochimaru said as he plunged 2 kunai into the bodies of the 2 Hokage, the red talismans attached to the kunai embedding themselves into their heads. Squish. Orochimaru's hand pulled away, smeared with a sticky, foul liquid. The pale eyes of the reanimated Hokage lost their light, their heads drooping as they awaited commands. Smash! The sand creeping silently toward Link to engulf him was once again shattered by a strike from the third Hokage's staff. That dangerous brat. The fourth Kazekage, floating midair, felt no shame for his earlier attack on a younger opponent. Link had prepared to dodge, but standing beside him was the strongest Kage on the scene. He calmly refined his chakra, performed a series of hand seals, and activated a substitution jutsu. After 3 consecutive substitutions, he suddenly stopped. Something had activated, a force that could undoubtedly change the tide of the battle. His previously serious expression relaxed as he began to smile. The shadow beneath him twisted and morphed, sprouting a horned head and taking on an oval shape. A dark purple hue spread across the shadow, covering it entirely, as golden, lifeless eye sockets opened within it. Is that a new jutsu? Orochimaru, who had been watching Link closely, immediately noticed the anomaly. Having suffered once before at the hands of the Five Elements seal, he had never underestimated the boy. To him, Link's power was worth taking seriously. Just as Orochimaru had once fled after being defeated by an Uchiha's Genjutsu, avoiding strong enemies was not something he considered shameful. Shadow. The fourth Kazekage noticed the changes in Link's shadow at nearly the same time. He spread his sand in front of himself, catching his own shadow to prevent it from being cast onto the roof. Ah! In the chaotic arena, a deafening roar echoed as a monstrous creature covered in violet patterns appeared. Standing still, its mere tail sweep destroyed the spectator stands. Boom! The battle between the Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Sound Village ninja descended into utter chaos. The sheer size of the creature threatened to bring the entire arena down. Regular spectators, nobles, and even daimyo were equally at risk of death from the indiscriminate attacks of the tailed beast. Walls crumbled, support pillars cracked, and the stands shook violently, as if on the verge of total collapse. The Genjutsu-induced sleep from the Temple of Nirvana was meaningless in the face of death. Screams and wails filled the air as warriors and ninja frantically evacuated nobles and daimyo. Meanwhile, others fought amid the ruins, dodging attacks from both the monstrous creature and enemy ninja. The fully transformed Jinchuriki was a walking catastrophe. While it might not yet match an elite Jonin in direct combat, its raw destructive power was overwhelming. Gaara, fully transformed, was now chasing Rock Lee, who darted around like a flea, away from the arena. No time to waste, Link glanced at Lee, who was struggling to maintain the 5th gate of the 8 gates. Without hesitation, he extended his shadow, making contact with the shadow of the 3rd Hokage. What is this? The 3rd Hokage trembled as a surge of power and vitality flooded his body, bringing back the long-lost vigor of his youth. Sarutobi, you, from the staff he held, a monkey head emerged, wide-eyed with shock. The Hokage's white hair turned black, his wrinkles vanished, his hunched posture straightened, and the grim expression on his face softened into one of confidence. This is bad. Orochimaru's smile vanished instantly. Only he knew how terrifying the old man had been in his prime. Orochimaru shot a deep, calculating look at Link, already preparing for a strategic retreat. What an intriguing array of jutsu. You're becoming more and more fascinating, Link-kun. Whoosh! Dozens of golden sand spears shot toward them. The rejuvenated 3rd Hokage clapped his hands together, forming hand seals so quickly that no one could follow them. A torrent of flames erupted, incinerating the golden sand spears midair. Fire style, dragon flame bullet. Sizzle. A high-pressure water jet from the reanimated 2nd Hokage evaporated into steam before it could even get close. Ha! Link gripped his chakra scalpel tightly and said, I can only maintain this jutsu for 1 minute. The rejuvenated 3rd Hokage smiled confidently, gripping his staff. Inma, get ready. With the tide of the battle shifting, the Anbu and Jonin renewed their engagement with the enemy. The consumption was much less than expected. Link had initially thought reversing the 3rd Hokage's age with the standability of his Sethan technique would exhaust him, but it barely made a dent in his reserves. He still had plenty of energy to continue fighting. Wait, where was Orochimaru? Scanning the battlefield, Link realized that, aside from the fierce battle among the 3 Hokage and the 4th Kazekage, Orochimaru and the Sound Four had disappeared entirely. Link couldn't help but feel frustrated. Pulling out a trump card only for the boss to run away? Ridiculous. Forget it, he gripped his chakra scalpel, preparing to pursue the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Whoosh! An invisible wind blade grazed past him, piercing through the bricks nearby and slicing off a few strands of his hair, which floated in the air. An attack without warning and incredibly fast, this jutsu is too dangerous. Link warily eyed the Hidden Sand Village Jonin, Baki, standing in his path. Thud. Kurenai leapt onto the crumbling stands. This is... Baki, noticing the female ninja forming seals, quickly shifted his gaze, but in that brief moment of distraction, his body was suddenly ensnared and bound by conjured trees. Release. He disrupted his chakra and broke free from the Ganjutsu. Thunk. 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 Several shuriken clanged against the arms of a humanoid puppet with 3 eyes and 4 arms, creating dull echoes. Don't let your guard down, Baki-sensei. Temari said softly, gripping her giant 3-star fan. Kankuro spread his arms wide, controlling the puppet Karasu with transparent chakra threads extending before him. Chapter 103, Ending. Go do what you need to do. Kurenai Yui held a kunai in her hand and said, Link, you still remember the medical ninja code, don't you? We'll handle this battlefield. Asuma added, landing beside her with his chakra blades, their edges stained with blood. His sleeves were soaked with crimson as he and Kurenai took positions on either side of Link, shielding him. Although their efforts were meant to block him from view, Link's head and muscular arms stuck out conspicuously. These two. Link found it hard to look at the pair. They're obvious, overflowing. Something, was it affection? It was difficult to describe. More Hidden Sand Village Jonin soon arrived, and the two sides entered a standoff. The Hidden Leaf Village Jonin, with confidence bolstered by the sight of the rejuvenated third Hokage single-handedly suppressing 3 Kage on the rooftop, showed no intention of making the first move. Likewise, under Baki's leadership, the Hidden Sand Village Ninja grouped together, clearly hesitant to continue fighting. As for the Hidden Sound Village Ninja, they were already wiped out. Kankuro, Temari. Baki said, placing a hand on his subordinate's shoulders. Go find Kara. If things go south, surrender to the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja. Temari's expression shifted slightly as her teacher's private words before the mission floated into her mind. Has the situation really deteriorated this much? She couldn't help but glance at the distant rooftop, where the battle between Kage seemed like a clash of divine. The 4th Kage was visibly struggling, barely holding his ground. If not for the reanimated Hokage summoned by Orochimaru disrupting the fight with large-scale ninjutsu, he might have already lost. How could anyone break through hardened sand as if it were foam? Not only was the 3rd Hokage suppressing 3 Kage, but moments ago, he had even spared enough energy to send a shadow clone to eliminate the Hidden Sound Village Ninja escorting Orochimaru. Boom. The already crumbling arena finally gave way under the clash of the 4 Kage. As the structure collapsed, dozens of figures leapt into the air, scattering to their respective sides. As soon as Link landed, he sprinted without hesitation, following the trail left by Shukaku. The main battlefield was clearly under control, transitioning into a phase resembling the manga, where the outcome of the Kage battles would decide the day. What remained was stopping the rampaging Jinchuriki within the village. And perhaps collecting some trophies along the way. Thud. A masked monkey-faced man was sent flying several meters. Huff. Sasuke Uchiha let his right arm hang, his expression tense. Such remarkable talent. The masked man said, steadying himself. He removed his mask, revealing the face of Kabuto Yakushi. Somehow, he wore glasses under the mask, and a faint, ambiguous smile played across his lips. Just seeing your growth makes me pity other so-called geniuses. He adjusted his glasses and continued, given more time, even I might fall to you. His palm's chakra severed the muscles in my arm. I can't feel my right arm at all. Sasuke analyzed the situation calmly. Without the ability to form hand seals, even his Sharingan couldn't turn the tide. His opponent's strength was overwhelming. Are you with Orochimaru? Sasuke asked, stalling for time. After spending over a month with Link, he had picked up some basic medical ninjutsu knowledge. As he spoke, he began refining his chakra, attempting to reconnect the severed muscles. Don't waste your chakra. Kabuto said amicably. The muscles severed by a chakra scalpel can't be reattached with your current level of medical ninjutsu. Come with me. Lord Orochimaru will grant you the power to exact your revenge. No hesitation. Kabuto studied Sasuke's expression and gaze. Despite experiencing both Orochimaru's power and the strength of the curse mark, this avenger showed no interest in the promise of power. Moreover, why has this guy's gaze changed? Before, his eyes had been filled with the malice of hatred, but now they were different. Orochimaru? Sasuke's eyes betrayed disdain. From Iris and Emi, he had heard stories of Orochimaru, how Link had destroyed Orochimaru's arms and driven him into retreat, leaving him to prey on weaker Genin like Team 7. Though this guy's injuries heal almost instantly. Sasuke noticed the wounds on Kabuto's arm disappearing before his eyes. The sound of a projectile cutting through the air forced Kabuto to step back. A kunai embedded itself into the nearby wall. Hey, you! Naruto Uzumaki shouted as he charged forward, impulsive as always. Everyone's here. Looks like this mission is a bust, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto wore a false smile. Sensing the arrival of the other Genin in his peripheral vision, he planted his foot to retreat. But suddenly, he froze in place. Shikamaru Nara stood nearby, looking exhausted, his shadow linked to Kabuto's. Is this change because of his comrade's aura? Link? Kabuto pondered, dazed. If you've abandoned the identity of an Avenger, then who are you now? You bastard. Naruto roared, landing a punch squarely on Kabuto's face. Poof. A shadow clone exploded on impact. Shikamaru winced, leaning back. Naruto, come on. When you do that, even I get hit, and it's just a shadow clone anyway, an odd enemy with no killing intent. Shikamaru glanced at the real Kabuto, standing silently on a distant rooftop, watching them. When Kabuto noticed Shikamaru's gaze, he returned it with a seemingly gentle yet hollow smile before disappearing. Wham! Rock Lee crashed into a tree, shattering 2 more before finally stopping. Damn. My body. Can't take it anymore. He half opened his eyes, most of his body numb. The 8-gate technique had been forcibly deactivated due to his physical condition. Though it was meant for short bursts of overwhelming strength, his attacks hadn't been enough to defeat the monster before him. Now, all he could do was use his life-risking taijutsu to stall for time, utterly draining his body.